about freedom collaboration. There's chocolates back there that you guys can have. Now, the cool thing about these chocolates is they're made with the excess heat from Bitcoin mining in the Congo. So basically, isn't that cool? Yeah. So there's like basically a park called Virunga National Park in the Congo, and they've been mining Bitcoin since 2020 there with stranded hydro, okay? So last year, they noticed that nearby the site, there was a cocoa facility, like cocoa processing. And normally what they do is they just spread out the cocoa on the ground to dry it. And there's like, animals, and it's like not clean. It's not even clean enough to sell to certain markets that way, but it's obviously the lowest cost way to do it. So they were thinking about buying some industrial heaters to heat the cocoa in a better way. And the Bitcoin miners said, no, just spend that money on Bitcoin miners instead. So they did, and now they're earning Bitcoin and drying the cocoa very rapidly. So this is like an example of the very transformative effects that the externality of Bitcoin mining will have on the world. On that note, you'll also see back there a heat bit. So this is a kind of like a, let's say like a Dyson level space heater for your home that mines Bitcoin while it's heating your home. And when you think about it that way, why would you not mine Bitcoin if you're going to heat your home? And I think that's a good question a lot of people are going to be asking themselves over over the coming years. But you can go check out the heat bit, and one of the creators of the heat bit is here, so maybe she can raise her hand. Hi, you can go talk to her. Yeah, let's go. On your chair, there's a copy of the Financial Freedom Report. This is a new project we started at HRF in last year in November. It's a weekly newsletter. It comes out every Thursday, done by Lyn and Zach and our team. And it basically goes through world events, things that are happening in terms of financial repression around the world. So we'll break down, inflation in this country, confiscation of bank accounts in this country, all sort of related to authoritarian regimes and how they're repressing people through the money system. At the same time, we have a lot of news about what's happening in the struggle to fight back with Bitcoin open source tools, privacy, things like that. So there's kind of two components to the newsletter. I think we're very proud of it. It's very detailed. I think it's very well done. So I would absolutely recommend that you sign up. There's a QR code inside. Join the letter, and spread the word. And the copy of the book is just like a curated sort of journal of some of the entries over the first 25 editions of the newsletter. So we thought that would be fun to show you. This whole programming, as we speak, is going to be it's being live streamed by Bitcoin Magazine all day. So big shout out to Bitcoin Magazine for doing that. Thank you, Bitcoin Magazine. If you go to Bitcoin Magazine's YouTube channel, you will see it. So this allows. Only so many people can be in this room, but it means that anybody can watch, and everything's being filmed by our amazing friends at Cultivator Labs. They're filming everything today, and we'll have it up for you guys. Each talk will be cut and put up on the internet later. The last thing I just want to mention is basically, why we're here is because money. Historically turned from a tool of relative, freedom to a tool of control. And we wanted Lyn Alden here to open the financial freedom track to give us some historical context of where we are today in that struggle. And I wanted to actually read just a couple sentences from the end of her book, just to set the tone. So give me 1 second. So I really love this. So throughout history, most updates to monetary technology have been centralizing and have consolidated power into a smaller number of hands in exchange for greater efficiency. Now, there's a real window of opportunity to decentralize some of that power and disperse it more broadly. And then the other sentence that I found extremely relevant is this. In my view, or in Lyn's view, open source decentralized money that empowers individuals, that is permissionless to use, and that allows for a more borderless flow of value is both powerful and ethical. The concept presents an improvement to the current financial system in many ways and provides a check on excessive power, which makes it worth exploring and supporting. And of course, I agree with that. Lyn's book came out last year. It's kind of a masterpiece in terms of looking at the history of money, both from the credit and commodity camps. I think it does a very even-handed job with that, which very few other people have been able to do. It explores the scientific innovation behind money, and for example, like what the invention of the telegraph did to money. You won't really find that anywhere else. It explores how the modern fiat financial system works, what its externalities are, what its negative externalities are. Very few other people talk about that. And then at the end, it has like kind of an overview of the emerging Bitcoin system and sort of how it presents an alternative to what she calls broken money, which is basically the fiat system. So with that, I'm honored to welcome Lyn up on the stage to get us started. Thank you and welcome to Lyn.
Can everyone hear me? Mic's good? Okay. Thanks, everyone, for coming. Throughout this day, a lot of people are going to talk about the specifics, some of the tech, some of the things that are being done to improve financial freedom. And so what I'm going to do to open this up is kind of set the stage for how we got here in the first place. Why do we need financial freedom? Why isn't it already built in to what we have now? And when I was setting out to write Broken Money, the challenging thing for me was figuring out how to open the book, because it's an almost 500-page book about finance. And it's accessible, but how do you get people involved in it? And so what I started out with was tangible examples of just multiple examples of money being broken around the world and how that affects people. And so for this, I'll just pick one example, which I'm using Egypt here. This is Egypt's inflation rate ever since 1958. So decades and decades and decades of inflation. And as you can see, about half the time, they were in double-digit inflation. And you can imagine, if you're going through this process, what it's like. So in addition to your savings always being eroded from you, even your wages are often removed from you. Basically, everybody's on a constant treadmill to try to keep up with the dilution that's happening. And as part of this inflation, what was the cause of it was that if you look at their money supply growth, it was something like 20% per year pretty regularly. So everybody's wages, everybody's savings is on this constant treadmill being taken from them. And in addition to that, of course, it's all entirely surveilled, it's censorable, and they find themselves in a currency monopoly. They don't really have a choice other than to deal with this currency, and that's just what's available to them, and they happen to have been born in one that's troublesome. But this isn't even the worst one. I mean, dozens and dozens of countries have outright hyperinflated during our lifetimes, let alone long ago. We all think of like the Weimar Republic, or we think of extreme examples, but dozens of populated countries have hyperinflated or nearly hyperinflated just within the past couple decades. And so how did we get to this point? How has money kind of gotten this bad, even though in many other ways, in energy and technology, we've gotten so much better, and yet our money system around the world is broken? So when we look at money and how we kind of got to this stage, a lot of it is technology. Over time, technology shapes what we use as money, and then also how we actually move and verify that money. And so it starts out with things like moving up the physical stack in terms of money. So earlier civilizations would use things like shells and grain and livestock as money. But as our technology improved, we found out how to make more of those very quickly. And so we kind of settled toward harder monies to make, silver and gold. And so that was kind of a first kind of technological track for how we came across money. But then the second set of technology that affects that is all the different ways to exchange legal ownership of it, make it more efficient along the way. So we're not relying, for example, on chunks of gold and silver. So technology that we think of as basic today, but that was actually advanced at the time, are things like coinage, paper, bookbinding, the printing press, and analog encryption techniques. These are things that allowed money and exchange to move around more quickly. And when a lot of people think of banking, they think of the Italian city-states as where banking emerged, but it really started even before then. So for example, in the book, I highlight the Hawala system. It was present throughout North Africa, the Middle East, all the way down to India, basically across the whole Silk Road. And the way that would work is that there'd be these Hawaladar money changers, and someone could deposit gold, And they could get basically a receipt, a paper receipt that they could then bring with them and then redeem it for gold in another city based on someone in that network. So it's a trusted network. And of course, you need various analog encryption techniques, things to make it so that that paper can't be forged, the hawaladar can't be tricked by people making more of those types of receipts. So we kind of went through that analog tech track for quite a while. And we built up more and more complicated banking systems and ledgers. But then in more recent decades, we've gotten into the digital side. So the telegraph, the telephone, the internet, digital encryption, and now blockchain. People, especially some of these earlier ones, we don't necessarily think of them as monetary technologies, but they shaped how we use money dramatically. So getting to this chart, this one, I think is, if I were to say what is the most important diagram in finance, it would be this one. And this is from William Stanley Jevons in 1875. And yet it's just as relevant today as it was back then. And the reason I highlight this is this chart was made about 9 years after the telegraph was brought across the Atlantic Ocean. So prior to the long-distance telegraph, anytime you wanted to send information, you had to go there physically. You couldn't send information any faster than foot, horses, ships. Low bandwidth could go on birds or something, but any sort of high bandwidth information could only go as fast as people could move. But when they built the telegraph, they designed the telegraph in the 1830s, but they didn't widely deploy it until around the 1860s. That changed everything, because now suddenly we could now send information very quickly, even though the physical settlement couldn't be done quickly. And if you can do information quickly, it means you can do transactions quickly. And so that opened up a huge speed gap between transactions and settlements. And the way we've spent the last century and a half solving that speed gap is through centralization, which is what William Stanley Jevons was highlighting. So on the top chart, you have a bunch of different people, A, B, C, D, and E, and they all use the same bank P. So if A wants to send C money, they just tell bank P, debit my account, credit their account. But then, of course, if you have different banks, those banks need to be able to communicate as well. So, for example, if someone in the front row uses a different bank than me, our banks need to be able to coordinate so that I can send you money or you can send me money. And then it gets even more centralized, which is they say, well, every bank can have an account at a central bank in a similar way that every individual has an account at a bank. So instead of banks trying to find individual ways to settle with each other, like through armed delivery or some sort of credit system, they all kind of unify on a standard. And it makes it more efficient, but as you can see, it's now getting kind of dangerously centralized. And if you're either kicked out of the system or the system's used against you, you don't really have much recourse. And then the fourth one was if you have an international situation, so you have different banks, different central banks in different countries, how do they coordinate? And the answer in Jevons' time was that they all basically coordinated through London. They all basically said, well, we're all going to tie into the biggest central bank, the biggest kind of banking area. And so you had basically just 4 layers of centralization. And what I find so fascinating about Jevons when he was describing this was he was both talking about how remarkably efficient it was. He's saying this is so hyper efficient that all these claims for gold can move around, and the gold almost never has to actually move. It's like marvelous. But then he's like the byproduct of this that it's now levered 20 to 1 in his day. So even a century and a half ago, it was already quite levered. And he's like, we have to remember that if 5% of people come to the bank and get their money out, it's not going to be there, right? And of course, that all blew up decades later in World War I. And so you have this increasing stack of centralization. Every friction is solved through another layer of centralization, and that opens up the possibility for persistent debasement, fraudulent backing, and of course, just a complete surveillance and control stack all the way down. And that allows for the imposition of currency monopolies and basically gives people no recourse if, for whatever reason, they're in a non-functional one, which, as I showed from the first chart, there are many countries around the world that have dysfunctional monetary systems. We're broken into all these different silos. And what's remarkable about Bitcoin is that ever since 2009, this is the first credible technology that can actually start unwinding some of this. So it's not just another layer on the stack. It's not another efficiency layer that allows us to move things around quicker like a fintech. It actually goes back to the heart of the system and asks, can we do this in a more decentralized way? And the way I would describe it is we've had this century-and-a-half speed gap between transactions and settlements, and that was always solved through credit and centralization. And Bitcoin is basically the invention of fast settlements. So finally, we instead of having to move around gold or relying on a centralized ledger, you can actually have a decentralized bearer asset that you can send someone that is a non-reversible transaction. And then that basically allows you to compress that stack of centralization and give people a lot more power, a lot more options. And even though it's 15-year-old technology, it hasn't really hit scale until around the last 5 years or so. Basically, from the beginning, it was a niche collectible. It was a niche like science experiment. But once it became multiple hundreds of billions of dollars worth of value, now over $1 trillion, it's actually starting to become relevant on a macro scale and relevant for a human rights context where people previously could not send money to certain jurisdictions, or if they were debanked, they didn't really have recourse. And now there's technology that allows you to move around money in ways that are efficient, that can be done at scale, that have a sufficient liquidity to actually start affecting people's lives and reversing some of that. And then there's also stable coins as well. So basically someone in a jurisdiction, if they're in a very hyperinflationary, just high inflationary regime, they have choice of money. They can pick Bitcoin, they can pick gold-backed stable coins, dollar-backed stable coins, whatever they want. They have choice now, whereas before they did not have choice. And this is basically something that you don't see a lot of aid organizations talking about, and that's one reason I'm so excited for the work that the HRF does, because they're one of the organizations that saw early on that without financial freedom, you can't really have any type of freedom. Basically, if your activist bank accounts are being closed, if they're highly surveilled, if it's all a very permissioned system, that can all be used against activists or all be used against people who, for whatever reason, are not aligning with the majority. And so this whole system gives us a new playing field, a new alternative system that people can build upon. It's open source. People can collaborate. And we'll see many examples today of things that people built, and they don't have to necessarily communicate with each other because they can communicate over this open shared protocol. And it can kind of reverse a lot of the issues we've been talking about over these few minutes, basically this layered stack of centralization. And so if I were to kind of summarize the path we've gone into ever since the kind of the pre-telegraph and the post-telegraph era. So in the beginning, kind of before the 1870s, before the 1860s, you had both slow transactions and slow settlements, and therefore middlemen were optional. They could provide services, all the way going back to the Hawala system and before that, they could provide services that were helpful for money, but they weren't entirely essential for money. But then once we entered the, kind of the post-1860s, 1870s environment, we got to a period, as I explained, where settlements became they were still slow, but transactions became very fast. And the danger with that system was that middlemen became far more necessary, because kind of credit was really the only way to kind of bridge that gap between, say, hard money like gold and the ability to move around value and information and IOUs in a telecom world. And then ever since 1971, we've actually just kind of dropped the concept of settlement altogether. And so we only have central middlemen. We only have central bank ledgers that kind of defines what our money is. And so it just becomes middlemen all the way down, and we don't really have this concept of settlement anymore other than fiat settlement. And Bitcoin, rather than just being another layer or another way to kind of expand what's already happening, is that it speeds up the fast settlements so that now we go back to a period where middlemen become more optional, they become more thin. Instead of banks existing at the core of the network and controlling the network, they exist now on the periphery of the network. They can provide optional services, but a lot of what we can do can be done with the protocols themselves to make all of this kind of more optional. And that's, in my view, very empowering for people. And so when we take a step back to how is money broken, how do we get to the point we're at now, the way that I would describe it is that because of that huge mismatch between fast transaction speeds and slow settlement speeds, and all these kind of layers of centralization to address it, we've ended up in a place of about 160 different currencies. So every currency in the world, except for the dollar and a handful of other reserve currencies, can basically be thought of as arcade tokens or casino chips. Currencies lack moneyness, the property of moneyness outside of their borders. So people in those jurisdictions, they have this currency monopoly imposed upon them, and if they bring their money elsewhere in the world, it's not really useful. So for example, if I bring Egyptian pounds back to where I live in New Jersey, it's actually very, very hard to get those Egyptian pounds off my hands for any sort of goods or services or even for another type of money. It's actually arguably harder in some cases to convert that than it would a popular casino chip. It's got about the same amount of liquidity when it's outside of its context. And then even a wealthy country like Norway, for example, it's a similar thing. If I have Norwegian currency in Egypt or Norwegian currency in the United States, it's a very small, unsaleable money, even though it's a wealthy nation. And so we've kind of broken our currency up into all these different pieces. And we kind of think of this as normal now. We don't, like a lot of policymakers, a lot of people, they just kind of think this is how it works. Every country has a currency, or at least most countries have a currency, and it's normal for them to all be, 160 different floating or pegged different exchange rates. But when we go back in history, that wasn't always the case. They used shared money like gold and silver. They had more interconnectedness between them. And that's been a property that's been lacking this whole time. And the way that that's controlled is basically there's only two main ways to get value in or out of a country. One is ports of entry, but of course ports of entry are very controlled, very surveilled, and it's hard or risky to bring large amounts of value, especially outside of very restrictive areas. So that's one measure of control that keeps people trapped in. There's basically limited value density going through a port of entry. And the other one is a bank wire. You can, of course, send money digitally, but the problem is those are also very surveilled, very controlled. The country can basically decide who can access, for example, a dollar bank account, who can only access their local currency account, and they can set artificial exchange rates. So we'll often see, for example, there will be a country where the black market rate or the street rate is one exchange rate. That's kind of the real liquid exchange rate. But then there's like a fake exchange rate that when you go through the wire system, they impose basically what they think the currency should be worth. And they kind of put themselves in the middle of that. If they let the transaction go through at all, it could be sanctioned, it could be blocked for any number of reasons. And so people find them stuck in those silos with very little recourse to do anything about it, either about the inflation component or about the just surveillance and control component and the ability to kind of just move their own portable capital to where they want it to be. But with this new technology, which again, it's been around for, Bitcoin's been around for 15 years and stable coins have been around for 10 years, but only in recent years has their liquidity gotten sufficient that this is actually becoming a very powerful tool for people around the world. And so now, when you go through a port of entry, there's technically infinite value density available, and that is something that is frightening for some policymakers and frightening for some people, but it's also something that when you think about how important that can be in the right context, that can be life-saving. So, for example, as Americans, some of us might not think, why is that a valuable feature? But anyone who's fled Venezuela or wanted to move from Lebanon or move from any kind of country that otherwise has money systems having an issue or authoritarianism, whatever the reason might be, there's actually ways to convert their value and bring them with them rather than kind of leaving most of their value at home. And then, of course, at the top there, these can all go around centralized bank wires. So instead of kind of going through their banking system, this can now go to people peer-to-peer, to at least anyone who has some semblance of an internet connection or can access this in some way. And so, for example, if I wanted to pay a Nigerian graphic designer, instead of going through her local currency and local banks and fake exchange rates, she can ask for whatever type of money she wants. She can ask for Bitcoin, she can ask for dollar stable coins, and as long as, for example, she can show me a QR code on a video call or send me some sort of payment string with a DM or an email or basically any way of communicating, then I'm able to send her the value that she wants and that she has control over and can bring it with her if she leaves or she can use it there. And basically there's more power between individuals and between peers. And I think that basically, especially in macroeconomic circles, which is where I focus a lot of my kind of broader investing work on, this still remains fairly, a lot of them view it as trivial. They still kind of, I think, are stuck in a mindset from 5 or 10 years ago where this is still fairly small, and I don't really think of it as actually having a large impact for non-techies or non-niche people. But the size that this kind of ability is getting now, the liquidity and the security of systems like Bitcoin, is actually pretty life-changing. And so I'm really glad to see that HRF has been at the forefront of kind of bringing this to a broader audience, a human rights audience, sometimes a non-technical audience, and basically saying that there are tools now that were not available for decades that are now becoming available for people all around the world to kind of have more empowerment in whatever jurisdiction they happen to be in. For the rest of this day, there'll be a lot of people kind of going over all the things they're building, all the things that are making this more and more efficient every year that goes by. So thank you.
Can you hear me now? Yeah. Thank you so much, Lyn. I feel like I could hear you forever. It's so great to be here. My name is Ayelen Osorio, so you can think of violin without the V, if that helps. And I'm the content and research lead at the financial freedom team at HRF, so it's really great to be here. I can recognize some of you in the Bitcoin space, but for those of you that are new, I would really encourage you to, as you're hearing these stories and learning about Bitcoin, if something is confusing or you want to learn more about it, please come find me or CK or any of the HRF staff, and we would love to just answer those questions for you. It's a pretty packed room, and we also have about 6,000 people watching with us online, so pretty awesome. Thank you for joining. Cool. So now I would love to introduce to you our new speaker, who is Hadiya Masih, and she is the founder and CEO of Groundswell Project. And through this position, she's been at the forefront of some of the world's most pressing issues, including terrorism. So she's going to come on stage, and she's going to talk to us about how she's using Bitcoin to fund counterterrorism initiatives across Northeast Africa. So please give her a very warm welcome.
Thanks for having me, guys. So what is Groundswell Project? Would help. I was just hooked up with the ear thing earlier, so I'm a bit confused. Anyway, so yes, what is Groundswell Project? Our organization is all around building resilient communities to counter terrorism, extremism, and hate in all forms. This is a picture of myself and Dr. Erin Saltman. She was the head of the Meta Dangerous Ideologies. And we are educating girls from, you can guess, an Islamic school. And the reason why we're doing this is because in 2014, I was the person that the UK government basically called to help children out of Daesh mindset. So Daesh, ISIS, were grooming young girls into joining, and they were from European countries, or from the UK, and I saw hundreds of these girls, and it pretty much traumatized me. The reason why I was doing that is my own experience. You can go and look me up, but I have my own experience in this space. And I realized from doing it 2014 to now, knowledge is power. So Erin, she's working for the Global Internet Forum for Counterterrorism. I was like, this knowledge needs to come to the people and young people. So stop hogging this information and bring it down to those who need it. Oh no, what have I done? Then, in 2023, this was me last year, I'd met Alex in Washington, and he invited me to the Oslo Freedom Forum. And I saw a whole bunch of activists and a whole bunch of Bitcoiners, and nobody was talking to each other. It was kind of a very distinct divide. And me being me, I was like, okay, what is Bitcoin? What is it it's here for a reason. Let me go and find out. So I wandered off into a room where they were doing some courses. It was intimidating, a bit like right now, but it was intimidating. I was the only girl. Well, there were a few other women, but I was the only woman, and I didn't understand what anyone was saying. But long story short, I did get some of it, and I came out with this orange glow and a whole bunch of friends. And I'm here again because that orange glow lit me up inside. This is something that is being underutilized. This is something I can use with the people that I work with. The refugee communities in the UK, youth, women, this is something that can be used. And I got that. So me being me again, I wanted to take this orange glow and give it to the very people that I already work with. These are women from Somalia, from Afghanistan, they're from Sudan, different places. They are all in the UK, and they all work with me because I've been teaching them how to safeguard their children and their communities from terrorism using knowledge as power. Now can we use finance as power? Of course you can. This knowledge and money is powerful, and this is what needs to be told to the very people I'm working with. And lo and behold, they loved it. They got money. Women get money because we spend it. And we save it, and we understand it, and they knew what it was. And it was a challenge, to be honest, to break something just as complicated as I just heard to what it actually does. But I managed to do it using props and all different things. But they got it. That was the main thing. And this is Alex. I asked him, I said, this is something I want to do after leaving the Oslo Freedom Forum last year. I said, I want to do this. I feel like we have to use what we have. And, these various minority communities, it is an escape mechanism for their families, potentially. I saw that as well. Like my own grandfather fled Uganda in the 70s. He had nothing. And he actually, flushed his money down the toilet. He'd rather do that than give it to the people who were persecuted. So I saw that, and I wanted to educate people on this issue. And I'm quite, got a good network. I don't just do counterterrorism in the UK. We do it globally. So with the power of WhatsApp and the internet, and, why not educate my sisters in Somalia? And I said, these women have been working counterterrorism for many years. I said, I've got something that I think would be very useful for you to know about. And we had a meeting online. We opened up their wallets, and they're like, Hadia, this is so amazing. I didn't even need to sell it to them. They're like, we have barriers. We want our women in politics, and we cannot get them. There's so many barriers, so many other, people trying to stop our women from getting into politics, but we need a seat at the table. We need to be able to do our thing. And this is also something they're saying was the money, like the middleman type concept. It goes, there is money out there, but it's going to the wrong places. And those who are actually doing the work are not getting a look in. And this is, one of the biggest issues that I have and want to address. Just proof, it was 10 years ago this happened, and the Norwegian government funded Hanan and a few other sisters around taking a stand against Al-Shabaab and countering terrorism. And I'm not joking, this was 10 years ago. And the sad thing is, these women are still doing the work with no funding and no money, but Al-Shabaab still exist. They haven't gone anywhere, but they're still doing the work. And again, as well, just to add, they're all like Muslim women, so I was saying Bitcoin is halal, like completely halal. They loved it as well. And just more proof, we've got the ears. We're empowering them through education. Now we need to empower these women through finances. Financially, independent women can look after their children and they can help, safeguard their kids from joining different terror organizations. And this is the same in the UK. They're joining gangs and other things within European countries as well because of money and deprivation. But if the woman can end up earning money, it's not the gangs that will buy their kids' shoes, it's them. They will be buying their own kids the things that they want. That's the dream. And finally, we're interested in tech for good at Groundswell Project. And what we've realized is that in the counterterrorism world and the crime world, they always do heat maps of hate maps. And I was like, why don't we have a kindness map? Where are the people who are doing the good things that are helping the vulnerable people who are joining these types of dangerous organizations? Because when I was doing de-radicalization work, that's exactly what I did. I signposted the young people to boxing clubs, to football clubs, to dance clubs, to, great things that the gems within the communities, provide, and we don't help them. And that in itself is a crime. So our app, you can find out what's in your local area. Then we went a step further. 3 Cambridge graduate developers said, we want to use our skills for good. And I asked them to develop something where they can donate locally. So within your own areas, how can we get rid of the middleman and get this money straight to the people who need resources for their gym that's helping kids off the street? And we can do this model in the areas that I work in various parts of the world where there's a lot of volatility and threat of terrorism. So at the end of the day, this is like, I see like, apparently there's a mycelium connection with Bitcoin that I didn't know, but I've always understood that you have to take the resource and give it to the places that need it because, that's what makes sense. And I'm not going to say counterterrorism is easy, but it isn't easy. What it is a collective initiative that we all have to be part of. Otherwise, we cannot challenge this. It's not a government thing. It's not a police thing. It is a people thing that we have to safeguard our communities that we live in and our environment. And from what I understood, Bitcoin can be that powerful tool to do that. And also, the very essence of Bitcoin is to do exactly that, to give it to the people who need it the most. Thank you.
Hello, hello. All right, what an incredible speech. Let's give Adia another round of applause. So my name is Christian Corollis, known as CK. I'm the Director of Financial Freedom here at the HRF. And I'm really excited to introduce you to my dear friend, Mogashini Naidu. She is the co-founder of the Bitcoin design community. And this is a community of designers that are doing such important work. Because the reality is, if you open up a Bitcoin wallet and you don't instinctively understand how to use it, it doesn't make sense. You're not going to use it. You're going to drop it immediately. So we need these tools to be approachable so that way people will actually adopt these tools and be able to use them easily. So Mogashini is doing incredible work, and she is going to show us what they're doing in order to make these tools more approachable and more usable, especially for the people that need it most. So let's give Mo a big round of applause and welcome her up to the stage.
That's a very nice introduction. Thank you. So a few months ago, I was sitting in a room full of people, just like here, and sitting in one of the few front rows was a man named Felix. Sitting next to him was his daughter. She looked like she was around 8 or 10 years old. She had this pitch black hair and these big dark eyes, and she kept on looking back at me, almost for confirmation. Just after that, Felix then went on stage and gave a presentation, and we heard his story that he was actually an activist in Nicaragua, and for speaking up for what should be a given right to him. He was jailed, tortured, and taken away from his wife and kids for a few years. The story really touched me here because I too have 2 kids, and I couldn't imagine, I get emotional, being taken away from my 2 humans. Fortunately, through the help of HRF and a few other people, he was able to be taken back to his family. My name is Mogeshni. I'm from the Bitcoin design community. And my role in the ecosystem at large is helping to create a better user experience for the Bitcoin products and applications that we hold in our hands. I believe that in creating these applications, we need to connect with the humans behind the humans actually using our applications. And we can only know this through figuring out their stories. Real practical use cases of people all over the world. How do they use Bitcoin? How can Bitcoin help them? Enters research. So this is a little bit of a funny story. A few years ago when I entered into the Bitcoin design community, I come from a background of research, and I remember entering into the community and the ecosystem, and there was little to no research being done. So I was just like, something's wrong here. You know, I shook my head. And I then became an evangelist for research in the ecosystem. How do we do research? We do research to build these products and these applications. How do we do that? We first sit, and I believe that the only way to do this is to sit across the table from the people who are going to use our products, and actually look them in the eye and hear their stories. We need to interview them. Because if we don't interview them, then we're building products for ourselves. Because we have no insight into the psychology and the use cases. Through sitting across the table from them, looking in their eyes, hearing their stories, we can then understand the problem space. I believe that it's really important to understand the problems before moving into solutions. Because if we come up with solutions before we actually understand the problem space, then we're only hypothesizing. And then we build stories. So freedom is something, I think most of you've been to the you've been to the Freedom Forum the last 3 days. You've heard of all of the stories from the activists. Freedom is something that maybe some of you might realize is something that we might have taken for granted when we listen to their stories. Yet financial freedom for activists is something that, when you've heard the stories of all of these activists, it's something that they've needed to fight for, not for months, but for years. The countries that they live in take away their access to their bank accounts. Enters Bitcoin. I had to bring some fun into the presentation. You know, but this is a super fun concept. Big shout out to Spiral, herecomes.bitcoin.org. It's a fun way of presenting Bitcoin in a very human way. And there's a super cool video on YouTube about it as well. It's very funny. Bitcoin has the potential to, in a very practical way, help people who we can refer to as, you know, high-risk people. So, of course, we will go into the problem space. No, Bitcoin can help. He should understand that. Okay. All right, Siri's wrong there. Okay, so the top 3 problems. So we go into the top 3 problems. And this is not my own work. I have to say that all of the work that I share with you here on the stage is a collaboration of work done by a few people. So privacy for both senders and receivers, exchange and access to the Bitcoin, as well as education. We'll dive into each of those. Okay, starting off with user stories. In UX research and in UX design, we use this formula. It's basically as a description of a user. I want this functionality so that I can have this benefit. Let's dive into the user stories and the solutions, possible solutions. Okay, so as Felix, enters Felix, we bring a real human right here on stage who we're building for. As Felix, I want to send and receive Bitcoin without KYC so that I can protect my identity. Possible solutions, and this is a really important one. all of these solutions are being built right now. These builders are here at this conference. Possibly some of them are here in this room. We have Eric right here, who's working on Ecash. So these solutions are being built right now, and we have the possibility, if we collaborate, to bring these solutions out as UX designs to these people. Ecash is a solution, Fedi is a solution, a possible solution, CoinJoin, silent payments, and Tor, non-Bitcoin related. But just to touch on this one, there is no one-size-fits-all solution. So we really do need to understand particular use cases to understand which of these solutions would fit them. Next, we move into the second one. As Felix, I want to spend Bitcoin in a community setting so that if I'm persecuted, my funds will be accessible. So he's persecuted, he has Bitcoin. What then happens to his Bitcoin if he's been taken away from his family setting? Did I skip a slide? Okay, next one. As Felix, I want to exchange Bitcoin for fiat so that I can pay for basic living costs. Because it's all good and fine if he has Bitcoin, but he needs to pay for basic living things like food and electricity. Possible solutions to these are, for exchange and access, are peer-to-peer trading, so people who have Bitcoin trading amongst each other, as well as a stable sat integration in the application. So I'll speak human here. Stable sat is basically you convert Bitcoin into your local currency. Education. Another possible thing that activists need is they need education on how Bitcoin can help them. This can be done in the onboarding flow, as well as creating a specific backing process for them. If you think about the traditional 24-seed phrase, you cannot expect someone who is under psychological duress to remember 24 words to access their wallet. So this is something that we need to think about as a community. Coming back to community, I like to use the word we and not I. So big shout out. These people are here in the room. Christoph, Daniel, who's not here, as well as Michael. All people who I get to work with. Very fortunate to get to work with them. Right. I will end with a story. Very good. I have 3 minutes left. So many years ago, I jumped into the Bitcoin design community, and I jumped on a call. Bitcoin Core app. They were building Bitcoin Core app. They still are, by the way. So curiosity brought me to that call within the community. Curiosity. So I remember jumping on that call, and the developers were on the call, and there were 2 designers, and they were speaking. It was an hour call, and I remember thinking, this is clearly not English that they're speaking, because I don't understand anything that they're saying. But later, now 3 years later, I actually do understand because I remain curious. So I'm inviting you to remain curious with me. If you're curious about learning how to be funded for your design work in this space, and you're passionate in helping to improve the ecosystem, please reach out to us, the Bitcoin Design Foundation. If you want to build together and have fun doing so and build in public, please join us at the Bitcoin Design community. We have loads of fun. I'd also like to say a big thank you to Spiral, as well as HRF, because they really help support us to do the work that we do. And that's a big thank you for me. You can find me at Mox Design and mox.design. Thank you very much.
Hello, 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 hello. Am I on now? Can you hear me? Mogashi, that was amazing. Thank you so much. I really love the idea of understanding the problems before you get into solutions. So if you're thinking about building a new application or anything related to a wallet, or you already built something, please go and find Mogashi and get her thoughts on the work that you're doing. Okay, next up we have Noble Nyangoma, who, similar to Hadia, is using Bitcoin to create social and financial empowerment across Northeast Africa. And she's actually joining us from Uganda. So please make her feel comfortable on stage. Really excited to have you on.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here. I'm Noble from Uganda, part of Africa. I'm here to talk about what social media doesn't talk about. How dictatorship has affected so many countries in this world. Countries like South Sudan, Congo, Somalia, Ethiopia, and so many other countries. These refugees fled Uganda with only two things. They come with only two things, that's trauma and pain. So when the refugees fled Uganda, they face so many problems. That's unemployment, because they have no academic documents to support them get jobs. Language barriers. Uganda has over 70 languages. I'm so lucky to only know 7. And they lack identification. Those are national IDs, so they have no way of opening up bank accounts. And inability to open up bank accounts because of lack of national IDs. Even I got an issue opening up one. So homelessness, because they have no money to rent a house and stuff like that. So to solve all these solutions, Maren Estefania is a human rights activist and an AI researcher. Founded Beacon Innovation Hub in 2023 May. With the help of HRF, the Human Rights Foundation. They believed in our mission to help thousands and millions of refugees all over Uganda and outside Uganda. So we are a social entrepreneurship startup in Uganda that educates refugees and create awareness of Bitcoin. And these are some of our beautiful students doing their fashion classes and Bitcoin classes and other classes. Our mission is to educate refugees and vulnerable people in Uganda with hand skills so that they can become independent business owners and take care of their families and support their families. Why do we do that? By teaching refugees how to earn, save, and spend, and buy Bitcoin. Most of you must be asking, why Bitcoin? So why Bitcoin? Refugees, when they come to Uganda, they have no national IDs, like I had said earlier before. So when they go to banks, they ask them, "Oh, where are your national IDs?" or "Where is this with the birth certificate?" They don't have that because all they came with is nothing. But with Bitcoin, no one is going to ask you, "Where's your national ID?" My uncle didn't ask me that when I was opening up an account, or Fedi, or other different wallets. So why Bitcoin again? When you have accounts in Bitcoin, you control your funds. But with banks, there's someone who's controlling your accounts, your funds and stuff. But they ask you, "Oh, why are you sending so much money? Why are you doing this? Why are you spending it?" But with Bitcoin, no one is going to question you on how you spend your Bitcoin or who you're sending it to. So these are some of the programs we teach at the Beacon Innovation Hub. Bitcoin, financial literacy, how to manage your funds, computer and coding, fashion. Whenever you see me wearing anything, I've been wearing what the refugees did. This is some of the samples the refugees did for me. I had to pay them in Bitcoin, which was so amazing. They were so happy. And the art class, we have so many art programs there. Then the hair, nails, and makeup, they did my nails, which really looks super cool. And we have catering and bakery and English language because we have 70 languages in UG. So with any business, there's always challenges, up and downs. So some of our challenges are shortage of funds, and how do we do that? How do we solve that? The grants like HRF grants gave us, that has been supporting us, sponsorships and partnerships. We've done partnerships with Machankura. They're going to be teaching coding, and then Refinite, it's an NGO in UG. And then Fedi, we do Fedi's translations. So the refugees do translations because we have different refugees from Congo, South Sudan, Ethiopia, so we're doing their translations. And language barrier, as I said before, we have 70 languages, and our 2 main languages, that's English is as a second language, and Luganda. So we are giving them Luganda classes. So culture differences. You know, when you move, you leave your country, you go to a different country, you kind of adapt to the new culture and forget about your old culture. So we created the culture days for every refugee. So if Somalians have a culture Culture Day, we kind of celebrate their Culture Day so they don't have to forget their home countries. So culture keeps going on even in a different country. So so we've been around for 1 year now, and we have done so much empowering 300 and plus refugees. And we want to educate so many refugees all over Africa and the world, educating them on the values of Bitcoin as we are living in the world of Bitcoin. Everyone should have the taste of Bitcoin. Everyone. I'm telling you, everyone. That's why now we're educating so many students at the university about Bitcoin. So we're partnering with so many different universities in Uganda and outside Uganda. So they should know that Bitcoin is now the new currency, not other currencies. Forever Bitcoin. So let's keep fighting dictatorship in this world. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Wow. What an incredible speech. Noble. Wow. I can't believe everything she wore was made by refugees. You look fabulous. So I want to introduce a really good friend of mine. Actually, I met him via his YouTube channel back in 2017 when I got my first hardware wallet, and I wanted to figure out how to use it. Ben has been educating people and has been one of the premier educators in Bitcoin for a really long time, and I know for a fact from personal experience that he has helped teach a lot of people in this room how to use the technology around Bitcoin. So I'm really excited to bring Ben up on stage so he can talk how to use Bitcoin in a high-fee environment, which is something that we know is going to happen. So let's give Ben a big, big round of applause.
A little nervous, actually. It's weird. This is an intimidating setup, but thank you for having me. Yes, my name is Ben Perrin, and I'm going to be talking about using Bitcoin in a high-fee environment. Of course, this was very, very relevant just prior to this, and right now, currently not, but it will be again. So let's just understand a little bit about the problem. Number one, on the base layer of Bitcoin, there's a limited amount of transactions that can be throughput. And when we reach that upper limit, when a lot of people are using Bitcoin, fees go up. And it's been unpredictable this year, to say the least. And so at times it can be relatively affordable, and that is all relative. And then there's times where it can just be just completely uneconomical to be sending on-chain Bitcoin. So we're going to go through a couple things. A few of these are preventative measures that you can take, and a few of these are options that you can use when you haven't planned in advance and you're stuck with high fees. This presentation is just a quick look at a number of options and things that you can do. I encourage you to take action early, but if you get stuck, there will be resources for you here as well. And keep your cameras handy, because at the end there will be a QR code you can scan that will lead you to in-depth tutorials on literally everything I talk about right now. So let's first talk about something called UTXO management and UTXO consolidation. It's important to know that when you have a Bitcoin wallet, a regular on-chain Bitcoin wallet, it's not like an account with a singular balance. It's more like cash. So you can imagine a physical wallet where every time somebody hands you cash, you have a bill that goes into the wallet. And later on, you can open your physical wallet and see the different bills. 20 euros, 10 euros, 5 euros. You can see those separate denominations. Now imagine if every time you went to make a transaction, each bill that you used in that transaction incurred a small fee. If you were to go and spend a 100 euro bill, that would be relatively efficient. If you were to go and spend a bunch of 1 euro coins, that would be an expensive proposition, and Bitcoin works the same. If you have a lot of UTXOs or chunks of Bitcoin in your wallet, it gets more expensive. However, you can consolidate UTXOs. You can picture having a bunch of gold coins and melting them down into a single gold bar, and it's as simple as sending your Bitcoin balance to yourself. getting one of your own addresses and sending them to yourself. Now, there's a trade-off here in doing it. Much like if you walk into a merchant with a bill, if you want to make a purchase, say you're at a corner store, you buy a candy bar with a 20 € bill, not a big deal. The merchant sees your change. However, if you have a full Bitcoin and you go and do something like buy a t-shirt online, that merchant will see the change coming back to you, and now they have your address. That can be a problem, and somebody may decide to buy a plane ticket along with shipping you your t-shirt to come find you. So it's important to recognize the trade-offs, but you can consolidate UTXOs to save on fees later. Okay. This is also a little bit preventative, but you can utilize Lightning wallets like Phoenix and Zeus. Sorry if you're from the US, Phoenix is no longer there. But you can, if you're on an Android phone, you can always go to the website and download and install the APK file. So you still do have access. But these are full custody Lightning wallets. You run a node on your phone in the background. It's all automated for you. You can send transactions direct to these wallets and have Lightning wallets accessible to you. However, you are going to incur an initial on-chain fee when funding the wallet. If you're going to be receiving a lot of transactions as well, you can also buy a large Lightning channel, which is where an entity will lock up Bitcoin with you to create a line of liquidity so that you can just send and receive transactions pretty seamlessly without additional fees. But again, this is a preventative measure. This would be something that would be good to do now as opposed to later when fees spike and you're in a rush. So what happens if you haven't consolidated UTXOs, if you don't have an existing Lightning wallet like this that already has a Lightning channel? What are your options? Okay. One such option, Aqua Wallet. This is a wallet that in the back end is utilizing both is capable of sending and receiving both Lightning transactions and liquid transactions, which is a side chain of Bitcoin. I'm going through some technical terms here. If it sounds like Greek, don't worry, check out the videos at the end. But it allows you to onboard with no on-chain fees, no dealing with Lightning channels, nothing. You just download the wallet. You can start receiving Lightning transactions and liquid transactions right away, which are very, very cheap and quicker than regular Bitcoin transactions. You can also swap into on-chain full self-custody at any time that you like. Okay, so if you build a balance, you can swap and then put it into your hardware wallet for long-term savings. Now, the trade-offs here, there is trust involved. Everything in the back end on this wallet is stored in the Liquid network. You are trusting a federation of entities around the globe that have a pool of funds in a multi-sig wallet. 11 of the 15 would have to collude to rug pull you. So while it's unlikely, it's not impossible. So you want to treat this as more of a day-to-day spending wallet, not I'm going to put my net worth in it. All right. Also, there's a few features that they can bake in that will be baked in the future. I won't go too in-depth here. Let's keep going. Mutiny. I have done a workshop on this the past 2 days. I quite like this wallet. I think the way that they're going about this is fantastic. Why? No on-chain fees to start. You can start receiving Lightning transactions right away. It uses something called Fediments in the background. You can get your own Lightning address, which is an email address that can receive money, basically. It gives you a path within the app to swap to full self-custody when you are ready. So when you build a balance, it's a single tap in the wallet to create your own Lightning channel and take full self-custody when it makes economic sense. It has integration with Nostr, censorship-resistant social media. The trade-off, of course, there's trust involved when you're using Fediments, but as soon as you're in full self-custody, you're good to go. Couple other quick things. Fedi, of course, Obi doing the Lord's work, building this out and having it come to fruition through the HRF and his interactions here. No on-chain fees to start, excellent privacy, offline payments, integrative native apps like Bitrefill. of course, there's trust involved, and there's some nuance in how to choose a mint. And then finally, Cashew wallets, which again, no on-chain fees, great privacy, interoperable with any Lightning wallets, as are all of the previous options. Nostr integration for some of these. There is trust involved. And again, choosing a mint can be interesting. Please do scan this QR code. There is a full list of tutorials on literally everything that we've covered here, and you can go into whatever suits you best. Thank you all so much. I'm over my time.
Thank you, Ben. Fun fact, Ben was my other MC last year at the Financial Freedom track. So before I introduce our next speaker, I thought I would highlight something that is really cool. You might see these banners right beside you, these orange banners. What we did is we put together a few countries that are under authoritarian rule. So their governments are dictatorial. And we put the word Bitcoin in their native language. So I'm going to read to you a few of those languages. We've got Mandarin Chinese, Arabic, highlighting Egypt, Russian, pretty straightforward, Russia, Hindi of India, Bengali from Bangladesh, Farsi from Iran, Amharic from Ethiopia, Korean, Thai from Thailand, Urdu from Pakistan. So take a look at them whenever you can. They're very beautifully done. Okay, our next speaker is someone that I have admired for a long time. Her name is Farida Nabourema. She is a Togolese human rights and democracy activist and also the co-founder of the Africa Bitcoin Conference, which is happening later this year. If you've got some time in December, I would highly encourage you to go. But we're really excited to hear her presentation on how to grow the Africa Bitcoin community. So please give her a warm welcome. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. So I don't have any slide because I'm a better of a storyteller than a presenter. Earlier today, Lyn gave a very beautiful presentation on broken money. And you don't really realize how bad it can be until you live on our continent. Today I'm going to share a story that is very personal. And it's the very first time, actually, that I am talking about this anywhere in public. In 2017, where we were in the midst of our struggle against the authoritarian regime that has been ruling my country for 57 years, I was the leader of the movement, and at some point our government shut down the internet, shut down phone services, shut down electricity, because they were convinced that we were using these tools to organize online and to protest. We had hundreds of thousands of people protesting all over the country, demanding that the regime leaves and the president leaves the movement, leaves the country. So at that moment, we had no other way to communicate with the outside world about what was happening in the country. We had no other way to ensure that the world knew what was happening, the arbitrary arrests, the killing of protesters, and all the other atrocities. So we decided that some of us will go to neighboring Ghana to hold a press conference. And in Ghana, we will be able to reach the outside world about what was happening in Togo. We held a press conference, of course, under receiving a lot of threats, even from Ghanaian authorities. And following that, I moved from Ghana and went to Nigeria because we wanted to also engage our regional body, the ECOWAS. From Nigeria, I started feeling unwell, but I was on a mission for the movement to inform institutions and meet with organizations that can support us in our struggle. From Nigeria, I went to the Gambia. And in Gambia, I felt very ill, so ill that they asked me to go to Senegal for treatments because Gambia didn't have the best equipment. When I landed in Senegal, the doctor wanted to run exams, and I was like, no, I don't have time. I have another flight to catch. The movement needs me. Just keep me going. I have stomach pain, but I'll be fine. From Senegal, I was returning to Ghana when I collapsed on the plane, and they took me to the emergency room. Eventually, I was able to reach out to a friend of mine in Ghana to let him know that I was in the hospital. And at the hospital, they said that I needed an emergency surgery right away. I had CFA, which is the currency used in 14 African countries. It's a story for another day. It's a colonial currency, And HRF did an amazing job in helping us raise awareness on military colonialism in those countries. But my CFA was completely worthless in Ghana, which is the neighboring country. I was at the hospital, I had CFA and I had my bank card. And the doctor said I needed an emergency surgery. I asked if one of my relatives can travel from Togo, it's just 2 hours drive, to be there before they do the surgery. He said we cannot wait. So I gave my bank card to my friend and the CFA that I had and asked him to make any payment needed. And they took me to the operating room. And I remember it was a very cold room. And they put me on the table, but then it was taking a while. Like I could feel it, the time was passing, more than 20, 30 minutes, and I was extremely scared and anxious. And at some point, I saw the nurse and I asked her, why did you bring me to the table if you were not ready for the surgery? And she said, oh, we are ready, but we have been informed that your people have not paid for your surgery. And I was like, what do you mean? I have my friend downstairs. Can you take me out so I speak to him? They're like, no, the room is sanitized. Once you enter the space, you can't leave, so you have to wait. And I kept waiting in pain. And in that moment, I felt so helpless. I started crying. I was not crying because I was afraid of death, but I was convinced that the people of Togo will think I was poisoned or killed by the government, and will have a huge, tremendous impact on their morale when I actually died because there was no money for my surgery. Eventually, I asked the nurse to call the doctor, and the doctor came, and I told the doctor, doctor, are you going to let me die if my people don't pay? Please do something. I promise you that when I survive, I'm gonna find the money to pay. And he performed the surgery. Eventually, I woke up the next morning in the hall of the hospital with an envelope on my chest. There was nobody nearby. I thought it was my friend who left a note. I opened the envelope, and it was a bill from the hospital, about $4,000 equivalent in cedis, and they said, your treatment has been stopped until your payment is made. I couldn't sit, I couldn't walk. I was completely powerless. I didn't know how to reach out for help. So I waited there for hours until eventually my friend came. And my friend told me he has to go to his boss and his colleagues, and he got 8 people to all max out on their debit card to raise the money to pay the hospital. And that's how my life was saved. The reason why I'm sharing this story, thank you. The reason why I'm sharing this story is that we live on a continent of 54 countries, 46 currencies that don't talk to each other. The Nigerian naira is worthless in Togo. The Togolese CFA is worthless in Ghana. The Ghanaian cedis is worthless in Sierra Leone. The Sierra Leone leone is worthless in Liberia, and so on and so forth. Countless of Africans die every day because not just that they don't have money, but they don't have the right money at the right time. From pregnant women dying in the hospitals because the family didn't raise the money on time. And one of my friends who lost his mom, he lives in Switzerland because she had an attack. And by the time he sent the money through Western Union and the family went to collect it to pay for her treatment, she passed away. You will hear the technical details about why Bitcoin works, how it fixes problems. But for me, the most powerful thing is that Bitcoin is borderless. And for a continent where 1.4 billion people live today, in 2050, 1 in 4 human beings will be African. With governments that are putting in STEM systems to loot endlessly to the point where we have no resources for infrastructure, having Bitcoin is a matter of life and death in our situation. After this experience in Ghana, whenever I'm traveling to any country, I make sure I have dollars, because dollars are legitimate everywhere on the continent. But since I've had Bitcoin, I no longer have the anxiety to constantly have dollars on me at all time, even in my home. Over the past 2 years, I have been working with amazing people on the continent that are building impressive products, that are designing amazing education programs from Kenya to Nigeria to South Africa to Ghana and many other countries. And organizing the Africa Bitcoin Conference gave me a sense of hope that we may continue the fight against our poor leaders, our dictators, and it may take us many other decades before we can remove them. But while fighting for that change to happen, we have a tool that can improve the lives of our people. We have a tool that can put an end to the monetary oppression and financial exclusion of billions of people. So this conference is not just a matter of people excited about holding coins. It's a matter of bringing together Africans and others who are supporters of the community to design solutions that are solving problems that matters and that are saving lives one at a time. So I would like to invite you all to join us in our journey. Of course, people don't really believe Africa is into Bitcoin, but we have the fastest adoption rate today. We have the fastest adoption rate simply because we have 70% of our population that don't have a bank account and will probably never have one. We have a money that for the first time is not depreciating at the same rate that our national currencies have been depreciating, where we continuously lose out of our wealth and out of our labor. We are using Bitcoin because for the first time, we don't need permission from our government to justify why we are spending X money. From supporting political prisoners to supporting people living in exile to supporting the regular farmers even through programs, Bitcoin is really changing lives on our continent. So please, if you're interested in supporting this effort and you want to see the real impact of Bitcoin, join us at the Africa Bitcoin Conference in Nairobi in December. Thank you.
Wow. Wow, I'm speechless. I had to stop myself from crying, to be honest. What a powerful story. And I think that a lot of people who live in the West, the billion people that have access to democracy and have access to relatively sound fiat money, it's hard to necessarily empathize with the struggle of the other 7 billion people on the planet. But Farida's story is definitely not exclusive to her, and it's just it shows you why it's so important that we need to push Bitcoin adoption forward, and we need to push sound money for everyone, sound property rights for everyone. This past December, I actually went to the African Bitcoin Conference, and it was an absolute joy. So I really encourage everyone, December 9th through 11th in Nairobi, go check it out. African Bitcoin Conference, just Google it. You can buy tickets. It is worth the travel. It is amazing to get to interact with the Africans that are engaging with Bitcoin. Next up, I want to tell you a little bit about a project that started this whole thing. The Financial Freedom Program started with the Bitcoin Development Fund. This fund today gives more than $2 million a year to global Bitcoin projects across the world, focused primarily on making Bitcoin as accessible and making the education and the community around Bitcoin as vibrant as possible, especially in authoritarian regimes, especially in Africa, especially in South America, and in the places that need it most. Employee number 1 of this project is Alex Lee. He's been doing this for a really long time. And he is coming up here. Yeah, give him a round of applause. And he's been coming up here. He's going to tell you about the most recent round of our Bitcoin Development Fund. And we're going to be shouting out several people and projects that are actually here in this room. So when Alex shouts you out, please stand up so people can meet you, know who is receiving some funds to do great work. But without further ado, Alex, come on stage.
Thank you, CK. Thank you, CK, for such a great intro, and thank you to HRF, and another thank you to Alex Gladstein, Island, Arsh, Wynn, Zach, and everyone else on the Financial Freedom team, and everyone else at HRF for hosting this event. When we started the Bitcoin Development Fund in July of 2020, we had no idea that it would transform into something as amazing and great and impactful and powerful as what we have today. So I just wanted to give another thank you for Alex Gladstein, for his vision, for his amazing drive, and all his energy in putting this together. Thank you, thank you. So without further ado, I just wanted to announce our Q2 2024 Bitcoin Development Fund grants. We have given over a dozen grants to various projects around the world with the mission and goal of improving human freedom around the world. The first grant I wanted to highlight is OpenSats. You may or may not know about OpenSats. OpenSats is an amazing 501c3 nonprofit. You can donate to them in the US or around the world, get a tax deduction to support free and open source Bitcoin projects and support freedom tech. I wanted to give a shout out to Matt Odell, Gigi, Lisa. They're on the board of OpenSats and they're here today in the audience. And if you want to learn more about OpenSats, make sure to say hi to them. And the important thing about this is we're supporting the operations fund. This is supporting the salaries and supporting the volunteers and the people who actually run OpenSats, because when you donate to OpenSats, they pass through 100% of the money to supporting the developers, and they're oftentimes working long hours with no pay. So HRF is very proud and very happy to support giving salaries and rewarding the time and energy and efforts of the people who are doing the operations at OpenSats. The next project I wanted to highlight is Summer of Bitcoin. When you go to Bitcoin conferences in the US or around the world, you often see that they have a very geographically Western bias, right? And Summer of Bitcoin is dedicated to expanding the pipeline of Bitcoin developers and Bitcoin designers from around the world. They have an amazing summer internship program that happens every summer where they teach and educate and mentor young and new Bitcoin Core developers and designers. HRF is very proud to support this program. This is our 3rd year supporting Summer of Bitcoin. And yeah, we're very grateful to support Summer of Bitcoin. Bitshala. India is the most populous country in the world with over 1.4 billion people. And how many Bitcoin developers do you know from India, right? We want to expand the pipeline of developers in India. It's very important to have a geographically representative and decentralized base of Bitcoin developers from around the world. Raj from Bitshala is here today. So if you're here in the audience, Raj, please wave. If not, you'll see him around. And Bitshala will be supporting mentorship and supporting their internship program, as well as supporting their new Bitcoin BitSpace, a co-working space in Bangalore, where Bitcoin developers can come and hang out and meet, and also host monthly community meetups. Next up is a grant to Blockchain Commons to support their Frost workshops and their continued development of the Frost protocol. Frost is a multi-signature. It's a protocol for enhancing the resilience and easier to use multi-signature wallets, right? Right now, if you're using Bitcoin, many people are using a hardware wallet or using a software wallet, and you have a single key. And that's a single point of failure, because if you lose your one key and you don't have your backup, you lose your funds. Not your keys, not your coins. HRF wants to make it easier for people to self-custody. We want to make it easier for activists, for organizations, for nonprofits to custody their Bitcoin. And that's why we're helping to support Frost development and Blockchain Commons. Yeah. We're also excited to be supporting Validating Lightning Signer, a project that's designed to separate your Lightning keys from your node itself. Lightning is a great tool for faster, cheaper, and more private Bitcoin payments, but there's a lot of work to be done on making it easier to use and more secure. Validating Lightning Signer is a project that aims to make the Lightning Network more secure and easier to use and more scalable. Yeah. Flash is a Nostr-enabled Lightning wallet that connects Caribbean communities. Dread is here in Oslo. Make sure to say hi to him if you want to learn more about Flash. But HRF is very excited to be supporting underbanked regions and making it easier for people to hold their own keys and connect and use Bitcoin. The Core is an amazing Kenyan educational initiative by Felix. He couldn't make it to Oslo this time, but make sure to follow him on X, give him a shout out, and Google The Core if you want to learn more about the amazing education he's doing in Kenya, onboarding local businesses, teaching people how to hold their own keys, and organizing a meetup. Ideas Beyond Borders. I hope you all had a chance to hear Faisal speak on day one at the Oslo Freedom Forum. If not, make sure to say hi to him here in Oslo, catch his talk that was recorded on YouTube. He's doing amazing work translating Enlightenment thoughts, think the Declaration of Independence, the ideas of classic liberalism and freedom into Arabic, so people in the Middle East and the region can actually read and understand and have access to transformational ideas. We're very proud to be supporting his work and translating Bitcoin educational work into Arabic. We're very happy to have supported Bitcoin Seoul, a conference that happened last week in South Korea. I know a lot of you were there. Calvin Kim is an HRF grantee, and he helped organize this conference, and we were very happy to be able to support bringing North Korean defectors and activists to Bitcoin Seoul so they can learn more about Bitcoin and, and this important technology. RoboSats is an amazing peer-to-peer platform where you can buy and sell sats via the Lightning Network. And it's very important that activists and everyday people from around the world have a way to safely and securely buy and sell Bitcoin without being surveilled and monitored by governments. RoboSats is an amazing project, and we're excited to support better on and off ramps for activists. Terry Yu works on Nostr. He works on the Nostr app. He works on Nostr SDK, Commingle, which is a conference platform that will be built on Nostr. And he also works on Damus. We're very happy to be supporting free speech. If you didn't catch Jack's talk yesterday on the importance of Nostr, make sure to say hi to him and watch the recording. And say hi to Will. Will Kasserin is here. He's also working on Damus, and Nostr is very important. Mo spoke earlier today about the importance of design and Bitcoin design and good UI UX. We're very excited to be also supporting Paulo Sacramento. He is doing an amazing UI UX research project on PIX, a payment method in Brazil, and analyzing how people are using PIX and the lessons that can be applied from payment systems in Brazil and Bitcoin as well. Yeah, so Paulo. And last but not least, we are also supporting Margot in her Bitcoin research, analyzing the relationship between Bitcoin mining and human rights. Margot is here today in Oslo. If you want to learn more about her project and why Bitcoin mining can be a powerful tool for human rights and freedom, make sure to say hi to her, and we're very proud to support her work. Thank you.
Thank you. That was pretty special to have the announcement up here on the financial freedom track. Next up, we're going to be talking about central bank digital currencies, or CBDCs. They're a new type of money that is programmable and controlled by central banks and governments. Pretty scary if you're a dissident activist or just somebody who doesn't agree with the government. And just to give you an example of what's going on, as part of the newsletter that we write that you see in the magazine, we found out that the Thai government had given about 50 million Thai citizens their central bank digital currencies, or CBDCs, but it came with a catch. You had that money, but you could only spend it within your neighborhood and within certain vendors or shops that were compliant to the government, and that money expired within 6 months. So you can start to see how that sort of behavior in our money starts to affect our financial freedoms, not just activists, but all of us. So here to speak more on central bank digital currencies is Nick Anthony, the policy analyst at Cato Institute, and HRF CBDC Tracker Fellow.
There we go. Crucial to turn things on. So I'm here to introduce you to the HRF CBDC Tracker, or at length, the Human Rights Foundation's Central Bank Digital Currency Tracker. As you can see, this is a fully interactive map that I met many of you over the past few days to get to explore, to spin the world, zoom in, explore where you're from, where your families are from, where your friends are from, to see exactly what's going on in the world of CBDCs. This is something that is often hidden from us. Monetary policy, I'm sure this crowd knows, is often discretionary, confusing, and done behind closed doors. And CBDCs are no different from that. And that's why we wanted to make this as accessible as possible, to, as grim as this topic is, to feel almost fun to explore the world and to make it into something that isn't exactly a 500-page PDF that maybe has one graph halfway through. Briefly, before going on, I do want to take a moment to thank both Matthew and Janine, who helped me originally get this off the ground, as well as Johns, Marina, and Mohammed at Peak Shift for helping to design this project, and also Alex, CK, Island, Arsh, Alex Lee, and everyone at the HRF team for making this possible in the first place, because without them, we'd still be very much in the dark. So let's take a step back. What is a central bank digital currency? Aside from being a mouthful, it largely just means a digital national currency that is a direct liability of the central bank. So what does that mean in practice? Well, like cash, it's a liability of the central bank. It is something that's issued directly by the central bank, unlike your bank accounts or Venmo accounts or cryptocurrencies. But unlike paper dollars, and this is so critical, unlike paper dollars, they do not offer the privacy or finality that you associate with cash. If I come off the stage and hand any of you a dollar bill or a euro or any hard currency, or rather paper currency, I should say, only we know about that. Somebody sitting next to you might see it. They might see the denomination. I doubt they're going to see the serial number on it. And in the same way, that transaction's final. We have settled it. There's no waiting for that to pend in your account and later catch you off guard. That is a final interaction. But with a CBDC, you lose both of those features. You lose the privacy you had, or what little privacy you have in today's world, and you lose that finality because it establishes a digital tether of sorts between you and the government. It's a radical departure from what we have today. I really cannot emphasize that enough. I could talk at length about the fact that we really do not have financial privacy in this world, in the traditional system, but this is really the capstone in that. It's taking what little financial privacy we have and erasing that. So let me just walk you through briefly how this is so radical. As I was saying, it is so bad because central banks and governments are one step away from everything you do. Financial institutions across the world are largely required to report your transactions over certain thresholds, or report your transactions when you might do something that is suspicious or out of the norm. And so when you initiate a payment, it goes through your banks and it gets to the other person with the government watching from the sidelines. With the central bank digital currency, we're talking about erasing that buffer. We're talking about eliminating that air gap that is the private sector standing between you and the government. And it's making it so it goes directly through them, so they're both processing it and supervising it, which means they have a hand in all of your transactions. And since this idea has come to be, we've seen the rise of the digital yuan, the e-naira, the digital ruble in China, Nigeria, and Russia, respectively. So with that, what does the HRF CBDC tracker show you? Most commonly, people ask me what's going on in China. That's probably the first one that comes up. So if you explore the globe, you click on China, you get to look at first a snapshot of what's happening. What is the CBDC status? Has it been launched? Is it a pilot? Is the central bank only doing research? What context do we have for this? How does the economy function? How does the regime function? And then what is the status of freedom in this country? All of these data points help to give you a quick snapshot of what's happening, a quick context of what's happening. And from there, we dive into both the CBDC's history and development, followed by specific human rights and civil liberties violations taking place in that country that could be exacerbated by the issuance of a CBDC. So I said that everyone asks me about China first. Everybody asks, what is the Chinese government doing with a CBDC? But the one I'm probably most interested in is Nigeria, because this really is a cautionary tale for us. And I'm so excited to get to speak with Roger and Charlene in just a moment to dive even deeper into this. But let me give you just a quick story about what happened. In Nigeria, the e-Naira was created in 2021, and it really didn't help people. There's 220 some million people in Nigeria, but it's largely a cash-based economy. And so it was 0.5% adoption for the CBDC. Well, central bank said, okay, we got to figure this out. This isn't good. Sales aren't high. We got to put our heads together. We got to figure this out. What are we going to do? Pizza party's probably not going to work. Probably can't get ads at the Super Bowl. Okay. We're going to do the unbanked. The unbanked. We're going to open it up to the unbanked. This is a great idea. Why did we deny half our population from having access to it? It didn't work. They don't want this. So a month passes. We got to have another meeting. What are we going to do? Wait, everybody takes cabs. Let's do a 15% discount on cab services. That didn't work. So then news started emerging that there were restrictions on how much cash you could pull out of the ATMs. All of a sudden then, the Central Bank of Nigeria announced a cash redesign policy. And this you have to take with a grain of salt, because that's not unusual. I'm sure all of you have seen new designs on currency, whether it be security stripes, new faces, new colors, new materials. But what's different here is that the cash was going to expire in 2 months. For a country of 220 million people, people went to the banks and stood in lines outside when they didn't have any cash to give them to replace the old cash. It turned to protests. Those protests turned to riots. Then a currency shortage or a cash shortage had fully developed, and people were going hungry. A few months later, Central Bank Governor Godwin Emefiele proudly said, "This was a success. This was a success. The e-Naira has emerged as the currency of choice." Why was it a success? Because adoption went from 0.5% to 6%. Let's set aside that that is not a successful metric. The currency of choice. That is the currency of force. That is, people were forced to look for any avenue they could to deal with this cash shortage. And while I'm pessimistic, I very much think I'm realistic about this, because I can talk to you until the cows come home, but you can also look at dozens of examples of central bankers saying exactly what I'm telling you. ECB President Lagarde telling the public that when we ask them what they want with the digital euro, it's privacy. People are concerned about surveillance. They're concerned about this. But we're not going to give them the anonymity of cash. We're not going to give them that. Now, infamously, BIS General Manager Augustine Carstens said that CBDCs will give us the tools to control and enforce rules on the money people hold, something they cannot do today. Former Central Bank of Nigeria Governor Godwin Emefiele, the goal is a 100% cashless economy. In short, CBDCs pose fundamental risks to civil liberties and human rights. We've heard countless stories over the past few days of people who became targets of their governments for speaking out for what is right. And this gives governments a whole new suite of tools to target those very people. And even if you don't want to look at it in that light, maybe that's too pessimistic. At what point do we not acknowledge that governments are simply inefficient? Running these processes are a mess. One quick story is that in the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union, a CBDC was fully launched, given to the public, and all of a sudden it went down. That's a bit of a problem, but we've all seen this problem. Well, it wasn't just down for an hour or 2 hours or a day or a week or a month. It was down for over 6 weeks. 6 weeks that the public, thank goodness, many people simply weren't interested and weren't holding it. Many people who were, though, had to just trust the government that their money would still be there in the end. So even if you're not concerned about the ramifications for civil liberties and human rights, this is deeply concerning just for how the world is going to keep on spinning. If governments are going to continue to push forward, then the time is now to start tracking them. And that's why the HRF CBDC tracker is here. You can find it at hrf.org/CBDC tracker. And thank you.
All right, y'all. We are going to follow that up and continue talking about CBDCs. So I want to welcome experts from CBDCs in China and in Nigeria, Roger and Charlene, to the stage. Nick is going to stay and moderate.
So hey everyone, is the mic on? Can everyone hear me? Great. So I'm going to start off by showing everybody the Chinese digital yuan. So here's what it looks like. Helpfully, we made it in Mandarin so that no one could read. But in general, the idea, well, so first of all, I should say that if you're trying to get ECNY, don't. But if you are a foreigner, it's very difficult. There's only 29 pilot cities where it's currently available. And so it's already kind of difficult, but if you somehow make it to the screen and you go to the ECNY in the App Store, and by the way, there have been fake ECNY apps, so just be careful, you will see the first screen. And the first screen basically connects you with, if you have a Chinese banking system. If you're a foreigner, obviously it'll ask you for just your phone number. And then if you go through there, great. Then you have your wallet, which has a 2022 renminbi balance right now. And then you will be able to, the first is you kind of swipe up and you can send. And then the second is you swipe down and you can receive. So for people who are like familiar with the digital payments ecosystem, pretty simple stuff, you know, Lightning wallets, similar mechanic. I mean, the basic idea is like you need to abstract away these complicated payment hashes and then be able to seamlessly make payments. I should say, and this will come up more and more in the panel as we go on, that there are not as many merchants that accept ECNY, but the general premise is if you were going to try to pay, they usually have like a sign or something that says that they accept ECNY. So you can go up, request it, and you kind of start this process. But I'll hand it off to Charlene for the e-Naira.
Good afternoon, everyone. So what we're seeing in Nigeria, one more.
Oh yeah, my bad. There's also hardware formats. So they have like hardware cards where they have limited amounts. And they also have canes that you can use to transmit ECNY. So just fun fact.
All right, thank you. What we're seeing in Nigeria is very similar to what we're seeing in China. So in October 2001, Nigeria began the very first country in Africa to have a central bank digital currency. And as you heard from Nick, the Nigerian central bank digital currency is a non-interest bearing CBDC. It has parity with the Naira, so it's basically an electronic version of the Naira. But when you look at it, it looks like a typical centralized banking app. You can go to your Apple store, you can go to Google, you download the app. The first thing you do is you create a wallet. There are a couple different types of wallets you can create. An individual wallet, if you have a bank account, you can create, if you're under the age of 18, you create the EDU wallet. And if you are a merchant, you can create a business wallet. So there are a couple of different interesting features that the e-Naira allows you to do. You could use the QR code to send and receive payments. They have also upgraded it for you to, if you have a feature phone, you can purchase Bitcoin via SMS texting, and they also have e-Naira point of sale units. But there's some things that are very concerning about the e-Naira. First and foremost, there's a tiered withdrawal limit system. So basically you have 4 tiers from bronze, silver, gold, and platinum, and you literally get access to your money based on the amount of information you choose to share with the government. So essentially, the Central Bank of Nigeria is policing the wealth of its individual citizens. So on the low end, you have the bronze wallet where you have to share your phone number. On the highest end, if you want to have a decent amount of money in your wallet and you want to withdraw a decent amount of money in your wallet, then you have to share your bank verification number and a utility bill. And this is just one of the very concerning aspects of the e-Naira. And you heard from Nick that the e-Naira didn't go so well. This central bank digital currency has been around for 3 years, and the rollout was stodgy as best. The technical rollout was clunky. And like you heard earlier, Nigerians didn't want it. It didn't solve for the problems that they were experiencing every day. And we saw that in the adoption rate. And I think when I last checked, less than 1% of the bank accounts in Nigeria were associated with the e-Naira. And again, this is a country of 200 million people. So the general sentiment is that it was a relative failure. And we'll learn more about that when we get into the discussion.
Well, thank you. Thank you both. So maybe to step back a little bit, one of the things that I think is really salient here with such a international crowd, and something that central bankers often talk about, is this is going to fix remittances or cross-border payments. Charlene, starting with you, can you dig in a little bit? Is that what you're seeing at all? Is that a motivation that is realistic? How do you take it?
Yeah, so this is where kind of history and details really matter. So if you look at the data, the Central Bank of Nigeria mentioned that there are 3 primary reasons to have the e-Naira: financial inclusion, the reduction of the informal market, which is the black market, and the cost of remittances. But the data tells a completely different story. The data shows that the e-Naira was created to curb the amount of Bitcoin and crypto activity that was happening at that time. So let me take you back to 2020. The year 2020, Nigeria was the 3rd largest Bitcoin market from transaction value in the world. So it was the US, Russia, and Nigeria. So in the year, so that Bitcoin money was actual income that was being taken out of the pockets of the Central Bank of Nigeria. In 2020, in 2019, the remittance volume was 24 billion for the year, but in 2020, it was 17 billion. So there was a significant drop in the value of that. And the e-Naira was the answer. So, you know, the e-Naira was the government of Nigeria's answer to try to retain and maintain that system of control. And something that's really important to think about, we mentioned that the e-Naira started in October 2021. What did they do in February 2021? They put a ban on crypto. So the Central Bank of Nigeria banned crypto use through banks to curb this transaction volume of Bitcoin, and then quickly followed up with the creation of the central bank digital currency.
Roger, are you seeing similar things in China? Is this a similar motivation, this cross-border element at all coming through, or is it the case that that's not at all what they're looking at?
Well, I want to say 2 things about this. The first is that China is trying to export its standards across the world. And you see this with constructions like the M Bridge, which are trying to bridge CBDCs between the Bank of International Settlements, between the United Arab Emirates Central Bank, Hong Kong Central Bank, Thailand Central Bank, and China's. So when we're talking about cross-border remittances, I want to say that I think China's play is to try to make a standard for the entire world on how the government could control digital money. And secondly, not necessarily as much like cross-border flows. As I mentioned, you know, for example, it's unlikely that people are going to use the ECNY in other countries than China. I think you see a lot of political tension around that. It's possible some friendly nations maybe, but by and large, I don't think it's going to be adopted. But having said that, I know the Chinese Party State is also making attempts to help foreigners. For example, there have been English guides on how to use ECNY being released. So that's been a big thing where there's been visa-free travel as well as English guides for foreigners to onboard onto the ECNY. So just as we're talking about cross-border.
For anyone who hasn't had the pleasure of seeing the English guide to the digital yuan, I also have to add it has a almost dystopian feel because there's this very cute anime-esque, I think it's a rabbit or a bear that's
Yeah, they
throughout
like to do that. It's like the Winter Olympics. Kind of,
I think one interesting kind of difference between these two countries is what the citizens are doing on the ground. And we're talking about central banks and governments at large have limited resources. That's time, energy, and money that they could be doing much better things. I'm a little doubtful at how much better, but they could be doing better things than this. Charlene, is this really addressing problems that Nigerians are facing on the ground? Is this a good use of resources when they're so limited in this time?
Not at all. I mean, and I think that you know this because of the adoption, but let's talk really quickly about the problems that we see in Nigeria. You heard it a little bit when Nick was talking. There are layers to the Nigeria situation. Kind of at the very top layer, and you heard it from Farida earlier, money is hard to move in Africa. It's particularly hard to move in Nigeria. Nigeria has a fragmented banking and payment system, which means money is slow and hard to move. So that's layer one. Layer two is that the economic environment in Nigeria, in particular this year, has been very difficult. So they're dealing with hyperinflation. The devaluation of the Naira this year in particular has been significant, and that just makes everyday living tough. Tough to buy groceries, tough to pay for school fees, tough to live. But I think the foundational problem that we see is a general lack of trust in the government and a lack of trust in the central bank. You heard earlier that Nick talked about the bank shortage that we had in Nigeria, the bank note shortage. That bank note shortage was, I think, kind of the last straw. You expect that if the central bank is making a routine change in their policy, then they would have projected that they'd have the appropriate number of notes in the banking system. But that caused such a chaotic economic situation. I think your average everyday Nigerian decided, you know what, I need to solve this problem myself. I need to take matters in my own hand, and they're looking to Bitcoin to do it, and not the Naira.
Roger, I'm really interested in this as I was kind of teeing up, because China, though, has such a huge mobile payments adoption. It, in many ways, has led on that. People were kind of ahead of the curve in figuring out how to integrate, how to get to tap, to scan, and the like. And so it really makes one wonder, what is the problem for Chinese citizens that a CBDC would solve? Is there anything there that's really going to help them that you see?
Well, so here's the thing. I think that you've asked central banks to effectively become tech companies. And in China, this is where you're actually seeing massive failure, because China, as Nick has mentioned, has WeChat Pay and Alipay, and these are already really large payment services. Even Chinese government employees will take their ECNY and transfer it onto other platforms, because why would you be on a third platform that's accepted by less merchants? So you're seeing the struggle where the problem is, and I think this is the thing when I talk about the digital yuan, in the short term, the competence, the Chinese Communist Party derives its legitimacy from its purported competence to rule the Chinese people and deliver economic and technological progress. But if you look at the central bank digital currency, the way they've structured it, it's been a complete failure. In 2022, they processed about $8.2 billion in payments. I believe the approximate number for Bitcoin was about 8.4 trillion, right? So you're talking about this massive lack of scale. And it's because even though they own all the levers of state power, they can't get people to adopt it. There have been people who have been asked about this, and they're like, well, why do I have a third app? And that's pretty much a consistent answer. Even in all the pilot cities, they were given airdrops of free money to use it. They don't really use it anymore. The problem, I think, is that governments, and as we've seen in Nigeria as well, they will take their lack of competence and reinforce that or try to make up for that through force. And I think more and more you'll see that across the world, and you will especially see that in China, and you have seen that in Nigeria.
Can I add, and I know we didn't talk about the kind of merchant problem that we have in Nigeria, very much like in China. Merchants are like, we don't want it. We don't want to use it. It's clunky. The learning curve is difficult. I talked about some really interesting features that the eNaira has, but they didn't get those features on day one. They were rolled out over the course of 3 years after the app had made a number of different mistakes. And so if the merchants aren't there, then the consumers aren't there. And like you heard with Nick earlier, the government of Nigeria, they tried all kinds of campaigns to try to incentivize people to use it, giving away free money, giving free taxi rides, reduced taxi rides if you used it. But the people of Nigeria just said no, because it just didn't make sense from an everyday user standpoint.
This is so amazing to have you both say this. We did not plan this, but I couldn't ask for a better tee-up. Because a running theme has been government incompetency, government inefficiency. And exactly as we were just saying, a lot of this comes down to its inefficiency at first, and then comes force. And if you had a shop on the ground that opened up and had 0.5% in sales, they would close down. When you have a government open something up, you have that threat of force looming in the shadows. And so I'm wondering from both of you, and Roger, maybe we'll start with you, what specific concerns do you have about CBDCs and their potential impact on human rights and civil liberties in China, and also this panel's CBDCs in Nigeria, China, and beyond? So please, both of you, feel free to stretch beyond those borders as well.
Yeah, I want to bring some references from some of the talks that you've heard. We saw Jimmy Lai and his son, Sebastian, and one of the first things they did in the Hong Kong protests was they froze the bank accounts of people who participated or were leaders in the pro-democracy camp. So there's obviously a lot of concern. The more control you give a government, the more they will exert that control. And we've certainly seen that in China. I'm just going to bring up also trying to bridge the activism side. We're in Oslo. Yesterday was the anniversary of Tiananmen Square. And one of our most famous Chinese Nobel Peace Prize laureate, Liu Xiaobo, once said, if I had an iron rice bowl, like with the communists back in the day, I probably would not be able to protest, meaning if they control my income, then there would be no way that I would be able to dissent. And I think that if a world that permits central banks and governments to control people's income, to be able to expire people's monies, is a world where that control that Liu Xiaobo feared would happen.
Very good. And so, of course, I agree with everything that Roger had said. And I would also say that your average CBDC exists on a private blockchain. So the eNaira exists on the Hyperledger Fabric blockchain. Private blockchains are completely editable. Private blockchains are not transparent. Private blockchains are just that, private to that central bank, so they have every ability to change the money supply at whim. And when you have authoritarian governments, you typically have massive corruption already. So CBDCs create the environments for additional corruption. It's basically a tech-enabled breach on privacy. CBDCs are massive surveillance tools, and they're problematic for the world.
Well, maybe shifting gears slightly to a momentary note of positivity. You both have books that are about to hit the shelves. So Roger, you have Would Mao Hold Bitcoin? And Charlene, you have The Bitcoin Leap. Starting with you, Charlene, I'm very curious, both what do you see in Nigeria as far as Bitcoin development goes, as far as people taking that leap? And you touched on this a little bit, but could you dig in more to how governments that are launching CBDCs, how are they treating Bitcoin?
So my upcoming book, The Bitcoin Leap, How Bitcoin is Transforming Africa, is a celebration of Africa's Bitcoin story. I've taken the past year to really talk to a number of different African entrepreneurs that are innovating, solving African problems with African solutions. It will be one of the first Bitcoin books, Bitcoin education books that centers Africa, where you really can get an understanding of how this monetary technology is changing the continent. And with regards to your question, Nick, governments are afraid of Bitcoin, but because it threatens the existing power structure, the existing power system of control, and the intentional dysfunction that we continue to see in Africa. Bitcoin breaks those chains, and I believe will finally allow Africa and other countries to take their place on the global stage and finally participate in the global economy.
Roger, what do you see in China as far as that same relationship goes? I think many people here are probably already a little familiar, but can you dig into how that's going?
Well, I think that if you're, I wrote a whole book on the topic, as you alluded to, but I think that people in China, one of the most meaningful forms of dissent right now, because China has capital controls that don't permit you to exit the country. So you have a $50,000 USD limit per person. And a lot of people in China have bought Bitcoin, not necessarily because they are human rights activists or they believe in dissent, but going back to what I said before, the Chinese Communist Party derives its legitimacy from its controlled economic system. Probably one of the most meaningful things you can do to express dissent in that context is to shift your money into places outside of the Chinese state's control. And I believe Bitcoin to be one of those places, and probably the main place, eventually.
Well, I would like this to be a positive note to end on, but I can see you wanting to do a word of warning as well. But looking broadly, looking at both Nigeria, China, and looking at also at the broader beyond, what are the lessons that you see for human rights activists, for cryptocurrency developers, and even just your normal day-to-day citizens who are just trying to live their lives in peace as we see this world of CBDCs unveil, as the rise of CBDCs continues? What lessons do you see for them, or what warnings do you leave them with?
Sure, I'll start. So I want to just say, and I'll leave on a little bit of a note of positivity, actually, not like a super, yeah. Look around us right now. We're in universes of activism. We're in universes of technology tools. I just wanted to say, I think tyranny is going borderless. I think central bank digital currencies, digital money, is one of those routes that's going to be so important to surveil on our side, we the people, looking up what our governments are doing. I believe that if activists, if the universe of activism and the universe of technologists here represented combine together, we will be together the most powerful force to dilute and combat tyrants wherever they are.
Hear, hear. Charlene?
I think I will just say the time is now. It's time to get involved. It's time to engage our regulators. It's time to engage our governments. Every entity, it's time to engage our financial systems. Every entity has a role in this fight. Everybody in this room has a role in this fight. And we can't possibly ever do enough to fight dictators and to support the advancement of democracy.
Amen. I'll leave you all with just one last note, and that's one of the most powerful things that you can do is one of the simplest, and just telling a friend to tell a friend about what's going on. The past few days when I was showing people the CBDC tracker, the most common response I got was, I didn't know my country was doing this. I didn't know that this was happening. I didn't know that this was spreading around the globe. And in the mission to fight back, one of the most important things is to make sure people actually know that there's something we need to fight back against. Thank you all, and thank you both.
Okay, can you guys hear me? Yeah. I don't know about you all, but I felt two things: frustrated, mad, but also hopeful. And that's kind of the feeling I feel every week when we write the Financial Freedom Report, our weekly newsletter, which again you have available as a printed magazine. And it's just the first half we talk about global news and financial repression, and that can get really heavy. When we start working on what's going on in Bitcoin, the development, the initiatives, educational efforts, and seeing that happen all around the world, that's when I come back up and feel really enthusiastic about all the work that's happening. So on that positive note, we have our next speaker, who is Janice Bakadasa. She's a Freedom Fellowship Director at HRF, and she's going to come on and talk about the ways that we empower our activists and the tools we use to empower them, and that includes Bitcoin. But it's not just perfect. There are some challenges with Bitcoin adoption, so she's going to talk about that as well. So please welcome to the stage Janice Dasa.
Hello, it's great to meet you. My name is Janice. Like my colleagues gladly mentioned, I do bring good news, so please stay hopeful. I am the director of the Freedom Fellowship at the Human Rights Foundation, and I am also from Bolivia, one of the few countries around the world where Bitcoin is fully banned. Now, this may seem like a surprise to you. I know that a lot of countries don't even understand what Bitcoin is, but Bolivia already banned the use of Bitcoin in 2014, which is quite early if you start to think about it. And this, of course, is not a coincidence. The then president, Evo Morales, was a close ally of, for example, Xi Jinping, and my country has been known locally, because sadly it doesn't make to international news, about our close alliances with countries and dictatorships like Russia, or even the case of Iran. Experts have recently called my country Iran's most successful foreign policy project in Latin America. And this, of course, means that there are people that benefit from the control that the regime exercises over our people. Just this year, because of the control over the US dollar in Bolivia, we are experiencing a lack of dollars. There have been numerous protests on the street. A lot of businesses have been affected. Just a couple days ago, a lot of flights were suspended to Bolivia because airlines don't want to take the Bolivian peso as a currency to sell the flights with. And as a consequence as well, we are experiencing one of the most painful parts of this control, which is the lack of medicine. There are currently a lot of hospitals and a lot of businesses that import medicine into Bolivia that are not able to do this because of the lack of US dollar in the country. Now, this may sound extraordinary, and probably most of you, this may be the first time you hear the word Bolivia. But at the same time, I know my country is not very known, but this reality I know is very common. Working as director of the Freedom Fellowship in HRF, I have learned that activists often face situations like this, and many associate activism and the fight for freedom and democracy with fighting for our rights and protesting, but actually a lot of this work, as you probably heard, also has to do with bringing food to political prisoners, bringing medicines to those that have been wounded in police repression. There is a lot of humanitarian work that is also part of this work. And when you don't have access to things as simple as a stable currency or a bank account, it's impossible to do this. And if you cannot secure food or safety or health for your people, it's difficult to mobilize them. In the Freedom Fellowship in HRF, and here come the good news, we learned that all of these challenges that are around the work of doing nonviolent activism require a lot of help. And it can't just be one type of help where you learn about conflict resolution, taking a master's in a university, but in reality, you need specialized help for the circumstances that each of these activists are going through. So we created the Freedom Fellowship, which is a one-year program. This year, we have 15 activists that are working inside authoritarian regimes, and they have mentors for an entire year. We give them mentorship in many different areas, making sure that we cater to each of their needs. And we have mentors for them on nonviolence and movement building, digital security, leadership, mental health, public speaking, many different areas that intersect here. And obviously, this also includes the use of Bitcoin. While we work with the fellows, we have the mentors traveling with them to different countries so that they can have in-person mentorship. We also work with them online, which is why the digital security aspect is extremely important. And we have had the joy to have a lot of you beautiful people in this audience supporting us. Just this year, we took them to, you probably recognize some faces here, to block offices. We have been able to connect fellows with different developers who are working on different wallets so they can understand what the challenges and the needs are for the type of work that we are doing. And I want to mention a couple of them to you so you keep them in mind. Some minor challenges are, for example, internet access. Some dictators are known to shut down the internet because they often have full control of the internet in their countries. The language in which the information is being shared. I know that there are wonderful people in the room that are working on educating people on Bitcoin and using different languages to do so, but it remains a barrier, especially when you have populations like in my country that speak a lot of indigenous languages, and we still haven't seen much content in these languages. And of course, NGO accountants being scared of cryptocurrencies, there's still a bridge we need to cross there, and lack of platforms to find BTC donors, which is a challenge in and of itself. But the main ones that I actually wanted to highlight today are, and I'll stick to two of these. One is education, because I think as much as we are doing a lot of effort to educate people about Bitcoin, one thing we have to understand is that if we don't teach it with very easy, useful cases, especially for those that probably are working under an already challenging environment, it's going to be difficult to cross these bridges. For me, it can be easy to learn here from all of you because I have you in the room and we're spending a lot of time together, but I don't know if it will be as easy to pass this information and this knowledge to people that don't often have internet access, people that don't have an Android or an Apple phone, to people that are facing different challenges and that need to work day by day to bring food to their table. So we need to figure out ways in which we can be more accessible. And also that brings me to creating more networks in country. I think a lot of this learning happens peer-to-peer. This is also how activism is taught. And the best way to do that is through community. But in countries where you're already persecuted or where Bitcoin is already illegal, it's not going to be easy to go on Twitter and say, hey, do you want to have a Bitcoin meetup? That's going to mean, hey, you want to go to jail with me? So we need to figure out ways in which, without doing this and putting people at risk, we can be more friendly and more open and have a language that can allow more people to feel confident to come and work with us. And likewise, security. One thing that I've been able to talk to people in the room, and I think it's important to keep this in mind, for activists that are in high-risk situation, messages that auto-delete are absolutely necessary. Have some barriers so that you can put in a code so that the app can hide itself if your phone is taken from you. It's also necessary. So some of these little perks that can be added to already existing software could be extremely useful for the work that we are doing. And finally, I really, really encourage us to reach out to the activists. You have them here. If you are not currently at the Oslo Freedom Forum and are watching this transmission, contact the Human Rights Foundation. We have a big network all around the world. We would always be happy to facilitate meetings between activists and people working on the Bitcoin space. But remember, don't be shy. It seems sometimes that it takes a lot of courage to talk to people that you don't know, but if there are people willing to go to jail in order to defend their rights, I'm sure you can sum up some of the courage and talk to the people that can really, really, really benefit from your work. Thank you.
All right, y'all. I'm really, really proud of all the programs that we do at HRF. It's not just the Financial Freedom Program. We have the Freedom Fellowship. We have flash drives for freedom. We have so many programs that are focused on helping activists either with technology or with support or education or financing. So it was amazing having Janice here, and it's amazing to see how the Freedom Fellowship is actually integrating Bitcoin. Next up is someone who is now working with HRF. He's an amazing developer. He works on a lot of different elements of Bitcoin, but he has been pushing forward this idea of cross-input signature aggregation. So I know that that sounds really technical. It's Cesa for short, but the reason why this is important is because it is an economically beneficial way to actually increase privacy in Bitcoin. So I'm going to let Fabian come up and actually explain how that works. So Fabian Jar, welcome to the stage, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, and especially thank you, CK, for spelling out what it stands for, so I don't have to anymore, because that's always terrible. So I know most of you probably already know this, but I want to remind you that privacy on Bitcoin is not as great as many people think, especially when they start out. So the system in general, it's actually pseudonymous, not anonymous. So even if you do everything right and you're not KYC'd right now, or you start out like that, you still live in constant danger of being de-anonymized if you do something wrong, or if somebody who you transact with does something wrong. And so users of Bitcoin then instead or have to turn to tools and protocols like coin joins to fix that problem. And unfortunately, the use of these tools comes with some costs. So these costs are, I would say, broadly increased complexity. You cannot use any wallet, you have to use a specialized wallet, and it also often comes with additional fees. These can be fees that are coming from service providers that you have to go with, or like additional transactions, larger transactions. And both of these effects lead to the fact that it's kind of unattractive for general users to use coin joins or other protocols like this by default. And so this is where Cesa potentially can be a game changer in the future. Cesa is a Bitcoin protocol upgrade, so you cannot do it today, but it's something that we want to work on. And the effect of it would be that you can reduce the size of a Bitcoin transaction by aggregating its signatures. You probably know that smaller transactions lead to lower fees on the Bitcoin chain because you use less space of the block. And that's great, like everyone likes to save money. But what does it have to do with privacy? So this effect actually increases with larger transactions, and especially transactions that have a lot of inputs. And what are these kinds of transactions? For example, coin joins. Coin joins have a lot of inputs and are pretty large transactions. So if you participate in a coin join, with this upgrade, it can make coin join actually not just the privacy increase, but also give you a discount on achieving more privacy. So it can be cheaper than actually like just using your own transaction, using a normal wallet. And that's a very great promise for the future, and something that is very promising. So in terms of actual size, here's some numbers. There's a lot more detail to it, but we have to gloss over that in the interest of time. But you can save over 40% at the max in terms of the actual transaction size. And that translates roughly to about 15% of fees that you can save. So sometimes when I give these numbers, people are not that impressed by it. But still keep in mind that this is on top of actually becoming much more private with your transactions. So if you look at a standard transaction, like this is kind of the worst case scenario, like really the standard transaction, you use one UTXO and you pay someone and you have one change output. This is becoming about 10% cheaper if you go through a coin join instead, a coin join with 100 inputs, 100 outputs. And then also, I think for this audience here, very interesting also, if you want to aggregate some donation UTXOs, like small outputs that you have received in the past, that also becomes a lot cheaper. So if you aggregate 100 of these into one, you also save over 25%. So what would this mean for a potential future with Cesa? You would, in general, have lower fees overall on the network. The use of coin joins could be normalized. So a lot of wallets that are maybe, like right now, it's kind of a novelty to be supported by a wallet, but it could be more of the norm for wallets to use it. That means also we have a larger anonymity set. And this is all still voluntary and very very open, so you don't have to do it, but it's a great offer. So now you're asking, when do we actually get this? Unfortunately, at this point, we don't really have a proposal yet. That's what I'm working on. That's other people are also working on this. But we are still on the way to get to an actual proposal that we can discuss and that we can think about implementing. And so to kind of speed us up on the way, I created CesaResearch.org. It's a website. It's designed to be both an easy on-ramp, but also give you very in-depth information and dive deeper, also additional resources that you can down to. So So it should be helpful to you even if you're not technical and you don't know anything about Bitcoin aside from maybe just doing normal transactions right now. This should be putting you on the path, but also if you're a developer and you're looking for your next open source project, this should also be able to guide you to like what the latest state is and how you can become active. So yeah, please visit the website. Feedback is very much welcome, and let's make Bitcoin a little bit more private.
Okay, we've got one more panel discussion before we break up for lunch, so appreciate you all staying here. And we're also joined by 14,000 people online. It's pretty awesome. Yeah, give them a round of applause. Yeah, I hope they could hear it. It was very loud. Our panel discussion is going to be on the state of financial freedom, and it is being hosted by, we'll start with Jack Mallers, the founder and CEO of Strike, Jeff Booth, author of The Price of Tomorrow, which is an amazing book, and also general partner at Ego Death Capital, and Troy Cross, professor of humanities at Reed College. So please give them a warm round of applause. Thank you.
They told you that. Yeah. Hi, everybody. Yeah, I'm Troy Cross. I'm a philosophy professor and somebody who thinks about money, and so are these two. I'll give a little bit more of an intro. Jeff Booth is author of Price of Tomorrow, an entrepreneur, and a thought leader in Bitcoin, and a mentor to many, including me. And Jack Mallers is founder CEO of Strike, Forbes Under 30, and I think makes a lot of media appearances in which he's the spirit animal for many of us, channeling our deepest desires to say things, but which we can't actually say with the same passion and articulateness as Jack does. The title of our panel is really cruel, the state of financial freedom. It's cruel because it's too broad for 20 minutes, which is all we have. And in some ways, the entire day today is the answer to the question of the state of financial freedom. But I'm a philosopher, so I want to take us a little bit in a philosophical direction first, since these two are both philosophically minded. And then we'll talk about specifically how financial freedom meets pain points or points of friction in the real world, because they're not just philosophers like me, but also operators. So I want to start with an unfair question, but an important one. When I left this conference 2 years ago, which is where I met both of these guys, it was obvious to me, more obvious than ever, that financial freedom was a core value and a human right. But when I tried to communicate that beyond this place, I found it really, really difficult. And so I'm going to ask you the question that I've been asked, which is, what is financial freedom, and why does it matter? Go ahead, Jeff.
I don't actually think we've ever seen it. And I'm not saying that from we had to go through all the steps to history to get to this spot in history where technology moved to a spot that you could create something like Bitcoin to allow the abundance where technology, all of our ideas, to flow to everybody. But I don't think we've actually ever seen what financial freedom is. We actually can't even imagine it, because we've lived in certain areas where it's been more free, but that's had a direct cost on other people in the world. And so we believe that we've lived in this financial freedom because our country is more free, but we don't measure the cost of that to other people in the world. So we're living in a silo, and I don't think we've ever actually had it. So it's an illusion and some people are the winners of that illusion, and some people are the losers of that the illusion. Because the natural state of the free market is deflation, and everybody knows it. Everybody nods their head. And that means, so if that's true and we have advancing technology, then that means you'd have exponential deflation. And that means the rate that people talk about inflation from, measuring from zero and talking about their inflation rate, it shouldn't be measured from zero. It should be measured from negative, whatever the implied deflation rate is from the free market. And if you talk about financial freedom, that would drive an abundance we can't even imagine, because every person on the planet would get richer every year from true financial freedom. That's what Bitcoin's measuring, and it's imposing on the world. And so that is the future that all of you or all of us are building for. In fact, one of the things in this conference, for me, it was the same as you, Troy. I met some of my best friends at this conference because it connected that in such a real way to human suffering that I couldn't see either until I was here.
Jack, you've called money, time, and energy.
Oh, you just stole my line.
I was just going to set you up.
No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, that's my favorite idea that I've been pushing recently. Is money's best understood as our time and energy in an abstracted form. It's the market good within the economy that we acquire with our time, with our labor, with our energy, not to consume it and eat it like a cheeseburger, but to either save it or exchange it. And so when people say, oh, they're debasing the money, the way I interpret that is they're debasing me. And if they're restricting the money, if they're surveilling the money, they're restricting and surveilling me and you and us. And so money is the most powerful good within the market. It is the most important technology that humans have ever created. We can focus and hyper-specialize on really small things and spend our lives being amazing at it and giving that to everyone else. That's a really powerful idea. And as powerful as it is and as good as it can be, what I learned is the opposite, right? It's the age-old, a hammer could build a home, a hammer can harm someone, right? A tool is only as powerful and as helpful as those operating it. And so this conference taught me how powerful money can be when abused. And I only knew that with inflation. And, I make fun of my friends like, aha, you guys have college debt and you went to university and got scammed and I got Bitcoin. And so as an American, I don't have to deal with inflation. But then you come to a conference like this and it's not very funny. So to me, that's the battle that HRF and you guys in this conference allowed me to be a part of and understand a few years ago. And that's how I like to think about it. Is it's a battle, really, like against humanity. So I was trying to say that in like a less profound, emotional way, but that's the truth. I mean, threatening our money is threatening us. And when you think about it like that, it's terrifying and scary and emotional and a mission worth fighting for, I guess.
Well, both of you, is my mic on? Okay, both of you are in some way involved with companies that enable human beings to send their time and energy to others and to store it. And I was thinking about this, just walking around here, and we have freedoms enabled by technology that nobody had just a short time ago. Lyn Alden told us this morning that it wasn't until the telegraph was invented that you could transfer money of any kind faster than human travel. And now we have an ability to send value that humanity has never had before. And both of you are bringing that freedom into being, into reality, by building systems that allow it. And of course, Bitcoin itself is one of those systems. But you're also in a world operating legally under the laws, and that world is in a mixed way, in a clumsy way, but in a scary way, impinging on the new freedoms that are emerging from technology. And I won't reiterate everything we've heard today about expanding CBDCs and surveillance. And we've had developers imprisoned now for writing code that does this. And so I wonder, just for both of you, where do you see the pain points? Like, what's the front line? I'm not really on the front line, I'm a philosopher. What does it look like in the trenches as somebody who's developing a payment technology to expand human freedom? Where are you getting pushback right now?
Well, so Strike's a regulated business, and that's a controversial thing sometimes in the Bitcoin community. But I've taken the position, and I still stand by it. I can't change the world from jail. I can't, or else I would, but I can't. And so I got to follow the rules and try our best to be part of the fight. I think companies like Strike can push the envelope and make Bitcoin better in ways that we as a business can't. I mean, we've donated to HRF. We actually have a surprise announcement related in a few hours related to that. But specifically, like my day-to-day job as a CEO, it's all the regulation, and the world is trying to figure out how to peacefully make Bitcoin a part of society. As it's very threatening, right, and disruptive and innovative. And that's the most difficult part for us, is that someone can knock on my door and say that person can't be your customer, or I need to know information about that transaction. And so when it comes to the state of financial freedom, I mean, I've met so many activists that I call friends, and they can't be a customer in my service. And that, I don't know, I don't even have a rant. That's just like the hardest part. And so vehicles like HRF, OpenSats. I mean, I would love to see more companies like Strike make Bitcoin better. Although, I mean, we all benefit when Bitcoin's better, especially, I mean, Strike, of course, we hold a lot of Bitcoin. I mean, if Bitcoin fails, we fail. If Bitcoin succeeds, we succeed. The only way we can fight that fight is by donating and being a part of conferences like this. But unfortunately, our products are restricted, and that's my biggest challenge.
So I'd play in a different role in that, and I'm funding kind of through Ego Death a bunch of some of the top people I think in this space, and what you see is just an emergence of brilliant people creating new ideas that free the world, and they're competing against a system that's trying to extract more control, because the only way the existing system gains its function is by stealing more of your time and energy and and the only way it can continue is extract more control. So it is, we believe it's a democracy, but when most of the money from that democracy comes from stealing instead of a vote, and it doesn't matter who you vote for on top of that democracy. Now when I say that, I'm actually not judging people, because most of those people don't even know this is happening. It's such a confusing message, and so I think that in Bitcoin too, we fight that with too much energy. When we're all Bitcoin, it's a protocol bounded by energy, creating an energy abundance by its very nature, repricing the other system. And if you want to measure what Bitcoin is from that other system that's stealing your control, or if you want to measure it from pieces of paper, you're welcome to. And if you want to spend more of your time in that other system, you're welcome to. But human ingenuity and freedom is always, you can't stop this. So yes, you're going to have waves of these control functions that are going to, in countries, try to stop this. But even if you looked at kind of where money is really broken in a country, you tend to have a black market, the real rate. And so no matter what ends up happening, human beings find a way to solve problems and create more value. And now that it's emerging on top of Bitcoin. So in time, it might be messy on the way through. And it might be messy on the way through because these systems, we've never had a system like Bitcoin. There's never been something like it. We don't have the mental scaffolding to even understand what that means, what that human abundance would look like. So people are trying to fight it because they're fearful of it, and because it takes that power and it redistributes that power to everyone. And it's actually not something to be feared at all. It's something to embrace. Many people in this room know that. But as you start to understand that, you start to spend more of your time in the honest network. And as you spend more of your time in the honest network gets stronger and stronger and stronger. And more people, I'd like to say, it creates a bridge that more people can walk across. And as more people do that, it just feels better the entire time. So yes, what would you do if you said from the existing system, what would you do if you couldn't stop Bitcoin layer 1? I know what I would do, right? I know, like, you would have to stop it at layer 2. So if, I don't think I constantly say there is no they, it's only we. We make whatever world we want to live in stronger, and we have the choice to spend more of our time in the honest system. But if most people don't know this and it's so early, and they're giving their attention and time to the dishonest system, then they're making it stronger and it's extracting more of their power from them and they don't know it. And that's the truth for many of the politicians, many of the people, potentially people in this room, that don't know that this is happening. So it's just going to be a chaotic trip across this transition.
Am I on? I do feel like I got to give a little bit of an optimistic take, though. Yeah. This was getting a little too dark. That was great, but I mean, I sound too down. I do think the game theory is working. Would you agree with that? And so that's my optimism. I think this is a fun hypothetical or speculative opinion I have. I think one of Satoshi's greatest geniuses that was not talked about enough is the distribution of the currency initially from making it a grounds up movement. If you went, now this is an aggressive example that would have never happened, but if you went to Goldman Sachs and said, hey, I got this new technology, I want to list it on the New York Stock Exchange, then ownership of the thing would be very different than it is today, right? Putting it on a mailing list and saying, you guys got it from here, allowed it to be bottoms up, allowed it, I mean, Michael Saylor can borrow as much money as he wants. He's never going to own enough to tell us what to do. And I love the guy, but Satoshi's genius allowed for that. And the game theory now is that if you guys want to get reelected, you listen to Daddy. Yeah, because we all own the thing, and we vote. And so I have optimism around the game theory, and I'm so thankful for Satoshi in so many ways. That one I don't think is talked about enough, is the foresight to say that, you know, the people have to own this thing, is remarkable. And so do I love Donald Trump or Joe Biden? No, of course not. Politicians are Muppets, but I do have optimism around the fact that that this can get better, and we're not going to. This isn't going to get as violent as I thought. And then the question is, well, then how's it going to go? Well, I don't know. Welcome to the show. That's why we're all here. I have no idea, but I do have optimism, I guess, and because of the game theory, which is fascinating.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. But I have optimism because of us, right? It's the best in us. And it inscribes the best in us, and more people are starting to realize that. And once you realize that, you don't go back. You spend more time. And so, if you're hopeful on humanity, and you think 99% of the people on this planet are really great people, wanting the best in it, more of those people are going to find this every day.
Yeah, I think the story of humanity is engineering a better world. Yeah. I think, and it's, you know, specifically commercializing energy from the sun. And, you know, the better we've been able to do that, then the more we flourish and grow as a species. And to me, that's why Bitcoin is the most pure human thing, is it's engineered money, the first one we've ever engineered. And so it's literally engineering a better world, literally engineering better time and energy for ourselves. And then it's energy money. So, you know, talk about commercializing energy from the sun, so that we could do cool shit with each other. So Bitcoin is as pure humanity of a technology I've ever seen. And so being bullish Bitcoin is being bullish humanity, being bullish the future, right? Placing a premium on tomorrow. And that's why I think it will prevail. Because if it doesn't, then I don't think humanity will, right? It so encaptures our species. So I couldn't agree more, my friend.
That was beautiful. It's an exciting time for all of us, and I had this feeling 2 years ago when I met both of you, and I met a lot of you in this audience, that there's something really special about this moment in history, and the confluence of the human fight for freedom and the technologists' impulse to make cool shit with the sun.
Couldn't be the only one to curse up here. That'll boy. Thank you.
Let's thank Jeff and Jack.
What an awesome way to close out the first half of our programming. Thank you again, gentlemen. I really, really enjoyed that. Everyone, a little bit of housekeeping. We're on our lunch break. Please, please, please come back by 2:50 for the beginning of the next sessions. Lunch is downstairs, so make your way downstairs to get lunch. And I want to give another shout out to the Freedom Collaboration in the back. If you like that art, you can purchase it through scarcity.com, scan the QR code, and all the proceeds are going to the Bitcoin Development Fund. Thank you all so much, and see you back here at 2:50.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. It's so nice to see you came back after lunch. Yeah, let's get everybody a round of applause. We've got some open seats at the front here, so if you're at the back getting coffee, just come on over at the front to your left-hand side. Yeah, hope you all enjoyed lunch and got to meet each other and have awesome conversations. We've got more presentations and panel discussions going on this afternoon. But before we get started, we have a very special announcement, and I'm going to let CK work on that.
All right, y'all. So earlier this year, during the Bitcoin halving, HRF announced its third prize. So we have 3 different prizes that we do, and the third one is named after a man, Hal Finny. Hal Finny is the first person outside of Satoshi to run Bitcoin, and he has a deep, deep commitment to human freedom and liberty, and we are absolutely honored to be working with his family in making this prize a reality. We have a short video to go out to talk about his life and the importance of this prize and why Bitcoin is such a big part of human freedom in the future. So without further ado, let's roll the film.
In early 2009, the mysterious entity known as Satoshi Nakamoto launched the Bitcoin project. Since then, the decentralized electronic cash system has offered people around the world a hopeful alternative to the existing monetary order. As financial transactions are increasingly monitored, censored, and debased, while billions of people are largely excluded from the international banking infrastructure, Bitcoin stands as freedom money for anyone. But Satoshi did not achieve this all by himself. Over the past decade and a half, a diverse range of developers, entrepreneurs, and activists helped realize the project's potential. The very first of them was Hal Finny. Born in the Californian town of Coalinga in 1956, Finny early on developed an interest for both technology and liberty. In high school, he volunteered to help manage student records just so he could work with a computer. And at the California Institute of Technology, the university where he'd also meet his later wife, Fran, he was known for engaging in thought-provoking discussions with his fellow students on the merits of free markets. After graduating from Caltech, Finny landed a job as a computer programmer in the nascent video game industry. Always the forwards-looking technological optimist, he was also quick to secure himself an internet connection when this first became publicly available in the early 1990s. Finny was fascinated by the potential of the brand new information superhighway that promised to connect all of humanity like never before in history. But he also recognized the potential flip side of this revolutionary technology. Digital communication can be subjected to an unprecedented level of surveillance. In the wrong hands, cyberspace would become an Orwellian panopticon. And Finny foresaw how this risk would extend to electronic payments. Already, when I order something over the phone or electronically using my Visa card, a record is kept of exactly how much and where I spent it, he explained. As time goes on, more transactions may be done this way, and the net result could be a great loss of privacy. Our ideologically driven software developer had therefore been happy to find that he wasn't the only one concerned about these issues. Ecash, a startup led by cryptographer David Chaum, had in 1990 already set out to create a form of digital cash for private payments. It seemed so obvious to me. Here we are faced with the problems of loss of privacy, creeping computerization, massive databases, more centralization. And Chaum offers a completely different direction to go in, one which puts power into the hands of individuals rather than governments and corporations, Finny later recalled. The computer, he declared, can be used as a tool to liberate and protect people rather than to control them. Using the computer as a tool to liberate and protect people, it perfectly summed up the goal of cypherpunks, a group of cryptographers and hackers that Finny eagerly joined. It was a structureless, leaderless community that throughout the 1990s mostly organized by mailing list and united around the shared philosophy that human liberty was best achieved by developing software that guaranteed it. As the group's unofficial mantra rang, cypherpunks write code. Finny too wrote code. The gifted programmer was an early contributor to PGP, the encryption software that for the first time let users hide the contents of their electronic messages from prying eyes. Finny also helped build the first remailer, which obfuscated email metadata. And along with his fellow cypherpunks, He successfully fought back against the US government's attempts to thwart the spread of strong cryptography during the crypto wars of the 1990s. But perhaps most of all, Finny was determined to realize a form of electronic cash. When Chom's DigiCash by the mid-1990s struggled to grow adoption, Finny encouraged all cypherpunks to consider alternative approaches to achieve the goal of private transactions for the internet. By 2004, Finny would launch a digital payment system of his own, RPow. By combining several existing privacy tools, users could indeed send and receive digital transactions anonymously. Sadly, RPow never really took off. And by the mid-2000s, many of the original cypherpunks had given up hope that a decentralized electronic cash system was possible. But Finny himself, ever the optimist, was not one to quit. When, in October 2008, Satoshi Nakamoto first introduced the Bitcoin white paper to the cryptography mailing list, the spiritual successor of the cypherpunks mailing list, the proposal was broadly received with a mix of apathy, skepticism, and dismissal. But Finny represented the positive exception. Bitcoin seems like a very promising idea, he responded. I am looking forward to seeing how the concept is further developed. The words of encouragement were rewarded when Satoshi Nakamoto offered Finny early access to the project's source code. In the weeks and months that followed, Finny started helping Bitcoin's creator by reviewing parts of the codebase, until on January 8, 2009, Satoshi issued the first version of the Bitcoin software on the mailing list. This time around, Finny was the very first person to respond. Congratulations to Satoshi on his first alpha release. I'm looking forward to trying it out. So he did. On January 10th, Finny fired up the software, which promptly connected with two peers, quite possibly both operated by Satoshi Nakamoto himself. Running Bitcoin, he proudly announced on Twitter, marking the very first post about the electronic cash system on the social media platform. Unfortunately, his node did soon crash. But for Finny, this was no reason to give up. He restarted the software and reached out to Satoshi Nakamoto. Over the next day or two, they pinpointed the problem, and a fix was swiftly released. One day later, on January 12th, Finny became the first ever recipient of a Bitcoin transaction, 10 Bitcoin, sent to him by the creator of the system itself. Besides helping Satoshi Nakamoto improve the software, Finny was in these early days also an effective communicator of Bitcoin's promise and potential. At a time when only the tiniest minority of early adopters were starting to take interest in the project, his insights were consistently far ahead of the curve. From day one, he understood the value of Bitcoin's limited supply of 21 million coins. And he went on to speculate how Bitcoin could scale through payment layers in neobanks. He theorized about overlay protocols. He contemplated solutions to make transactions more private. He thought about ways to reduce CO2 emissions from mining. And he articulated why future copycat projects were unlikely to displace Bitcoin. Hal truly had so much to give. But tragically, 2009 had also been the year in which his wife Fran began to notice that Finny started slurring his speech, while his overall fitness seemed to decline as well. Just as he'd set his sights on qualifying for the Boston Marathon, he had taken up the hobby of running. Finny was diagnosed with the nervous system disease, ALS. He would in the following years gradually lose control over all motor functions. Yet even as the disease progressed, Finny did what he could to make the best of his situation. He learned to use an eye tracking program to operate his computer, and would even continue writing Bitcoin code. Finny worked on a project to strengthen Bitcoin wallets. It's very slow, probably 50 times slower than I was before, but I still love programming, and it gives me goals, Finny wrote on the Bitcoin Talk forum in 2013. Sadly, he would never quite finish the project. On August 28, 2014, at 58 years of age, Finny passed away in Phoenix, Arizona, where his body is being cryopreserved by the Alcor Life Extension Foundation. But Finny's dream of electronic cash lives on. After a decade of his passing, political dissidents now use Bitcoin to hide their transaction activity from repressive regimes. Tens of millions of citizens in authoritarian and collapsing economies use the electronic cash system to escape inflation and overcome financial barriers. And its advocates believe it can offer a more fair and reliable monetary future for all of mankind. All of this and more was made possible by the visionaries like Hal Finny, who took it upon themselves to carry Satoshi Nakamoto's project forward. To celebrate his efforts, The Human Rights Foundation is on this 4th Bitcoin Halving Day proud to announce the Finny Freedom Prize, an award to honor those individuals who follow in Hal Finny's footsteps to further the cause of Bitcoin and open source software as tools for freedom.
I had to take the crayons in my hand and rub them into the book. Then, when we looked at the book, all the pictures were colored.
Hocus pocus.
Hocus pocus.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it was really all magic, because the pictures are really never there at all.
I love that video, and I think Hal's life is really special, and he clearly was a man of enormous integrity and an absolute visionary. I'm also extremely thankful for Fran Finney, who gave us a lot of photos of Hal and that home video of him with the kids. I think it's really, really special as well. So just to kind of close out the Finney Freedom Prize, you can go learn more about it at finneyprize.org. And we are going to be announcing the next laureate for the Finney Freedom Prize, the next winner, January 10th, 2025. So keep an eye out for that. And without further ado, I want to introduce someone who is working on incredible Bitcoin technology. This is the founder of Sparrow Wallet, and in my personal opinion, it's one of the most powerful desktop wallets for using Bitcoin across many elements of Bitcoin's properties. It's one of the easiest ways to run a node on your computer, and it's one of the easiest ways to manage your Bitcoin. So Craig is going to come on stage. He's going to talk about how you can still use Bitcoin privately. It's going to be a masterclass in how Bitcoin actually works under the hood, so that way you can manage your risk and manage your Bitcoin. So without further ado, give Craig a big hand.
So when I came up with the idea for this talk, achieving privacy on Bitcoin was, I think, a little easier than it is today, unfortunately. But nevertheless, many of the principles still apply, and I think they are more important today than they have ever been for people to understand what these principles are and how you can transact privately, or at least how you can be more private. So let's start with some of those principles. First of all, we need to understand that Bitcoin is an open and transparent ledger, and that ledger is comprised of atomic units called transactions. And those transactions, in order to understand how they work, you need to understand the UTXO model. Now, the UTXO model is one where we basically have, as we see here, a variety of inputs, and they are completely consumed in the transaction to create some outputs. And then what we can do is we can use these outputs as further inputs in more transactions. So we can then, if I was to spend the change output, I would then have another transaction which would then create a transaction graph like you see here. So it's really important to internalize what is actually going on with the UTXO model. Now, the second principle we need to consider is that Bitcoin is a pseudonymous system. So that means that any useful analysis on Bitcoin must start with tying a real-world identity to the otherwise arbitrary letters and numbers that make up an address. So it's very important that that link needs to be made in order for us to be able to do anything. So that's the second principle we need to consider. Now, if we want to consider, well, what is blockchain analysis doing? Well, it's starting with these real-world identities. It's following the flow of funds through the network. And as we'll see when looked at from another way, it's actually just trying to determine where does the change of ownership take place. So if we were trying to do this work, and it's important for us to put ourselves in the heads of the people trying to do this work, what we want to do is start off with some common
assumptions, if you will. And the first of these, the most common of these, is known as the common input ownership heuristic. Very well known, and all this means is that we assume, and unfortunately this is true for the vast majority of ordinary transactions on the blockchain, we assume that all of the inputs are owned by the same person, the same entity, right? So as you can see, we've got those two green dots there in our transaction graph. And then what we can further do is we can assume, or we can try and determine which is the change output and which is the payment output. And if we can accurately determine that, we can then go ahead and further determine how these funds flow through the graph. As we can see here, we can put a circle around all of these green dots. Now, when you look at it from the other perspective, actually what we are determining is where the change of ownership takes place, as you can see by the differently colored dots. So that's actually what blockchain analysis is doing, is determining change of ownership. And that's an important way to think about it. But we all know what they say about assumptions, right? So what if we were to get this wrong? What if, in fact, we were to assume incorrectly that the payment was, in fact, looked like this? And what I'm trying to indicate with this is that all blockchain analysis is really probabilities, because we have to assume things. And so privacy then is trying to reduce the probability of being able to follow the flow of funds through this transaction graph. That is what we are often trying to do with the privacy techniques that we have. Okay, so having looked at a few of those things, let's look at some of the common pitfalls that we might have. We've all heard about address reuse. So if you send funds to the same address, you've got 100% certainty that they are controlled by the same entity, right? So that's something you always want to avoid doing. Then, due to Bitcoin's history, we have a variety of different address types, and these address types can help us identify, for example, which is the change output, because if it stands out in the transaction, then it is more likely that the payment is in fact the different address type. And then finally, something which is really simple, but I see all the time, is that simply using round numbers when we send a payment amount can really identify which is the payment, because if the change is not a round number, then it is far more likely that the change output can be found out and can be correctly identified. So that's just some of the things, and Sparrow will warn you about a few of these. So having gone through a few of these common pitfalls, let's have a look at some privacy techniques that we can actually use in order to transact more privately. First of all, I just want to do a bit of a setup so we can understand how we are thinking about them. First of all, we have the idea of steganographic techniques versus those that are not. And what this word means is transactions that are obvious on-chain, that we've used some kind of privacy technique, versus those that are not. And the difference between the two of these is that steganographic techniques improve the privacy of everyone on-chain, whereas non-steganographic improves the privacy of those who are using that particular technique, right? So there's an interesting difference between the two, and it's always useful to consider that. Secondly, what is the anonymity set that we are getting with the particular technique that we are using? Because it's very important if we are trying to essentially be part of a cloud of transactions, how large is that cloud? Then we need to consider, who are we getting privacy from? We might be getting privacy from the world in general, but we might not be getting privacy from the particular provider that's actually enabling us to create this particular process. And finally, what kind of cluster of addresses are we ending up in by using this technique? So having said all of that, let's go on to a few techniques, and I'll discuss very briefly how they work and a few thoughts about them. And I'm going to start off with the equal output coin join, which is probably the most effective that we know of. It is unfortunately at this time a somewhat controversial technique as well. But as we can see, it's a very simple kind of transaction. What we have here are multiple parties that are coming in with more or less the same value inputs and are creating outputs of the same value, and that's of course what the artwork on the back is also showing. So I like to think of this as a form of encryption. If you have a text message and you encrypt that text message, somebody on the outside sees encryption, right? They can't read what the text message is. And that's very similar. If you string a few of these together, for example, you very quickly end up in the same space, but just for financial transactions. So it's a very powerful technique because we can't tell, of course, I could switch around these dots and it wouldn't make any difference, right? So one of the difficulties with this particular approach is the amount of coordination required in order to achieve it, right? Not only do we have to have people who are contributing more or less the same input value, but also we have to coordinate them to be able to create a transaction like this. So what if we were to simplify this and bring it down to 2 people, for example, and we also relax the input requirements by having change outputs here. But again, you can see how we have 2 payment amounts. And it's quite difficult for us to, or for someone on the outside, I should say, to be able to determine which is the payment and which is the fake payment. So again, we are lowering the probabilities of being able to follow this flow of funds through the transaction graph. But again, we have the problem here of being able to, of needing to coordinate 2 people in order to create a transaction like this. So what if we were to simplify things still further? And here we have basically the same transaction, but now we just have 1 person, right, who creates this. And on-chain, it looks exactly the same like the 2-person that we just had, but now we have a fake 2-person coin join. Again, more difficult to determine which is the real payment and which is the fake. And Sparrow will create this kind of transaction for you if you click the privacy button at the bottom. So useful to know and useful to use these kind of approaches in order to reduce the probabilities, as I said before. Then let's have a look at a pay join. So a pay join, very interesting technique. Say I was paying a merchant and that merchant agreed to contribute an input to the transaction that I was making. This has not only the impact of breaking the common input ownership heuristic that I mentioned earlier, but also it obfuscates the payment amount because, of course, that must now necessarily increase by the amount that the merchant has added. So it's quite a useful technique. Unfortunately, the incentives of this, without getting into the details, mean that it hasn't been a technique that has been greatly adopted yet. The merchant has to run a hot wallet and certain things. But we are now seeing development of a version 2 of PayJoin, and hopefully that will lead to greater use of this, because if we can break the common ownership input heuristic on a more general level, then we will end up in a situation where Bitcoin is a lot more private by default. All right, I'm going to move on to coin swaps. Coin swaps are effectively where we swap out from one layer into another. And this is very helpful in order to be able to determine, to essentially swap our coin history out with someone else's. Unfortunately, the downside is we must trust a provider who provides this for us. So it's got its disadvantages as well, and not actually one of my favorite techniques. But nevertheless, it does exist. Then what about receiving funds? Well, we have the idea of being able to receive funds. If we run a server, we can run, for example, BTC Pay server, and it can send us addresses. But of course, running a server has its downsides. We now have to put a server up there, run it, and also potentially have an IP address, which is not particularly private. So we have these non-interactive techniques like BIP47 and silent payments. The downside of those is they need to be understood and the wallets need to support them. So it can restrict the amount of funds that you can receive, but useful to know anyway. I'm going to mention Lightning very briefly. Lightning is a complex protocol. Privacy on Lightning is complex as well. But we can say some general things. It is gradually getting better over time. Sending is a lot more private than receiving. And I think that the example offered by LSPs, for example, the Phoenix wallet, where you get to essentially hide in the cloud of transactions that are created by their node, is an interesting model and worth thinking about. Just some final thoughts. Always consider that every on-chain transaction you make is on the chain forever, and it will always be seen. So think ahead of what you're doing. I like to have multiple wallets, and I like to consider every transaction that I make. always consider when adopting a new privacy technique, what is the anonymity set that I'm getting? Because it's if a new technique or a new implementation of a technique, you might want to think twice because the anonymity set that you're getting may not be as great as you would want. And then finally, as I said at the start, all blockchain analysis must start with tying real-world identities to addresses. So every time we can avoid putting our real-world identities into databases that can identify us, we can transact more privately on-chain. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, next up we have Lorraine Marcel, who is the founder of Bitcoin Dada, an initiative that is empowering and educating women about Bitcoin. So she's going to come on stage and share her experience teaching women in Kenya about Bitcoin, and then also share some really good stories of how their lives have been changed by Bitcoin. So please welcome to the stage, Lorraine Marcel.
Wow, so many eyes. Good afternoon. Being an African is hard, but being an African female is even harder. You see, the African continent is composed of half of women. The population is represents half of the females, right? Yet we are constantly surprised by the cycles of poverty that are passed down from one generation to the next due to social economic hurdles, as well as gender-based discrimination. Now, today I want to share with you a glimpse of the harsh realities that my sisters have to go through when trying to climb up the social economic ladder. Have in mind that these challenges come in different forms, levels, and shapes. For example, femicide and gender-based violence in Kenya has been on the rise since 2017. And last year, we recorded around 152 killings, and this has been the highest in the past 5 years. You see, patriarchy, long-standing traditions, as well as social norms have effectively kept the African female at the bottom of the social hierarchy. Now, I want you to imagine with me these scenarios, right? Imagine watching your male siblings going off to get higher education while you're getting off married at an early age. Imagine having to sleep with older men so that you can just afford to buy sanitary towels. And in the process, you risk HIV infection, as well as early pregnancy or unwanted pregnancy. Imagine being paid 77% less, and this is in the rural areas compared to the male counterpart, or 45% less if you're lucky enough in the urban cities. Now, imagine being in the same economy, right, in the same environment with the same responsibilities, with little to no substantial collateral or financial privileges. For the majority of you, you'll probably never have to experience this, what you've just had. Before Bitcoin, I could not really see a way for me, neither could I see a true way of getting financial independence or freedom for my sisters back at home. So Bitcoin Dada seeks to change this by empowering the African female through financial education, but we focus on Bitcoin. Every Tuesdays and Thursdays evening, hundreds of females from across the continent gather online, ready to learn, seeking solutions to the different problems that we have. By meeting in the evenings, we can accommodate working professionals, mothers, wives, students, as well as entrepreneurs. Bitcoin, you see, for us, is not necessarily just a digital currency or a store of value. Bitcoin represents freedom, it represents equity, and also represents a way to actually get rid of the shackles that have been holding us back for years and years. Now, over the past 2 years since inception, we've seen a tremendous growth from just having 20 females in our small WhatsApp community to having about 500 females from across the continent. And of course, like with every growth, there comes challenges. And there are several challenges that we've actually pointed out and identified. Job opportunities or employment opportunities is one of the biggest challenges that we have in Africa. So through our mentorship program, we try to mentor these ladies, at the end of it all, match talent and skills to different tech companies in this space. The other thing would be mental health awareness or mental health conversation. This is a relatively new concept in Africa, and through partnering with professional therapists, we've been able to actually help these women, not just financially, but their overall well-being. Lastly, property rights or wealth generation or accumulation is something that we struggle with when it comes to involving the African woman. I don't know if you know this, but in Africa, females are not allowed to inherit property. So by offering them a plan B, pun intended by the way, so by offering them a plan B, we not only secure the lives of individuals, but also of generations to come. These positive impacts overall trickle down to not just societies, but economies as a whole. I want to share with you stories that are close to my heart, because what I've just shared is general, what we've been doing general. And I'd like to start with our younger sisters from Kibera. Kibera is one of the biggest urban slums in Africa. And through our charity program where Bitcoiners donate to us, we actually get to keep these young ladies in school by providing hygiene products as well as educational material. So we have sort of lessened the number of dropouts because they did not have certain essentials. I meet Sharon, a very brilliant and young, bright lady who joined our program when she was unsure of leveraging her skill set. So through our mentorship program, Sharon got to get guidance and confidence and ultimately finding employment with Bitrust. And I can see one of her employers here. So Sharon earns in Bitcoin and she's now thriving in her career. Fatima, a pseudonym for, of course, privacy, has been in an abusive relationship for the last 6 years. Fatima, through our counseling sessions, has been able to rediscover herself, move out of the toxic environment. She's now started a small business and is on to her healing journey. Last but not least, we have Mother Hen. Mother Hen, as fondly known in the community, joined our program when she lost a potential business from another country. Sarah, which is her name by the way, Sarah has since been able to implement the knowledge that she has learned from Bitcoin Dada, not only expanding her business in Kenya, but also in Uganda as well. Sarah has been able, through this, she's been able to create employment opportunities for others, and she now accepts Bitcoin as a mode of payment. If you're ever in Nairobi, she also have a massage place. Feel free to go and get yourself a massage and pay in Bitcoin, please. She's a true testament to what education and support would look like. And I have to say, we would not be here if not for the support of Bitcoiners. And a special shout out to HRF, Alex Gladstein and his team. Also a special shout out to Kogatso of Machankura, who's been with us from day one. Now, I know you've been wondering, you're like, okay, so how can I be part of this conversation? How can I be part of this journey? Is there anyone who feels like they want to be part of Bitcoin Dada? Just by a show of hands. Oh, thank you, thank you. So also my girls are watching, my dadas are watching, so shout out to my girls, yay. So if you want to be part of our journey, there are 3 ways you can do this through your treasure, your time, and your talents as well. Feel free to volunteer your time with us. Frank always does that. He runs our Writers Club mentorship program. So you can, whatever skill set that you have, you can come, help the ladies learn a new skill and get employment later on. The other thing is you can advocate, create awareness of what we have been doing. You can follow us on our social media handles, which is BTC _Dada across all social media handles. Last but not least, feel free to donate to Bitcoin Dada by either visiting our website, which is btcdada.com, or scan the QR code. Do I get 1 minute? You can definitely scan the QR code. And by doing this, you'll be helping us making this vision a reality. Now, as I leave the stage, I want to leave you with a few words from one wise woman who actually admired. And it says, I am not free while any woman is unfree, even when her shackles are very different from my own. And because we are all genders here, I want to give it a twist and say, I am not free while any human is unfree, even when their shackles are very different from my own. Just because you're not experiencing the same challenges doesn't mean that you're truly free. We can only claim freedom as a humanity when each and every one of us is truly free and in peace, right? And for my African sisters who are probably watching this, I might still be learning, but I'm definitely taking you with me. And to you who've been listening to me, thank you so much. Let's walk this path together. Your contribution, your support, and your voice can make this a reality. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lorraine. I really thought that was a very inspiring and very just excellent example of how Bitcoin can change the world. Next up, I want to invite someone who has done an enormous amount for the Bitcoin ecosystem. Elizabeth Stark founded Lightning Labs, one of the companies that pushed Lightning forward and actually made it a reality. And she's going to be joined by my colleague, Island, and they're going to talk about how Lightning is empowering the world. So give Elizabeth a massive, massive hand. Welcome to the stage.
Hi, everyone. It's nice to be on this chair. I just want to share a really fun fact about Elizabeth Stark. I met her in January, and we were in the same van, which broke down. So we spent about 5 hours together, and I think that's where we started bonding. And 6 months later...
We had adventures, let's put it that way.
Yeah. And 6 months later, we're now here having this awesome conversation. So obviously, in getting to know her, I just realized how much a wealth of information and knowledge she has about Bitcoin and Lightning. So I wanted to start with that, Elizabeth. In your opinion, what is the role of Bitcoin and Lightning in supporting the human rights community?
First of all, it's so incredible to be back here in Oslo. I've been here the last couple of years now, and to meet the activists and to hear the real life stories. Because sometimes when you're in technology and you're a founder and you're building and you get so deep into the protocol and technology, it's so crucial to have the reminders of the real world use cases and how this changes lives. So, I mean, we've heard so many stories already today. I know we're gonna hear a couple more as well later. And the way that I think about it was just chatting with Odell outside, in fact. Bitcoin is a movement, right? So Bitcoin is not just about technology, it's not just about money, it's very much about freedom, but it's something that people really believe in, and it's something that motivates so many people. And when it comes to human rights, so I'm incredibly passionate about open source technology, and even in my pre-Bitcoin life, it's, by the way, hard to imagine a pre-Bitcoin life, but I had one. Open source and peer-to-peer technology was something that I deeply cared about. Also human rights, so I actually, when I was a student, did a number of projects around human rights. And the ability to combine both the open source peer-to-peer technological angle, the financial freedom angle, and the human rights part is really what inspires me in this community. The idea that people come to Oslo from all around the world to meet activists, to hear their stories, and to figure out how we can better serve them. So shout out to Lyn, who's also a good friend of mine, incredible talk. But Lyn has referred to this idea of utility to speculation ratio. And the idea with Bitcoin and with Lightning and what we're building, and by the way, I think many people have heard of Lightning, but just for any activists or those that are not familiar, at the high level, Lightning is a network operating on top of Bitcoin that's fully decentralized, peer-to-peer, that enables instant high-volume transactions with low fees, really trying to bring Bitcoin to the entire world and Bitcoin to billions. And when we're building this technology, we want to optimize for this utility. And we want to enable people to use Bitcoin globally. And we've heard, we had a talk earlier around fees, right? Fees on Bitcoin can spike and can go up. And that's how Bitcoin works, and that's actually what the incentive structure of Bitcoin's base layer is. But for those that are looking to have, say, day-to-day or a number of donations we've heard about just now in Lightning, we're building technology that enables people to scale Bitcoin to the world. And when it comes to these activists, Anna, hearing her story about how the bank account was just completely shut down. It went to zero, maybe even negative, right? No one controls Bitcoin, right? And that's what makes it, I think, so key for the human rights community. The internet, encryption, the ability to send information freely, to do so privately, is something that actually got me interested in the internet before Bitcoin. And now you have both the information angle and the financial and value-based angle where anybody can transact globally. And by the way, this whole aspect of control is so critically important because if you look at, say, other technologies, protocols out there, Hal Finny predicted there would be many quote-unquote copycats. Bitcoin is unique in that regard. No one controls Bitcoin. And the absence of control is actually what makes it so secure and so powerful and what makes it so critical for human rights activists, people that say they want to stop Bitcoin. Like, for years, there was this idea that governments were going to ban Bitcoin, and we did hear, say, Bolivia did, but by and large, they cannot stop it. And this peer-to-peer decentralized nature is what makes it accessible to people globally around the world. And the fact that, somebody just cannot shut it down is what makes it so valuable. So when it comes to use cases, the donations, the ability to pay people, the ability to transact instantly, globally, without a third party or central intermediary are all the reasons why we need to keep working on Bitcoin and making it secure and accessible.
Totally. And what about stablecoins on Lightning? Can you talk about first explaining stablecoins and then why it's useful for it to be on Lightning?
Yeah, so absolutely love Bitcoin. Bitcoin is the holy grail. It is decentralized. But we've also heard stories about how people globally want access to the US dollar. And today it is the world's reserve currency. We'll get to the point where it becomes Bitcoin later on and watch the space. But there's demand for it. And the way that I think about it is there's trillions of dollars of stablecoin volume globally. A lot of people in emerging markets are using it. Bitcoin has volatility. We know this, but it is fully decentralized, and that makes it secure. Stablecoins have less volatility vis-a-vis fiat, but of course they're centralized, and you have parties that control it. By the way, also getting a Bitcoin-backed stablecoin, I know HRF has done work on this, and there are people working on it. It is also a really interesting technological, idea that people are working on, so excited about that. But for now, we do have somewhat centralized stablecoins, so you're sacrificing some degree of centralization, but you have less volatility. So my idea, and within the community, what we're looking at is, let's bring that to Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin is the most secure blockchain. It has the most hash power backing it up. It has the most liquidity. It is used by the most people around the world. Jack Dorsey has said Bitcoin has a brand. Like, people recognize it and they know about it. So why don't we bring those users to Bitcoin? And by the way, the way that I see it, so we at Lightning Labs have been working on a protocol. We've put it out to the community. We've had devs from across the community contribute called Taproot Assets. There are other people working on assets on Bitcoin. But let's bring all the people globally, many of whom are living, say, in the emerging markets, in authoritarian regimes, that want dollars to Bitcoin, right? So we can issue stable coins on top of both Bitcoin and then on Lightning. And then, okay, so maybe people have some dollars in their wallet, but they're also able to get Bitcoin. And then they wonder, okay, so maybe I have my dollars and then I get more Bitcoin, and then, they gradually enter into Bitcoin. So the way that we see it is, let's bring this to the global population that today wants dollars, or maybe thinks they want dollars. And then we introduce them to Bitcoin. It's, it's a gateway to Bitcoin. And they find out about, the financial freedom that can come along with that and the long-term value that comes along with that. And so the way that we see it is we can onboard many people that today want access to dollars globally and then get them to Bitcoin.
Yeah, and I think that speaks to the point of Mogashni earlier, where it's like, what is the problem? Think of the problems first and meet people where they're at before coming up with a solution. So I love that you're talking about all these things that help to meet people in the global south where they are and being realistic about their needs.
And by the way, shout out to your Financial Freedom newsletter. If anybody has not subscribed, I read it religiously, and to just learn about what's going on around the world. These are headlines that you would not
hear.
Thank you, guys. Otherwise. They're not in the news, right? The idea in a variety of economies, people's currencies are being debased. This is not in the headlines in various, say, news outlets around the world. And one related point as well, I often think about, why should somebody, just because they're born in a certain place, have such a terrible financial policy where their currency is being devalued, they have hyperinflation, capital controls, living under authoritarian regimes, dictators. Bitcoin provides an answer to that, where I'm from the US. I'm lucky my country has a relatively stable monetary system. Lyn writes about this a lot. But we're in a world today where everyone should have equal democratized access to open source global free money. And Bitcoin is that solution. So incredibly grateful to the movement of Bitcoin to bring people to that where they have equal open access.
Yeah, well, I mean, for context, I'm half Venezuelan, half Bolivian, and two dictatorships really messed up. My family is everywhere around the world, wherever they could get a visa, and just sending each other money is a complete mess, frustrating. So I want to thank you for all your work that you're doing and how you're pushing just everything forward and really making people's lives better. And you're probably not seeing it because you're really in the weeds of leading Lightning Labs and being in this space, but there's a lot of people that are thanking you for your work.
Well, look, Lightning is a community. It's an open source protocol. We at Lightning Labs are building our implementation of Lightning. There are many Lightning developers here in the room. And what's so incredible about this community is anybody can get involved. Anybody can contribute code. They can help with documentation. We have people here that are educating the community. They're making videos, newsletters, zines. I got a cool zine this week as well. And the beauty of Bitcoin and Lightning is that anybody can contribute, anybody can get involved, and we welcome this community. Like at the end of the day, we are building a movement. It's a movement for global, decentralized, free money that anyone can access. And I said this a couple years ago at the HRF event in Miami, but I truly believe that Bitcoin will topple dictatorships and brings financial freedom to the world. So we're working on it, we're a movement, and we're gonna make that happen.
Amazing. Just one last question, just so we end on a high note is, can you tell us the future of Lightning development? Maybe just what do you see in store for us over the next 6 months, maybe a year?
Bringing usability to Lightning, especially say in higher fee environments where we want people to be able to onboard. There are technologies like channel factories. We have some great privacy improvements, including blinded routes. We had a talk earlier on privacy. Lightning as a means to connect, say, Cashew, which we're gonna hear about, Fediments, and other off-chain projects. Lightning, we want it to be this global interoperable layer 2 on Bitcoin that for other interesting technologies that are being developed can connect them all. Because at the end of the day, interoperability is key. With the internet and with Bitcoin and Lightning, we want to be able to connect all the new technologies that are developing.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth.
Thanks, everybody.
So fun. Thank you all.
All right. So, few people know, Elizabeth not only is the CEO of Lightning Labs and pushes Lightning forward, really with first implementing Lightning as an idea first, but she's just involved in so many other elements of the space, advising other entrepreneurs, helping developers, etc. So thank you so much for your time, Elizabeth. Really appreciated your vision up here. Next, I have another talk up for y'all that is going to be really, really fascinating. Calais, who is the proprietor and the main developer of a Ecash implementation called Cashew. So many people know that David Chaum was a very, very early person in this idea of digital cash and bringing privacy to the internet payments landscape, but his vision didn't really go very far and ultimately never was successful. But for Callie, that dream never ended, and now with Bitcoin, he is bringing Ecash back into the conversation. So without further ado, I want to bring up my really good friend and just amazing, prolific developer, Callie.
So, hi there. Microphone working, lovely people, nice to see you. I hope you're having a great day. I'll get started right away because I want to tell you a lot. So, I'm working on Cashew, which is a Chaumian eCash system that we're building on Bitcoin. And Chaumian eCash is a fascinating technology that a guy invented that I'm going to tell you about. So first, let's talk about cash. For hundreds of years, we've been enjoying the most privacy-preserving, unstoppable, uncensorable money that we ever used, which is good old physical cash. I give it to you, you give it to someone else. There is no one who can track you or stop you, right? But as we all know, most of our lives are not physical anymore. Most of our lives are trending to become online. So I think and many of us will agree that our online lives deserve a digital equivalent, something that is close or similar to physical cash. Well, Bitcoin has ridden us from the trusted third party. So with Bitcoin, we can build money systems without the permission of anyone. However, fundamental scaling problems of the Bitcoin blockchain and blockchains in general means that still most users of Bitcoin are using custodial services today. This is the reality that we live in today. So I want to introduce you to this guy. This is David Chaum, a prolific, incredible cryptographer who was very forward-thinking. Already in the 80s, he knew that most of our lives will be online, and he knew that in order for democracy to flourish, we need not only freedom of speech, we also need freedom of transaction. So he was very, very forward-thinking. And back in 1982, this is the first moment where digital currencies come into the conversation. So this is the genesis of what we're experiencing today. And in 1982, David Chaum comes up with the system called electronic cash, or Ecash. And the idea is simple. So the idea is that a bank issues currency to their users, as you can see up here, that the users can exchange peer-to-peer, right? So that's the idea. And with this currency, with this digital currency, David Chaum already knew that we could then enable web payments. So help the web itself monetize by allowing people to transact privately, and at the same time also give a revenue stream for the upcoming online world that we're going to build. And remember, this is 82, this is way before normal people are on the internet. So it was very, very, very early. So Ecash is amazing. It has many properties like cash. It is private, it's uncensorable, it's basically unstoppable. I can give you Ecash, no one can stop you, can stop me. No users, no databases, but it's electronic, so it's instant. You can use it offline. I can just hand it over to you, or you can use it online. I can make online payments with this. So here's a very short description of how it works. This is Alice. Alice is a user of a bank. That's the idea of David Chaum, how it's supposed to be. So Alice uses a bank, and the bank runs something called an eCashment. So you can imagine this similar to an ATM machine, right? So Alice has a bank account with a couple bucks in there, and goes to the bank and says, please, can I have some eCash? What the bank does is gives you a little piece of electronic data and sends it over to Alice. Also, the animation didn't work, but Alice received this digital piece of data that she then puts in her device, similar how you put electronic, like a piece of paper, into your wallet. Alice can then send this over to Carol. For example, Carol is selling her something on the internet, and Carol can collect the digital cash while she's selling stuff online, and later go back to the mint, to the bank, and say, hey, I'd like to withdraw this. And you can see here the interface from the early 90s. So this is very cool, and everyone thought so. So everyone loved this idea. Microsoft, Deutsche Bank, Credit Suisse, Citibank, you name it. They were all on board, wanted a piece of the cake. However, there is one big problem with this idea. The whole thing, in order to work, needs the banking system. It needs the cooperation of the banks in order to be deployed. No one can deploy this except for the banks. So what happened? This sounds like a great idea. Why don't we have this reality? So eventually, all of these deals failed. Depends on, when you look into the history, why. There are many different reasons, but one of the most important reasons is that it depends on the cooperation with the banks. And then a decade later, this was so early that a decade later, credit cards and PayPal and all the payment industry that we see today took over the internet. So, quo vadis Ecash. Then comes 2008. Satoshi proposes Bitcoin, a truly decentralized electronic cash system that does not rely on trusted third parties, as opposed to the idea of David Chaum here. So we thought, what if we took the idea that was back then proposed in '82 and just move it over to the new financial system that we're building? So, and that's what we're doing with the Cashew protocol. We're building eCash systems on top of Bitcoin. So with Cashew, you can enable private, fast, scalable, super easy, and lightweight payments that work offline with NFCs, QR codes, you name it. Whatever can transport data can transport eCash. There's been a lot of writing and theorizing about what this means also for the future of the financial system that we might build on top of Bitcoin. But I also see this as a new way of designing protocols, new way of designing custodians, new way of designing banks, and enabling true and real micropayments on the internet, and hopefully allowing the internet to finance itself, to be driven by the users themselves instead of, for example, selling your data or selling your ads in order to monetize. So that's the Cashew protocol, and we've invented this 1.5 years ago, and since then a lot has happened. So there's a thriving community of people, independent developers, independent users, and teams that are building all interoperable software with different wallets and mints. And specifically on Nostr, we see a lot of activity because Nostr gives us the underlying network to send around data together with identities to send to specific people. So you can check out more if you follow the link in the bottom here. So why is this even working today? And as I alluded before, the reason is Bitcoin. Because if you have a mint that services like 100 people, and the mint issues digital currency to their users, only these 100 people will come to enjoy this. So what happens with the other people who are using a different mint, right? And again, in the 90s, the idea was that the banks would do the interoperability between these entities. But today we don't need that anymore. As Elizabeth just said in a previous talk, Lightning and Bitcoin becomes the connecting tissue for subsystems of Bitcoin. And this is what we're already seeing. This is how we can make 1,000 mints out there. This is the reason why we can deploy this on a mass scale and have it interoperable between each other, because Bitcoin connects everything. So I'd like to take one step back and become a little bit more nerdy. So I think the internet is completely broken. And I guess many of you, or people at least who spend a lot of time on the internet, agree with this. And there are many different interpretations of why the internet is broken. But from my point of view, the biggest reason why the internet is broken is because payments are broken. And they've been broken from day one. I'm going to tell you why. Payments are literally the antithesis to anonymity. So when you go to a website and you want to read an article, as you know, most of the media has transitioned into the digital realm, and obviously they need a way to finance themselves. So how do you feel when you click a political article and the website asks you to enter your personal data there, right? I think you don't feel well. And on the flip side, a related problem to that is we have privacy tools, like amazing tools like Signal, which I recommend to everyone, that require you to identify in order to protect themselves from botnets and from overuse, right? So we see that on the internet you have two choices for anonymous systems. Either you require the user to make an account, which harms their privacy, or you require the user to make a payment, which harms their privacy. Ecash fixes this. And I shouldn't have said Ecash fixes this. I should have said Bitcoin fixes Ecash. Because Ecash is super old and it failed. And today we have a sound monetary layer on which we can build the next generation of financial services on top. So the idea was very simple. From the beginning, Ecash should have been everywhere. That was the vision. It should have been this guy selling merchandise on a beach with a bad internet connection, up to these guys making thousands of transactions per second from machine to machine. And it turns out all it actually needed was a little bit of Bitcoin. The slide is broken, unfortunately, but with Bitcoin we can finally reach this, and Ecash allows us to apply Bitcoin from this very slow, very rudimentary, very human payment to a very fast, extremely high throughput environment. So if you're interested, please join us. We're looking for developers. Join us to contribute however you want. You can find more information on cashew.space. Thank you.
Okay. We have a very special announcement, so I'd like to welcome back to the stage Jack Mallers.
Okay, I'll do it. So, Mike. So I'm happy to announce our whole project is a non-profit, and basically decentralized open source environment in which we have many developers contributing to the whole cause. And in order to build a sustainable ecosystem in which we can also help these developers and support them, we have founded OpenCash, an association for the support of our open source protocol. And Jack?
Yeah, and the announcement is that Strike's gonna kick it off, and we're gonna contribute 100 grand to get it started for Kali, and yeah. And I mean, we as a business, and I've told you as much, we hope to continue to build a relationship and support you. I think you're a hero. My message, which camera am I looking at if I'm talking to the internet? That one? My message to Bitcoin companies, let me tell you guys a story. The first real impactful donation I made was with Alex Gladstein and HRF. We started a bounty program that funded Kali, who ended up building and finding himself with this presentation with Cashew. So first of all, shout out to Alex, shout out to HRF. Yes. As a CEO of a regulated business, it changed the way I thought about supporting Bitcoin. Companies are really good at things, right? Like at Strike, we're probably going to be better than Kali at selling 4 billion people Bitcoin. I've got licenses, I've got employees, I've got resources, I've got really talented people that have changed the world in their prior lives. Companies are good at stuff, and that's how free markets work and capitalism and all that. There are certain things that businesses, we can't do, right? I cannot build privacy tools. I'm a regulated business, I'll go to jail. But I think the lesson in here is I have a deep incentive to make sure Bitcoin gets better. And what the bounties taught me in working with HRF and being a part of this is that the regulator can't stop me from contributing to Bitcoin, maybe through the products I launch in the App Store. But all of us, all Bitcoin companies out there watching on the internet, I mean, we have a duty to make Bitcoin successful because it's this really unique network effect that's special to Bitcoin, is that if Bitcoin's better, my business is better. I'm actually much better. The 2 bounties I did with Alex resulted in Noster and Zaps and in Cashew. And Strike is a way better company because Bitcoin is way better off with people like this guy. So this is just a start. You know, I'm honored to be up here with you and be able to support you and be part of your story. But I would encourage everyone in the space to think deeply. Just if you're a regulated business, I think we owe more to Bitcoin. And there's certain things businesses can't do, but that doesn't mean you can't be a part of it. So hopefully setting a standard. And congrats, brother. You deserve everything.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We got a little bit of history here. OpenCash Foundation, consider donating. Up next, I want to introduce someone who is an absolute legend. I think he is a little bit low-key, but those who know him as a serial entrepreneur and someone who has achieved already a lifetime of accomplishments, but now he's building on Bitcoin and he's doing really, really awesome stuff. So without further ado, I want to let Paul Itoy onto the stage, and he's going to talk about how he's using Bitcoin to make bounties possible. Welcome up.
I'm going to get this off the screen because it's about 10 years ago and I look a lot younger. I'm Paul, and I get the enviable job of talking about earning Bitcoin. So this is where we're focused on at Stackwork and Sphinx. So not to get too philosophical, but really if you think about it, we have time, and our right, and I think the most basic and fundamental human right, is converting that time into value. And so we hear about that a lot, but we try to just go to the absolute core and say, how do we give the most people the opportunity to turn their time and talent into the best value, which is Bitcoin. So our job is to take fiat money from companies in the United States, and then they give us their work and their money. We break it up into little pieces, and we send it around the world and pay people Bitcoin over the Lightning Network. We could not do this without people like Elizabeth Stark. She got us started. She tweeted out, we had, I think, 3,000 signups within an hour. So crazy. Very cool. So we've paid out millions of micro tasks. So we're talking 2 cents, 3 cents, 4 cents, and people sit on their phone And we have like a security guard in the Philippines who says, hey, I just sit here all day watching people walk by. I make twice as much money on stack work than I do from my security guard job. That's the kind of thing that we love. So we started with 2 or 3 cents a task. So then where do you take this from there? So we, with the help of AI and a great team, are taking this and applying it to higher level knowledge work. So knowledge work, what's very valuable is programming. So programming and design work. So bounties, that was an amazing segue from Jack. I don't have any announcements like that to kick things off. But bounties have typically been viewed like, hey, here's $50,000, here's $10,000 to do this big project. Our version of bounties, and we can't think of a better word for it, but are more like $40 or $50. So can you do 2 hours of work, do $30 to $50 worth of, in US dollars, we pay in Lightning. And so very little counterparty risk. You're just doing a couple hours worth of work. You're getting a task done and you're getting paid. So that just reset in your brain. Our version of bounties are like micro-bounties. So, okay. So to me, getting the Lightning Network enables us to tap into a global workforce. So coming from Silicon Valley, what's the biggest thing? You're paying huge dollars to Google developers. They're making $500,000 a year, eating free sushi. That's one version of developing code, right? So what we're trying to say is, with the age of AI and this code generation, developers have really have these kind of superpowers now to generate new code. So the lives of your average coder is evolving, some people more than others, but one statistic is around half of all code committed to GitHub is generated by these AI models. That's a year and a half in, 2 years in, that's crazy. That blew me away. And they're saying, and I think this is about true, about 75 to 80% of all lines of code in the next couple of years will be generated by these models. And I'm not talking about Cashew and experimental stuff where it's never been done before. But if you look around and you're a coder, you know that a lot of what you write is boilerplate. So is that really good use of their time? So we're going to redraw how development, so the individual developer has really changed how they develop, but the organizations haven't really changed. So we're really focused on how does an organization use these new tools to redraw how you develop software. So individuals have the benefit. Now we're trying to help the organization have the benefit. So you really do have to rethink how you develop code. So you've heard of, if you're in coding, way back it used to be called waterfall, then they made fun of that. Now it's agile, and now they made fun of that. We created something we call the Hive development process. And so what this really does is say, you have internally, in the very inner circle, you have these technical product managers that know what you want to accomplish. But then if you actually break up the work into small pieces, exactly like what we do with stack work, then you can actually assign those pieces out to a broader set of developers. So you don't have to have full-time employees necessarily to do all of your coding work. So what's an example of that? I should have hit there. So this just briefly describes what we do. We're going to actually publish a website that shows how we do this right now. But we instead, when we do a feature, one person will design the feature. 25 or 30 people we don't know get paid over Lightning to actually write the lines of code. It's crazy. So, and the product managers love it because we have, shout out to Tom out there, he will post up a bounty. By the time he is done writing the ticket for the bounty, so you create the GitHub ticket that has the assignment, then you want to create the pricing, that's the bounty itself. In between, he'll have 5 people asking to do that bounty, about 60 to 90 seconds. It's wild. And so in one morning, he can actually get 20 things done without having to go to someone internally. He's just posting these things up to the ether. People do the work. They get paid Lightning. It's done. It's incredibly efficient. So actually, the process of making the bounties is more work than sometimes doing the bounties. So I'll just give you an example here without getting too much into the weeds. There's something you'll probably hear about in the future, which is everyone knows ChatGPT, large language models. So we're actually using, at Stackwork, large language models and knowledge graphs in combination to do some pretty cool things. So I'll just show an example of that, and it'll end up in a bunch of bounties, just to cut to the punchline. So you can just paste in a GitHub URL, and then Stackwork kicks off a workflow that loops through every single file in your GitHub repository. It reads every function, every import line, pulls out every variable, every contributor. Basically, it's just nerding out on your code. Then, instead of showing it in a file format, we use knowledge graphs to actually show the logical relationship between that code. It's actually the way I think. I used to code Perl, but it's the way I think about code, which is not files and directories, but actually what talks to each other. You refer to a function, you call things. If you use VS Code, it's very much the way VS Code lets you navigate code. So we go in, we create all these relationships, and then you actually are having the language model read every line of code, writing descriptions about what that code does. One of the benefits is you could say this code is a test of this other code. So that turns that light green. Yellow means you don't have a test for your code. I've never met a coding organization that has absolutely 100% test code coverage. This will automatically ferret out those kinds of holes in your code. Now, what is that hole in your code? That's an opportunity to pay someone Bitcoin for a bounty. So then we create the bounties. Actually, before we do that, I skipped this step. We actually feed the code an example test to a language model, and then our workflows go through it, and it generates the first draft of the test code. So you're not even writing it from scratch. You're starting with something that's basically 70 to 80% done. Then you create the bounty. It just pastes that first draft, and you ask the human bounty hunter, hey, we just need, here's the code over here. Here's the test code that was generated by the language model. Can you review this and make sure it makes sense? Then you do a final review from your product manager. Now you have committed code. It's tested. You're not going into technical debt, and you live happily ever after. This whole thing can take 2 or 3 hours and cost $30 or $40. And we eating our own dog food, as they say in software, we went from 20% code coverage to 90, 95% test code coverage in a matter of weeks, and you don't stop your internal developers from doing it. And if you ask any developer, do you want to write test code or do you want to do new features, they will say, hey, let's do new features. So this should be a universally liked program. If we are successful in deploying this out to people, this could result in thousands of bounties. And those thousands of bounties could be first developer projects for developers all around the world. They can go from a hobbyist to a paid programmer, and then they're basically turning their time into Bitcoin. And so that is what we're looking to do. If you're interested in this, we're actually hiring for this project. So we're looking for a technical product manager, and we'd love to hear from you. So appreciate it. The slides.
Thank you, Paul. Okay, next up we have a fireside discussion between Luthando Nabambi and our own Christian Kurolis. For those of you that are new to Luthando, he is a project community leader at Bitcoin Ekazi, which is an initiative that is empowering the youth in an impoverished township in South Africa. And for him, Bitcoin is an important tool in providing them with financial freedom. So you're going to find out why. But before they come on, we're going to show you a video that introduces that project and his work. So we'll play it right now.
I grew up in a township similar to where these kids grew up. Both neighborhoods, very rough neighborhoods as well. So in a way, I'd like to say that surfing saved my life. I mean, a lot of guys that I grew up with, some are in jails. Surfing took us away from the rough streets, and we were always at the beach whenever we had free time. So it kept us away from all the trouble.
And you look around and on these walls and everyone's white, you know what I mean? And they don't even see anyone that looks like them. But you think in the future there's going to be, these pictures will be different. You think these kids will be out there on
It's going to be them. I mean, one day, the goal is to have an SA champ come out of this organization, The goal is to have one of these kids be on the world tour one day. I mean, we understand not all of them are going to be great surfers, but one thing is that we're using surfing as a tool to help them better other aspects of their lives.
We have triumphed in the effort to implant hope in the breasts of the millions of our people.
In 1994, Nelson Mandela was elected President of South Africa, marking the official end of apartheid and the beginning of a chapter filled with hope for a country that had long fought for a democracy. However, nearly 30 years later, South Africa remains deeply divided and plagued by racial inequalities that deny Black South Africans equal access to economic opportunities. Today, about 64% of Black South Africans live in poverty, compared to only 1% of white South Africans.
Do you get weird looks driving this car around?
Oh, more attention, yeah. People will say, wow, look at the car. Like the kids, small kids, yo, they like this car, yo. Yeah, I like the contract.
I heard about a nonprofit called Bitcoin Ecash that aims to create meaningful change for the next generation by educating local kids on Bitcoin. The group is partnered with the surf community called the Surfer Kids to teach kids both how to surf and how to make their own financial decisions by learning about Bitcoin. In the process, the kids gain new skills and opportunities. Ecash is a slang term referring to the designated area in apartheid times separating Black South Africans and white South Africans. Bitcoin Ekash's mission is rooted in the idea that Bitcoin can be a pathway to economic freedom. Bitcoin is anti-inflationary money that gives anyone with an internet connection the ability to own their own money and send it to anywhere in the world without the intervention of a bank or government. I'm Aubrey, and I've traveled to Mossel Bay, South Africa, where this is all happening, to find out what it means to build a community that runs on Bitcoin and whether it's really working. Today, we're meeting Luthando.
My name is Utano Nabambi. I'm the community leader of Bitcoin Ecash. I'm the one on boarded the shops up to the township, and I'm a safe coach at the Safer Kids as well.
Luthando tells me that most people in the townships are holding their money in paper envelopes, and that many have issues getting IDs, which means they have problems getting a bank account. Bitcoin is the first investment many from this community have ever made. He tells me that Bitcoin Ecash onboards local merchants to receive payment in Bitcoin, pays surf instructors their salaries in Bitcoin, and gives children from the township Bitcoin as an allowance.
All right, y'all. Let's get started. Luthando, you want to come join me? So, Luthando, you're pretty much a professional orange pillar at this point. Can you tell me a little bit about what you do in your township and how you help communicate Bitcoin to the stores and the kids and the people that you work with?
Oh, okay. Like what we have in the township, like we have a Bitcoin Ecash Center where we educate people about Bitcoin and the kids. So also like I go to the shop owners, like try to onboard them to accept Bitcoin as a payment. But it's not easy for them to understand this new technology of to pay in Bitcoin in their shop because they have a lack of education. So it's not easy for them. And also they are not professional to use cell phones. But like I keep going to them, like explain what is this, and then I help them in the process of making, like when they want to exchange money to fiat, I always there for them to help them.
So you help teach them and you give them liquidity so that way they don't have to work or mess with how to, make their Bitcoin a little bit more spendable. Can you tell us a little bit more about in your town, what is the circular economy like? If you have Bitcoin and you want to go spend it, how many stores are accepting it and what kind of services can you get for Bitcoin?
Oh, okay, let me try to explain as coaches. Like in the first time, like I was using like fiat money to buy my stuff. I didn't able to save my money. It's hard to save my money. So now we are accepting payments like our salaries in Bitcoin. So we can take those Bitcoin to spend to the township and also like we're able to save in Bitcoin. Now it's easy to us to save our money in Bitcoin. Also the shop owners, some of the shop owners, they do save in Bitcoin. And also they say to me always, thank you for introducing us in this kind of money. And also for their safety. Because a lot of the shop in the township, they are getting robbed. And also they are getting killed. At 7 o'clock, you will see the police guys, like they're walking around the township, closing shop. So Bitcoin, like, I think like it will change a lot in the township.
So I guess let's dig a little bit more into that. You said that, you know, these shop owners are thankful that they have Bitcoin because one, it's better money, but two, it's digital and that's helping them be more safe.
Yes.
Can you explain that a little bit more? Like, what was it like before they were able to save in Bitcoin?
Let me just do an example of the one shop lady is accepting Bitcoin as a payment at Kuala shop, no secret. That was the first shop I did get on board. So like the shop owner, he always say like if it was not in Bitcoin, he was supposed like the shop is closed already. But he have a lot of money he save in Bitcoin. So Bitcoin he give her hope that one day the Bitcoin he will grow up and then he will do his shop bigger than he is today.
So you work with a lot of kids, right? And Bitcoin Akazi is a project that is kind of combined with both Bitcoin education and surf education and teaching these kids and being mentors for these kids. How do they view Bitcoin?
Oh, okay. Like what we did, like every month, like the kids they attend at the Safer Kids like 5 days a week. What we do record the kids. We do like attendance like every day. If the kids they go to the center every day, we take attendance. So we check the attendance like end of the month. So if the kids like he have 80%, 7% above, he will get some Bitcoin, 500 UTXO of Bitcoin, so they can go to spend in the township, the spaza shop. Some of them like they can go cut their hair at the barber that they are accepting Bitcoin in our township.
And in the West, a lot of times people say you shouldn't spend your Bitcoin, and that there's no incentives to spend your Bitcoin. Do you see that with these kids and the people in the town that are starting to adopt and use Bitcoin? That what are their incentives? Are they incentivized to spend, and do they actually help the Bitcoin flow?
Please ask me again.
Yeah, are people spending their Bitcoin?
Like most of the people, they are spending Bitcoin in the township because we do have like shacks, the ghettos, like where we paint the logos. So we pay those guys Bitcoin every week, like 7,000 sets, UTXO. So every week we give them some sets so they can go to the shops as well to spend their Bitcoin.
Just to close it out, what does Bitcoin mean to your community, and do you see Bitcoin gaining traction amongst the community?
Yeah, like what we are planning to do now, we want to build a proper Bitcoin Ecash center. At the moment, like we teach people on a proper house, like in the same house, like the same house that we are looking the same house in the township. So like we're trying to build that center so people, they will see that, okay, this is real. Because people in the township, they thought like Bitcoin is a scam. So it's hard to convince them. They must save. So as soon as I tell them, you must save 10 years, some of them, like, they say, no, I can't save. Like, people in the township, they want money now. They don't want to wait for long term. So some of them, they can tell me that, no, if I can die tomorrow, who's going to take those Bitcoin? So I always say to them, no, don't think about yourself. Think about your kids. Think about your family. Like, my mother and my father, they didn't save for me while I was younger because they were receiving like low salaries. So they were not able to. So now, like, Bitcoin in the township, like, we have a big opportunity to save our money in Bitcoin and then think about our children.
Just to close it out, how can the people who are watching this contribute to Bitcoin Akazi and help your efforts in South Africa?
Okay, like what I can say, like you can go to our website, bitcoinakazi.com, and you will see the support page, and then you can donate anything you want to donate. So like what we do in the township, that to use Bitcoin, like I see on myself, I just leave a lot of the things like I was doing before, like to party, like to go out with friends. As soon as Herman did introduce me in Bitcoin, like I say, no, let me just take this opportunity. Let me just satisfy in this work.
Thank you.
Okay.
That was inspiring. As a writer, I love stories. I think they change the world. So I love to hear stories like Luthando's. I get so inspired by Bitcoin just hearing the stories. Okay, up next we have Abubakar Nur Khalil. He is the CEO of Recursive Capital and board member of BTrust. And I'm going to leave it at that because he's actually going to make a really, really important and special announcement. So Abubakar, come on stage.
Good evening, guys. Thank you for making the session. So my name is Abubakar Nur Khalil. I run a Bitcoin VC called Recursive Capital, where we invest in Bitcoin companies with a specific focus on the African continent. I'm also a Nigerian Bitcoin core contributor, as well as writing bylines for Forbes. And I'm also one of the board members of BTrust, where the initiative is specifically around training developers through a program called BTrust Builders, meaning making Bitcoin African developers from zeros all the way to heroes in terms of contributing to the space, as well as just giving out grants to these developers. Now, it's no surprise that there are issues with regards to the global financial system. We could go on, but just to give a few highlights from my home country where I live, in Nigeria. Last year alone, we had a crisis, both as a result of a new administration coming in, economic challenges from double-digit inflations to the point where we have 4 instances of our national currency, the Naira, where we have the Naira from bank accounts, which is a separate Naira, 2 types of the physical instance of the Naira, the old notes and the new notes, as well as the CBDC, which some bankers will have you believe that is working, but I can tell you from firsthand experience that nobody accepts it at all. So we've gotten to a point where there's no fungibility in a national currency. We have a food crisis. We have individuals earning in a currency that is constantly being devalued over 70% in the last 3 years, to a point where on the 27th of May this year, 1 Satoshi was equal to 1 Nigerian Naira, which is insane to say. So that's to say, fine, it's all dark and gloomy, but there's hope with regards to Bitcoin. It has introduced an opportunity for people to be banked on Bitcoin, or as I like to call them, the Bitcoin banked. However, I think there is an issue with regards to the current instance of onboarding Bitcoiners or just Bitcoiners in general with regards to tooling. We have a dichotomy, in my opinion, where you have self-custody that allows for individuals to, yes, have the best experience with regards to Bitcoin in terms of protecting their money, but at the same time, they lack rails that are not necessarily geared towards the Bitcoin ethos in terms of allowing for KYC, AML. And if you're looking to have the most amount of freedom, you'd have to go on the custodial services, which is not ideal for Bitcoiners. So I believe to address that, we have to work around making self-custody the primary means in which people access Bitcoin and ensuring that we specialize specifically on no KYC P2P bridges. Now, instead of just identifying these issues, I felt as a developer it was incumbent upon me to highlight these problems in a physical manifestation, which is Vault, which is a wallet that I've described as a financial freedom wallet to issue a new class and a new era of Bitcoin wallets that are geared towards what I'd like to say 3 focuses: privacy, self-custody, as well as a really sexy UI. In terms of the technology that allows this, we're at a stage where I feel we have a lot more Bitcoin tech available, such as Bolt rings, Bolt cards, the Lightning Network, as well as the Breeze SDK. And to make this vision come true, I decided to leverage on these tools, all the way from the Breeze SDK, which allows for internal swaps right now, as I'm talking, within the app itself in terms of on-chain and Lightning. You're able to receive Bitcoin through the Bolt cards, all of that. And the idea is to test case all the current tech that we have in a really, really consolidated form for users to not necessarily have to go through the whole process of onboarding and understanding that, oh, this is self-custody, that's not blah, blah, blah. So the idea is to make sure we usher in a new set of Bitcoiners who have privacy and all the things that guarantee the actual use cases that we talk to them about with regards to Bitcoin. And it's not just a case where I build code and then closing it out to the world. I believe in, to make it congruent with the ethos of the general space, I decided to open source this code. And for all those who want to be early adopters of this wallet, you can scan the QR code. It'll take you straight to GitHub to download the app. And on closing, I'd like to say a huge thank you to Alex and the HRF Foundation for making this possible. And with that, I'd say, welcome to the new era of Bitcoin wallets. Thank you.
All right, y'all. Next, we have an awesome panel, and we are going to have 3 absolute legends on stage, and we're going to be talking about Bitcoin and democratic values.
Hi, thank you. We don't have much time, so we'll get straight into it. Anna, how is the financial system being used to weaponize attempts to attack democracy?
Easy. The governments just deprive you of access to money, or they use your financial data against you. So let me introduce myself first. I work at the Anti-Corruption Foundation, the leading opposition power of Russia, the organization that was founded by Alexei Navalny. And I joined the organization back in 2017, and I worked there as a CFO. And since I started working, I experienced how the government was attacking us with the help of the banking system constantly. They were blocking our bank accounts. They were blocking bank accounts of our employees all the time because the Russian banking system is fully transparent, it's fully controlled by the government, and it was very easy for the government to stop us from doing our job by simply blocking our bank accounts. And 3 months ago, I joined Human Rights Foundation, where I work as a nonprofit Bitcoin adoption lead, which means that I teach other nonprofits, other freedom fighters, how to use Bitcoin in their work, because I have a lot of experience at the Anti-Corruption Foundation. And why, in the first place, this position exists at the Human Rights Foundation? Because we realize that there is a huge demand, there is a growing demand for NGOs, for nonprofits, for freedom fighters globally, for financial freedom tools. And why is it happening generally? Because the governments everywhere in the world, they use the banking system, they use financial system as a tool of oppression against freedom fighters, because they understand that it's the easiest way. When they deprive us of access to money, they simply deprive us of access to oxygen, because we need to make payments, we need to pay salaries, we need to pay rent, or for example, when we organize protest rallies, we need to pay for some posters or to buy some equipment, microphones, whatever. We always need to have access to money, and the governments just realize that it's very easy to stop us from doing what we do by blocking our bank accounts. And if we take an example, like recent example of Georgia, the country that is neighboring Russia, it is getting more and more obvious that Georgia is taking pro-Russian turn today and pro-Putin turn. And like the first thing that Georgian government just did, they adopted a new law that is called foreign agent law, which means that the government controls all NGOs, all freedom fighters, democratic institutes by controlling their bank accounts. They basically are going to attack all of those institutes who receive money from abroad. So it's very easy for the governments to use the financial institutes against the freedom fighters, against non-profits, against everyone who wants to build democracy in their countries.
And Mike, it certainly feels like in the West that democracy itself is fraying around the edges, and within our community of Bitcoin, we have a lot of people who don't believe in democracy. We have libertarians, we have monarchists, we have a range of ideas that people are discussing. Right now, is it even more important to defend the principles of democracy, and how can Bitcoin help support democracy?
Well, I mean, before I answer that question, I'll just note that it hasn't escaped me that tomorrow is the 80th anniversary of the D-Day invasion in Normandy. Both of my grandfathers were there. I grew up in Canada. They were there on Juno Beach alongside the British, who they shared. I'm also an American now, so the Americans were on Omaha Beach. And I mean, it's really remarkable that we are now here on the European continent with an actual war happening in the East that challenges democracy. That this country that we're in here, Norway, was in fact occupied by the Nazis. I believe it wasn't liberated until about May of 1945. So this is, I think, something that more people should take a deep look at history and realize that this is in fact a fragile project, democracy. To the extent that there's like people in the Bitcoin community that think it's time to throw democracy in the trash and play with other ideas, you know, I don't know what to say to them, quite frankly, other than to look at my good friend Anna here and just like see the absolute horror that happens when we don't have a project of self-government, democratic accountability, when dictators and leaders of countries have absolutely no accountability to the people. To the extent that Bitcoin has been able to be a bulwark of allowing the work of Navalny's organization, the Anti-Corruption Foundation, to continue, that is like deeply inspiring. I think the freedom money use case is something that really is something I think about a lot in my work in Bitcoin. Yeah, I mean, I see Bitcoin in that sense as a democratic tool in the way that Anna has advanced it, as well as many other individuals here. But yeah, I mean, to the Bitcoiners that think that like democracy is stupid, and I mean, people tweet this at me all the time. Like I don't know what they're smoking, but I have nothing good to say about those ideas.
Sorry. Hello. Not only is democracy under attack, but privacy has been under attack for a very long time. We're now not allowed to have any form of private transactions in most of the West, and recently we saw the charges brought against the Samurai developers and founders. Can you talk about the impact that's had, especially the chilling effect that's led to Wasabi also closing down operations, and why not just Bitcoin but private transaction are super important for the work you do in supporting democracy?
Yeah, I'll just give you an example. So the Anti-Corruption Foundation where I work was labeled as an extremist organization back in 2021, which means if you're Russian and if you make a donation to our organization, you're going to face imprisonment up to 8 years. So for us to receive donations, we should provide our donors with like higher level security tools of payments. And if there is like a tiny chance that your personal data, your financial data is going to be leaked to the government and they will put you to jail, of course you will not make a donation. That is why like privacy tools are not just important, it's a crucial thing. And at the Anti-Corruption Foundation, we are very concerned about that, and we try to do everything we can in order to provide safety for our donors. And we implemented that tool on our website that helps us to, like, first of all, we provide new Bitcoin addresses to every donation, and then we do coin join. So in the light of the latest news that you just mentioned, we got really scared, because if we are deprived of this privacy tools, we will not be able to accept Bitcoin donations, because we cannot put our donors at such a huge risk. So it is very important to talk about it, to highlight it, and this chilling effect is really it's really scary, because I know that many Bitcoin wallets developers, they started to think about that. They want to stop doing this work, and if this trend is gonna grow, if chilling effect is gonna grow like that, it can damage freedom fighters globally. And I think that all of those owners, creators of those tools, of those wallets, they should remember about us. And I think that it's very important to educate decision makers about the significance of those tools for freedom fighters. I don't know, maybe they just don't know about us, and I'm happy that I have a chance to talk everywhere in the world at different conferences about the importance of this for freedom fighters, because it's all about education. We need to educate everyone, including decision makers, so they take us into consideration when they make some decisions related to privacy tools.
Mike, we've got to keep to time. The floor is yours. It looks like you didn't even need a question.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously I'm an executive at a publicly traded company in the United States, so I'm going to choose my words here carefully. But look, I think that, I mean, it's very, I'm watching this case very carefully. I've also joined the steering committee of the P2P Defense Fund set up by BPI. And we are obviously looking at involvement in this case as it pertains to protecting P2P rights, which is very, very critically important. It is important that democracies do not crush the tools of freedom in the service of taking rule of law to the extreme. I do want to say, though, I don't consider the Samurai Wallet founders to be very sympathetic fellows. They were in fact bragging about helping Russia evade sanctions as that country crushes my Ukrainian friends. I would say, kind of going back to your first question about the kinds of Bitcoiners who don't support democracy. We have a lot of people, unfortunately, like that in this conversation of Bitcoin that don't make for very sympathetic characters. And to the extent that we can bring policymakers back from the brink, I think we need a lot more heroes like Anna telling the story of Bitcoin and freedom, and not a pair of guys bragging about helping the Russians obtain money and material to crush freedom.
Spicy. Okay, thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to start with a question. Do you remember the day you decide to dedicate your life to Bitcoin, to freedom? Yeah? Yeah. Good. I do remember. I'm going to tell you my story. I remember the day exactly. It was in October 21 in Miami, while listening one of the activists that he's here. Thank you for coming. And after these 2 days, listening all the human activists is a huge motivation to keep working in Bitcoin. the experience of the human activists are so powerful because they pass through darkness, but still they have so much love and bright and hope in their hearts. And that made me take action myself. Then I quit my job in Silicon Valley and decided to stay and spend my Bitcoin in fund Liber-Satoshi. What is Liber-Satoshi? It's a Bitcoin hub. People say it's a Bitcoin school. I like to say we are a community. And I embark in this mission to make Bitcoin accessible to Spanish speakers. I call it Liber-Satoshi because in reference to the Great Library of Alexandria. If you love the history of Alexandria, actually, it was not important by the books, but it was important for the people who were in Alexandria talking about the most crucial topics. And then sounds familiar, right? It's what every Bitcoin does, what in Oslo we do, talking about the most important things. And in fact, for those who you don't know me, I learned to speak English a few years ago, and I learned programming while being in America. Then I know how important it is to learn Bitcoin, but I know all the barriers when you don't speak the language that everybody speaks. Like 7 years ago, I couldn't be here talking to you, not even outside, even in this stage. I remember, fun fact, when I started with Bitcoin, the only thing that was in the Google was the white paper, and it was a white paper in English and the white paper in Cyrillic. And I say, no, Cyrillic is too hard. I'm going to stick with English. Then, so far, so good. And let me tell you something. One day I have a nightmare, and every single country of Latin America, or maybe most of them, they were in dictatorships. And Mexico, where I'm from, was a narco state. People were suffering. Human rights were violated. Millions of people lost their lives. Sadly, this is not a dream. That's the story of Latin America. And the fact that today we have a democracy doesn't mean we cannot lose democracy in our countries next day. We need to keep fighting for democracy. And today, we have still people in Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. I have students who tell me stories that make you cry. Every time that I want to stop working, I remember what I'm working. And why is this important? Why is it important to talk about the history of Latin America and all the dictatorships? It's because now we have something named CBDC, so central bank digital currencies. And they can finish with our freedom. What happened with a central bank digital currency? Governments not only going to print money, but they are going to do massive surveillance. They are going to know how you spend your money, when, everything. And they are not even hiding. They are saying digital currencies for government is for massive surveillance. And we can be in the most dark place that we never been in the history of humanity. But I know it's a lot of darkness, but also as dark as it could be, I have a big dream. And I have a big dream where everybody works together and we make Bitcoin open source, decentralized. Let me tell you a little bit more about my dream. I believe it's possible if we work together to decentralize Bitcoin software development all around the globe. In our dream, these heroes, aka Bitcoin developers, are all spread the word in Mexico, in Argentina, in Latin America, in the Caribbean, in Asia, in India, everywhere. Bitcoin development right now is very centralized. Then if we care about decentralization, why we don't decentralize Bitcoin development? I cannot take the word. I need your help. And I can do what I always do. Start simple, keep stupid simple. Then I'm starting with Latin America because my Spanish is very good. Then don't forget that Bitcoin is a tool for freedom. Bitcoin is censorship resistant. There is no dictator that can make you not use Bitcoin. It's permissionless. You don't need papers. You don't need documents. Nobody is illegal for Bitcoin. Bitcoin is for everyone, even for machines. And when I create Library of Satoshi or Liber-Satoshi, I always remember that Bitcoin is a beautiful money. It's a perfect money. Bitcoin doesn't have to do a lot of things. It has to work for freedom, and it's working for freedom. This is what we are doing. Our mission is to make Bitcoin technical training accessible in your own language. This is our mission, and something that we believe is Bitcoin is a tool for freedom. Bitcoin should be a human right too. But it looks crazy to think that Bitcoin it could be accessible. It's so complex, so difficult. This is why we need more educators, developers, entrepreneurs. We need every single of you. And one thing that I want to say is Bitcoin technical training is crucial for the future of humanity. This is really important to remember. When you are in your job every single day coding, remember that sharing is caring. Share your knowledge. Don't keep it to you. Keep talking with people about Bitcoin. Keep sharing your Bitcoin love. In Library of Satoshi, our goal is to foster the next generation of Bitcoin contributors, entrepreneurs, educators. We don't want to tell people what to do. We are not dictatorships. We want to create paths for everyone to decide what they want to do. And a little bit of what we've been doing in almost 2.5 years, we give scholarships. We have a community of more than 400 members, 250 scholarships. We have a group of volunteers. We've been running as a volunteer until we got a grant. And there is success stories. There is people who create startups like green mining and people who got jobs. And now we are in 25 countries. But it's not enough classes. Then last month, we launched Bitcoin for open source. Bitcoin for open source, if you can get in the website, is b4os.dev. Bitcoin for open source is a technical training focusing senior developers that enables to advance in their career. For approximately half a year, developers participate part-time, improving their skills. They go for a fast-track training. We help them to learn Bitcoin, love Bitcoin, and then for 4 months they do portfolio building and mentorship. What we are trying to do in Liber-Satoshi is not competing with nobody, but see what is missing. In our classes, we help people to get into the chain code study groups. We send our students to take classes with Base 58. We are trying to see what is missing and create a new category. What is missing here is a program, a transitional program between your fiat job of your Web3 job and Bitcoin open source. Then we are creating this bridge with the career transition micro grant. As today, these are the numbers. And we believe we are going to have 20 senior developers ready for a micro grant. And normally people say, well, developers should just start working. But an African developer, a Latin American developer, somebody in Asia, in the South Globe, we cannot stop working and just don't feed their families. These developers have kids, and they have a wife and a husband. They're going to say, hey, stop playing with Bitcoin. But a micro grant is going to allow their families to take this serious, and it's going to help so much. Let's decentralize Bitcoin together. You can help us thrive in Latin America and everywhere in the world. You can replicate this program in your country if you want. Become a mentor. If you're a developer, become a mentor. You are going to have excellent senior developers to help you in your projects. The 2 fun micro grants. Like if you're a company and you work in open source, you can have people working in your companies. If you're a company and don't work in open source, work in open source. And third, spread the word. Our voices are powerful. Like call to developers, call to companies, talk about this, and keep spreading the word. And last, thank you so much. Muchas gracias a ustedes for listening me, and to Human Rights Foundation and Alex Livestream for inviting me, and for all the people who believe in this crazy person who started by herself, Liber-Satoshi. Thank you.
That was awesome. I love the work that Dulce is doing just because she's helping break down the barriers for Latin American developers and by that nature helping strengthen the Bitcoin ecosystem. Okay, so next up, we have Femi Longe, Program Director at B-Trust Builders, who will be talking about how Africa strengthens Bitcoin. So it is my pleasure to introduce my friend, Femi Longe.
Can you guys hear me? Yeah. Is it working? Good. What do you think of when you think of Africa? Like, I know you've heard good stories of what people are doing on the continent, but what do you think of when you think of Africa? Young people?
Left behind all the time.
Left behind all the time? Poverty. So I'm here because I won a lottery at Bet. And the lottery I won at Bet was that my dad, who was a banker, was transferred by his bank to work in England. And he took his wife and 2 kids, and they went to England, and his wife got pregnant again, and she had a baby. And then 18 months later, he was back in Nigeria and had more kids. And that one child got a British passport when the others got a Nigerian passport. Why is that important? I was supposed to come to this conference with 9 developers from Africa. All 9 got rejected visas. We don't see the world, we don't experience the world. And it shapes, and a lot of things, and a lot of it is shaped by what you see in the media. And it affects how people see us and see our continent. So this is an article in the Financial Times in December 2023. The world's economy's biggest problem is Africa. Like, think about it again in context. And think about every media story you've heard about my continent. And just as you're hearing it and it's shaping your mindset about the continent and the people in it, it's also shaping the mindset of the people in the continent about themselves. And so, I mean, this graph is the Human Development Index, which measures parts of the world based on poverty, people's well-being, education, the works. Poorest countries in the world are in my part of the world. But there are lots of other graphs I can show you. If I show you the graphs of passports and visas, it's most likely going to be like this. You're born in a part of the world, not something that you did. That's why I call my instance lottery. I had 0 agency in determining where I was born. But life trajectory is determined by that. And so, most of us, when we think about Africa, we think about Africa and Africans as receivers. And Africans themselves start thinking about themselves as receivers. I'm a Christian. In the Bible, it says the hand of the receiver has always been it. God loves a cheerful giver. The hand of the receiver has always been it. Right? And it's kind of the situation in the world in most areas, in the way the world is structured. Your country is rich, you donate to the poor Africans. You're doing good financially, you donate to the poor Africans. Someone says, work on this project, you think, how can I help? And suddenly we're the ones that are always receiving. 2 years ago, I got into Bitcoin. And I strongly believe, I believe this firmly, just as we believe Bitcoin is resetting the global economic system, I believe Bitcoin is resetting Africa's place in that globe and in the way the world sees Africa. And I think it's something that people in Bitcoin need to consciously think of, because you might not know when you act on those biases. But for us Africans who are in Bitcoin and for the rest of Africans that we're trying to bring into this new economy that I believe is a reset, the goal that we're working towards for us is, how do we help every African, maybe not just Africans, how do we enable abundance and financial freedom for people in the forgotten regions of the world? And there are plenty of people in those forgotten regions. When a critical mass of people who are thinking about and strategizing for how Bitcoin evolves are from the West, they're most likely going to think and make decisions based on a paradigm that excludes parts of the world who live in a complete different reality. And that's what we want to change. I don't think everybody should be poor. We should take from one and give others. I think we can enable abundance for everybody. We can give everybody the same level of comfort. That means they will not want to force themselves into your country or travel and not go back. And this whole thing about freedom of movement and freedom to see the world becomes something that anybody and any child can enjoy, not based on the lottery of where they were born. Our goal and what we've been doing, and I work with B-Trust builders, we train software engineers, and Abubakar spoke earlier, he's one of our board members. We train software engineers across Africa and get them into building on and building for Bitcoin. But broader, and as a part of the African Bitcoin ecosystem, and Farida again spoke earlier, our goal is to change this narrative. That we as people are not the people that you should give charity to, but we can be net givers. And in the context of Bitcoin, we're not in this space for you to help us. We believe actually Bitcoin benefits when Africans give to Bitcoin. And part of things I'm going to talk to you today about are the areas where I see that we are looking and we're already starting to give this ecosystem. And so that's a central question that drives my work, that drives the work that a lot of us do. What does Africa bring to Bitcoin? How does Africa strengthen Bitcoin? I think all the problems we have in Africa are problems only if we see them as problems. I don't know if you've heard the story of the two salesmen who went to a village to assess, two shoe salesmen, and one went in and said, the people there don't wear shoes, so there's no market for us. And the other one said, people there don't wear shoes, so there's a lot of market for us. So the problems we have in Africa, in healthcare, in education, in governance, for me, all the seeds of solutions that we can actually use to show the utility of what Bitcoin can do for the world. When you hear people like Jimmy Dimon saying, I don't know anyone that uses Bitcoin, or Bitcoin is only used by drug dealers and money launderers, we have the use cases that show what the power of this currency is. So just as it was difficult for my 9 developers to get visas to leave Nigeria, that's exactly how it's difficult for our money as Nigerians, money you earn for yourself. So if I say our money, just like us, it needs visa, we also need visa. And our money needs visa to go see the world. So if you're an American wanted to pay someone in Australia, you don't think about it. Just as if you as an American wanted to travel to Australia, you don't worry about, do I have the visa? You know the worst case, once you get to the airport, they'll give you the visa on entry. And it's the same for us. A Nigerian wants to send money, his own legitimately earned money, somewhere else in the world. He has to go through 1,000 mental calculations. How am I going to get the dollars? If I get it, who am I going to give it to? And our people are in that way systematically locked out of the global economic system. We cannot be wealthy if we cannot trade. We cannot be wealthy if we cannot commerce. And we can't if the means for us to do it is systematically stifled. But every single one of these things are use cases, interesting use cases to show the utility of Bitcoin. And we have people in the continent now who are actually building those products, who are building those solutions, who are building those use cases. For us, if Bitcoin is going to show itself as technology that works for the world, and Elizabeth said it earlier, it's about utility. Every problem we have in Africa is a utility opportunity for Bitcoin. And so if you're thinking about what you want to build next for the software developers, please don't build another wallet or exchange. Come find a utility problem in Africa. We have shed loads of them that you can actually build interesting, useful solutions for. I'm sorry, Abubakar, I know you. So we want to bring our unique views and insights. I was reading a book on the way to Oslo that I've had for a long time, The Psychology of Money. I don't know if you may have seen Morgan Housel. And the first thing he says is, the first of his rules was that people's decisions around money is usually shaped by their life experiences, the things that they have seen in the world. It may not make sense to you, but it is their own life experiences. We cannot build money for the world that is shaped on the life experiences of only a portion of the world. And so the rest of the world, we Africans are coming into this space. I'm warning those who may not know. We're coming into this space to bring our own views and insights, to show you different dimensions of the world and how the world is using money that we can use to start thinking about how do we improve the Bitcoin network, the technology, and the ecosystem. And the work we do at Bitrust Builders is training engineers, software engineers, existing software engineers, and helping quickly ramp them up in this technology so that they can come in this place, work in the different projects. Recently, we concluded a cohort for this year and have 17 engineers who only in February, some of them have been programming for as long as 8 years, 10 years, have never made one contribution to open source. In February, we onboarded every single one of them. We have at least 2 of them that are now actively contributing to Bitcoin Core and many other interesting projects in the Bitcoin space. The intention is that as this group grows, that we're constantly bringing our own perspective to make sure the technology that we're building is resilient and it can work in every single part of the world. Again, we don't want to be passengers. We also want to be drivers on this ship. There are plenty of blind spots in Bitcoin. This is a map of the world at night. And back in the days, they called my continent the dark continent. Well, if you look at the continent compared to every other, it's still a bit dark. Our goal is to bring information of what's happening in that dark continent to Bitcoin, but also use it to help Bitcoin understand where the dark spots are, where the blind spots are in thinking around the technology, so that we can make sure these things are built, so that we don't build the technology and then discover, oh, there's something we're not thinking about that doesn't make it useful and work for other people. That's knowledge we're bringing, that's knowledge we're coming to use to make Bitcoin stronger and more resilient. And we're building a community. This was a picture from Ghana. We're bringing new developers into the Bitcoin space. We're decentralizing, truly decentralizing the Bitcoin developer ecosystem, because the people who are building this technology need to represent the way the world looks and the way the world works. So going forward, our intention is to change the conversation. Yeah, and then telling our stories. Charlene talked about her book. Please, when it comes out, make sure you get it, because you need to be able to see and read and understand our perspectives. But more of those stories are going to be coming out. In the end, our goal is to change the narrative. We don't just want to have conversation about what does Bitcoin do for Africa. We also want to make sure that we can comfortably say what is Africa bringing into Bitcoin, and we'll be able to point to tangible examples. Thank you very much.
I love it every time Femi talks, really. He's so inspiring, and the work that he does is so important in moving Bitcoin forward, both to help Africa, but so we can also make Bitcoin better, because Bitcoin needs to solve problems for real people that have money problems and property problems, etc. So we need people to give feedback and to put stimulus into the system based on their lived experience. We are up to our last session, so thank you everyone who's been here. Really, really appreciate it. But we have a nice roundup of everything that we talked about today. Before I ask these 2 gentlemen to come up on stage, I want to give one more shout out to Freedom Collaboration in the back. That's been the logo of the Financial Freedom Track this year, and it is a beautiful piece of art. Currently, 6 million sats are the going rate for that art. If you think you'd like to donate more to HRF and have a nice keepsake, consider bidding it up, and know that it's going to be open for another 13 hours or so. So hopefully we can raise as much money as possible so we can continue this work. But that's enough from me. I want to introduce Matt Odell and bring Jack Mahlers back onto the stage to do a recap of the day. And I also want to shout out everyone in the back. We got some open seats in the middle here, so come up and sit down. But Jack, Matt, thank you so much.
What is up, Oslo? Hey, guys. My name is Matt Odell. I've had done a lot of things in the Bitcoin space. I'm managing partner of 1031, a venture fund that supports Bitcoin companies, including Jack's company. Co-founder of OpenSats, which is a 501c3 organization that's 100% pass-through, runs on a Bitcoin standard, and supports open source contributors. And I've had the honor and privilege of working with the Human Rights Foundation on their Bitcoin education now for a little over 5 years. And I will say that every time I work with the Human Rights Foundation, every time I work with all the amazing activists around the world, it's inspiring, it's motivating, it reminds me, it reminds so many people why this work is so important and how much work is left to be done. I'm grateful, I'm humbled, and we have a really tough act to follow here, Jack.
An impossible one. This graphic is overwhelming me.
I know, it's a little bit overwhelming.
No kidding.
I mean, I think an interesting place to start here is your announcement with Callie up here about Ecash and the new foundation that he's starting to help distribute funding throughout the protocol among all the developers. You know, you're up here briefly, but I would love to just jump in a little bit further in this idea of, you know, profitable Bitcoin businesses contributing to open source, whether that's through direct development or whether that's supporting developers, and how you think about that.
Yeah, I mean, in hindsight, it makes all the sense in the world, right? Like, we have a vested interest in Bitcoin being successful. That's part of the game theory that makes the whole project work. And so no matter your role, we're all on the same team. If Bitcoin's better, we're all better off for it. In hindsight, that makes sense. At the time, though, as the CEO and founder of a regulated company, I unfortunately took the really lazy approach of, well, you know, I hope you guys figure out the privacy stuff. Looks challenging, but I can't do it. I go straight to prison. I might as well just walk myself to Manhattan District. So that was unfortunately the approach until I did some work with Alex and the Human Rights Foundation and realized that I feel almost a moral obligation as a business because, listen, I sell Bitcoin and it's a great business. Like, running a BTC USD product is a phenomenal business, and it's far more, though, self-interested, admittedly, in running a corporation than something like what Callie's doing. And so through my work with HRF and coming here, there is a duty that I have to making sure Bitcoin is successful, although not maybe in my shareholders and my corporation's immediate interest, if that makes sense. You know, in traditional business, you would never take corporate cash flow and give it to some developer in their parents' basement to try and build, you know, David Chalmers. I actually don't know where Callie works. It's probably not his parents' basement, but you wouldn't take like cash flow and go to the board meeting and say, hey guys, we're going to take, you know, all this cash flow, and instead of giving it to shareholders or dividends or investing in future growth, we're going to give it to this anonymous dude who's going to take David Chalmers' vision and change the world with it. But because of Bitcoin, it all works out, and we're a way better company for it. And so I would encourage other businesses to go through the mental exercise and challenge themselves in that way, because it is, in my opinion, lazy. Like, if I'm critical of myself, it was very not cool of me for my approach. And at Strike, we hold ourselves to a pretty serious accountability. We have a 501c3 now internally at the company. We've never made it very public, but we've set up a lot of infrastructure so that we could take cash and give to Bitcoin in ways that as a business we can't. But that's still a responsibility we share. And I hope we inspire other businesses like Jack, the other Jack, inspired me in this way. And I hope a lot of the other companies in the space, as number goes up, can find themselves, whether it's working with Alex and HRF or specific efforts. We could talk about privacy, but yeah.
The other Jack. Yeah, I mean, I think there's something to be said here, right? Because just the power of open source software. That open source software is not owned by a single individual. It's not owned by a company. It's in the commons, right? It's in the commons. It's available to everyone that they can build on, they can monetize, they can use, they can ship, they can modify it to their heart's content. And as a result, it's viral in nature. It outlives all of us. And it's really easy to think of, it's really easy to fall in the hole of thinking of Bitcoin as a tech project. I mean, ultimately, it is this software tool. It's this software package that people can use. But it's also a movement, and it's a movement of individuals around the world that are pushing forward every day, and they're using this tool, and they're using other open source tools available to them. And this greater open source movement, and you mix that in with this freedom movement of people and empowering those people, and it just starts to compound in ways you can't even comprehend. You know, it's incredibly easy to come here and be frustrated, and there's so many authoritarian governments, and people are getting beat up and thrown in jail and killed, that hope is lost. But real progress is being made every day, and it just compounds over and over and over again on the work of others, and it's just incredibly powerful.
You know what's interesting though is I haven't found a way to articulate this yet, but the Bitcoin fixes the physical monetary bearer instrument of Bitcoin fixes this problem. The internet, Google doesn't have as much of a vested interest in the success of the open web. But as a Bitcoin company, I do in Bitcoin. And I think it is fundamentally because Bitcoin allows the free market to value the project in the form of a monetary instrument. Where if the individual had a way of selling or buying the open free internet, I think it'd be a lot different of incentive structure for some of these like really big internet corporations to invest more in the success of the overall web as opposed to their own self-interest. And so I think that has to be said out loud as well. This is very unique. Open source software, you're 100% correct, but then even on top of open source software, Bitcoin open source software is very special.
We talked so much that you answered the question that I hadn't got to ask yet,
there you go.
Which was, I mean, I kind of think of Bitcoin as like this shared equity, right?
Yeah.
And it's not just shared between founders of profitable businesses, but it's also shared among open source contributors. It's shared among freedom fighters, and it's pretty crazy how that works out.
And in theory, like if you believe in free markets, you believe that they are the judge, right? They hold us all accountable. If we need another barbershop in town, then someone can create it, and the free market's either going to let it stay in business or it won't, right? And so I think the free market holds the industry accountable, in my opinion. I think we've seen businesses like Coinbase lose a lot of, arguably Strike has an opportunity to be a company because Coinbase screwed up a lot in not supporting Bitcoin in the ways like I'd love. Shout out Brian Armstrong. You should fund Cashew in Cali, right? So there's a way. Yeah, there's a way for us to. Bitcoin allows the free market to hold corporations accountable because it is so grassroots. So.
I love it. Well, thank you for supporting open source. One of the trends that we've seen over the last 2 days, or this is the day 3, but. Over the course of this week, is this trend about the power of using these social media networks, using Twitter. There's a lot. There was so many talks where it was like, everything I do is on Twitter. The only reason I'm standing on this stage is because I'm on Twitter. Mm-hmm. I actually think like our friendship started because of Twitter as well. Just to add that in there. But I want to bring up Nostr. You mentioned the other Jack. He brought it up on stage. Mm-hmm. Where does Nostr fit into all of this? We're talking about Bitcoin. We're talking about Bitcoin as a shared equity. Like, why would people support Nostr if there isn't like a token attached to it, or like Bitcoin's its token, I guess?
Yeah, with my Nostr shitcoin, that'll get Andreessen out of his pants for sure. Why do people support it?
Where does Nostr fit into all of this? Like, why is Nostr important? Why should people pay attention to it?
Well, there's clearly value in free speech.
Yeah.
Obviously. And as that is challenged, and maybe Jack said yesterday to quote him, maybe it's more free will. But as that's challenged, then the market is going to value and place a premium on technologies that protect and afford it. And so I think, Nostr is interesting because it isn't necessarily a technological innovation. As I used to write code, believe it or not, and it isn't a lot. There was no Byzantine generals problem that was solved necessarily. It is more of a movement. I think when Jack talked about the early days of why he found it so exciting was the energy. It was the energy of Bitcoin combined with open internet enthusiasts. And so I think Nostr is where the market is gradually placing a premium on free will and free speech. That is my basic answer.
Yeah, I mean, I think it kind of goes back to this, this idea that all this open source work kind of compounds on top of each other, right? And you have like this communication protocol on Nostr, you have this freedom money in terms of Bitcoin. You have this, in both cases, they rely on cryptographic signatures and public key, private key pairs. So they're verifiable. Right?
I'll ask you a question, because I talk about this all the time. I don't have a good answers. What do you think we do about adoption? There's so many keynotes we went to and saw yesterday that cited Twitter and X as taking their account down, censoring local government, being able to take away information from the populace strategically. And I'm sitting next to Bitcoiners like, these guys want to download Primal or it feels like we have a solution that either, is it a marketing problem? Is the desire for the tech? What do you think? The difference between today's world and a better world because of this technology, what's the delta in your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's similar to Bitcoin in that, right? It's like open source protocols don't have, a centralized marketing budget. They don't have a centralized dev team. Like things take time to build out. I mean, Nostr is way younger than Bitcoin too. Nostr is about 3 years old at this point. It's barely beginning and it's moving fast. But even in Bitcoin terms, I mean, we had a whole conversation about the spread of CBDCs. What Bitcoin adoption, you especially when you come to these things, you're like, how are more people not using Bitcoin up until this point? And I think a lot of it is need. As people realize the need, they will search out the tools that empower them and solve that need. That's one of the reasons why working with HRF is so fulfilling, because, I mean, you don't have to explain the need to people that are living in adversarial environments. Like they wholly understand that need. They're just like, how do I solve that need? What are the tools available to me? And I think Nostr it's going to be interesting because it's this whole idea of a web of trust. Like I think the web of trust aspect is what people don't realize is so powerful about the whole thing, especially when you combine it with Bitcoin. And cryptographers and cypherpunks have been trying to make web of trust a thing for decades now. But I think what we needed the ability to shitpost our way to web of trust. And I think that's where we are at Nostr right now. And so it's going to start with shitposts. It's people building out their social graphs, which private keys they trust, who they follow, who follows them. And then all of a sudden you're going to start to see really powerful content, speech that cannot be stopped, combined with money that cannot be stopped, and the ball will just start rolling and it'll just compound and then the rest will be history.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. One of the ingenious insights that Satoshi had about Bitcoin was bootstrapping a network. It's very difficult. I mean, we're all speculating and it's based on our own interpretation, but the way I look at halvings, I mean, I grew up in Chicago from agriculture commodity markets, and I think of halvings as an inventory reduction. So it's not priced in or not priced in. You're just reducing the inventory of the finished produced crop by half. In the drought in the late 80s that my dad and grandfather went through, inventory was reduced by like 15%. We're talking corn and wheat, and everyone freaked out. Markets shut down. So here's this commodity. It's inventory reduction by 50%. It's like, my goodness, Satoshi, you're going to make all of us puke all over ourselves. The chart's going to go, and that's exactly what it did. But it's the idea that And I personally think that was intentional, and it was to bootstrap a network. Is how do you go from zero to the reason you leave Twitter? You don't leave Twitter unless you're you, is because there's a network there. There's a network of people, and so how do you rebuild that network effect? Bitcoin's so unique in that it's bootstrapped on a monetary asset. So I would leave Bitcoin if the network was only 2 people, because then I'm getting in at 1 penny. I wish I could, right? So it solved that very hard problem that I think Nasser is going to have a tough time with. And I'm hopeful that I wonder if Bitcoin can help bootstrap other freedom networks. Does that make sense? I wonder, because it is a movement. It really has become a larger than life idea. Like if for whatever reason Bitcoin were to technically have an issue, I don't think it can fail. It's an idea whose time has come. And it's so unique that a software project can solve the network problem and build on network effects with no marketing, with no anything, and that you have an incentive to join the network even if the network's 2 people, because it's a money. And I'm hopeful, but cautiously optimistic that other freedom tech can borrow from the network effect. That's how I view Nasser's initial success, is a bunch of Bitcoiners that are just not going to let this idea die. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so when I first got into Bitcoin like 11 years ago, one of the things that everyone always said was, Bitcoin, we're all going to get wealthy, and then the Bitcoiners are going to spread their ideals around the world, and it's going to fix everything. And, I think people tend to lack nuance and go to extremes about pretty much everything they talk about. But there's something there. And so Nasser to me is this first child project of Bitcoin. It was birthed by Bitcoiners. A Bitcoiner founded it. He launched it as an open source protocol. It's being seeded by Bitcoiners. Bitcoiners are leaving Twitter and going Nasser only to jumpstart the network effect. They're building it out. And that's also kind of how I see OpenSats, and that's how I see HRF's Dev Fund, and that's how I see your company's support of open source software. I mean, OpenSats specifically, and by the way, I think we have like 30,000 people watching this live stream right now. So if you are an open source contributor around the world, go to opensats.org/apply. Consider it. We would love to support you. But like OpenSats couldn't run without Bitcoin, period. Like not only is the board all Bitcoiners, but our treasury is held in Bitcoin. All the payments are made out in Bitcoin. The grant payments are made out in Bitcoin. I mean, we're sending nearly 130 grant payments a month as monthly payments, almost like a payroll. It's like we're running like a Bitcoin standard payroll. Imagine if, and I don't know how many countries it is. I don't have the stats in front of me, but let's just say it's 40 countries. Imagine if we were sending out 130 payments as wires to 40 countries. I don't even know if that's possible to do that.
I wouldn't be bullish on it, no.
I mean, I would be pulling my hair out, I'll tell you that much, if it was even possible. So I think there is something there about kind of like Bitcoin, the open source movement has always been strong, but just really like pouring gasoline on the fire and kind of just like supercharging it and making it move quicker. Because especially when you come to these events, right, it's like time is of the essence. I feel like we need all this stuff yesterday.
I agree. I mean, Bitcoin's the biggest wealth transfer in at least modern human history. For people that are like, price doesn't matter, I call bullshit. Price matters a lot. I mean, price to me is the most active index we have on how much of the world is using the money. And I think it's really important that there is a transfer of wealth. I mean, it's demonetizing. I mean, there are people with a tremendous amount of wealth that's been passed down Manhattan real estate for 4 or 5 generations. That guy's not he's not funding Kali. He's just not. And so I think it's important that we're demonetizing that wealth and putting it into active hands of people that are in this conference and in this room. So I couldn't agree more with you. I think that's right. I mean, I said earlier, I think Bitcoin is pure humanity. I really do. I think the human story is engineering a better world. The human story is commercializing energy from the sun. And Bitcoin is energy money. It's literally that. And it's literally an engineering project. It's our first engineered man-made money. And so being bullish on Bitcoin is being bullish on humanity and placing a premium on the future. And so I think if we're able to capitalize on this wealth transfer, in theory, it would be a much better world with wealth being with this room versus I don't know, Jerome Powell or whatever. I don't know. So let me pivot this because I want to just light a little fire. Do you mind?
Yeah, go for the pivot.
Okay.
Thanks for having me as your guest.
I took over. So you recently got in a fight on the internet with Michael Saylor, and which is in a good place, right? Can I say real quick? I asked you a question, won't let you answer. For the Bitcoiners out there, either in this room or on the internet, that adults are going to fight about important stuff, and it doesn't mean that they don't like each other and can't get along. If this is the most important thing that we're all working on, like, grow up. You're going to disagree. So let me say that. I'm poking fun at you, but hopefully people understand that context. I just went through my third halving. Adults fight all the time on this stuff because it's that important. So people should grow up. It's okay. I mean, I know you and Saylor respect each other, and if you want to comment on that. But the actual question was more, as I listen to these talks, there's a lot of things Bitcoin doesn't solve yet. And there's this idea of ossification and going slow versus using engineering and software to solve problems. Given the context of you in the last month, I would be curious your on-the-record opinion at this conference. What are you looking at me like that for? What do you think? Where do you stand?
You gotta love on-the-record opinions. Yeah, I mean, you can disagree with people you respect. Like, I think that's lost on a lot of people, especially in the era of like social media drama. And I will say, to me, it was always less a fight. Like, I don't think we ever really fought. I think it was just me making public that he was telling firms not to support open source contributors, while I was doing the opposite and trying to fight an uphill battle of convincing the very few companies that are graciously supporting open source. And I didn't, in general, I think that these conversations should be out in the open. I think that's why Nostr is so important. I think that's why events like this are so important. Because, there's a time and place for closed door meetings and backroom discussions, but there needs to be light on something as important as this. I will say that, first off, it depends on the project, right? So like when you look at OpenSats, we have 130 grants, about 130 grants, slightly less than that. 12 of them are working on Bitcoin Core or directly, or right next to Bitcoin Core. The rest are working on all these other projects that are surrounding Bitcoin. That Bitcoin is made more robust as a system that people rely on to use Bitcoin, whether there's wallets or Lightning development, Nostr, Tor, Graphene OS, right? And with those things, you're not building the basis of a distributed global censorship-resistant financial network. So you can move faster on those things. Like I think one of the breaths of fresh air that for a lot of Bitcoin developers is you're working on like this. On Bitcoin, you're working on this, especially on the protocol level, this generational project that intentionally moves slowly and is very conservative in development because you don't want to break it. And then you get to something like Nostr, and you just ship in development. Like you're just like actively just modifying things, breaking things, and you have nothing to worry about because at the end of the day, like, especially if you're an app developer in Nostr, at the end of the day, they can just take their private key and go to someone else's app if your app breaks that morning. And like maybe they can't shitpost that day. It's like it's not the end of the world. So I think there's nuance here. I will say that there's a tendency of people, especially in the era of social media, the Instagram era, the TikTok era, of seeing other people do things and then deciding to themselves that they don't have to do something. That, I always go back to like George Bush on the aircraft carrier, like mission accomplished. Like they see, maybe you support Cali, or they see OpenSat send grants out, or they see one of these activists, successfully navigate a protest movement, and they're like, okay, like we solved the problem, like it's solved. And on open source specifically, and Bitcoin development specifically, it is so far away from being solved or oversaturated. Like, these open source contributors have very little support. They have more support than they've ever had before. But it's not just money, it's also burnout. Like, the burnout is real. And the navigating, especially on the protocol level, like navigating the hard conversations of potential protocol changes or how you would activate it, it gets rightfully, I think, fierce out there, right? Like, people get into very heated arguments, and there's a lot of personal attacks that happen. So I think it's important for people to realize that. It's important that we have more support. I think every profitable business in the world should be supporting open source contributors. I definitely think every profitable Bitcoin business should be supporting open source contributors. And I think it's going to be a long marathon. It's not a sprint, right?
Yeah, I agree. I think the way I like to think about it is that, Bitcoin has everything to lose with every decision. You know the phrase like, well, what do you have to lose? It's very rare that when you're making a decision on a technology that you have everything to lose all the time. It's like, Sailor draws the analogy to an airplane. It's like, oh, why don't we try this new feature on the wing of the airplane? It was like, well, because you might kill everyone. And so when you have a technology where you have everything to lose, what do? You probably take your time, right? And you probably make sure you got it right, because there's never going to be the R&R, the risk reward is never going to be in your favor, right? Which is interesting. It's just a reality of the project. But every time I'm able to be in the room with activists and folks from not America, generally speaking, but Africa is a continent I've been focusing on a lot. It's clear that Bitcoin doesn't fix everything. So it's interesting. There's going to be debates and disagreements, but I'm hopeful we'll find our way, which I was going to ask you one more on the back half of this is what do you think for a lot of what we've heard today on usability? What was, I'm going to botch the quote, but it was about Abu Bakr. But it was like, don't start another wallet or another fund, right? It was like utility. It was we need to make this thing a lot more useful. There's problems it can solve. Given the context of building on a protocol where you constantly have everything to lose, what do you think adoption-wise in that realm of Bitcoin, which I obviously have an opinion, but I'm curious of yours first.
I don't really follow what you...
Like, for utility on top of Bitcoin, do we need new features, new technology? Why haven't we solved the problems we've heard today? And given if it is a bunch of new features and new technology and capabilities, are we going to be able to achieve that soon, later-ish? Do you have an opinion on that?
I mean, I think we shouldn't rush into any kind of major changes with Bitcoin, period. I think you know Bitcoin needs to be simple, it needs to be robust. Like I said, the base of a global financial network, distributed, censorship-resistant financial network. Especially when we're in the realm of, you know, in that kind of situation is in your threat model at the protocol level is nation-state threat modeling, right? It's, you know, does a major nation-state try to break this thing? And what you need there is you need basically two core things. You need, first of all, people to be able to interact with the network without trust, be able to actually validate and verify what's going on there, and be able to actually hold self-custody and hold Bitcoin themselves. And I don't think that's it's an unsolved problem. And like one of the things that is really powerful about something like Cashew is it just doesn't require a protocol change, and it makes custodial Bitcoin better, right? It adds privacy. It makes it easier for people to use custodial Bitcoin, to launch other competing custodians and have, you know, a free market and whatnot. But to me, that is not the, you know, ultimately it would be great if the user experience for self-custody could be more competitive with the user experience of custodial, and we don't know how to do that yet, right?
Yeah, good answer. I agree.
Awesome. Jack, thank you for having me on your show.
Yep, you're welcome.
Guys, thank you for joining us.
I'm here all week.
And huge thanks to the Human Rights Foundation and all the people on the ground that make this movement possible. Thank you, guys.
Hello, hello. That was so awesome. Okay, so that concludes the Financial Freedom Track. Thank you all so much for being here. Don't clap yet. It's been really awesome to hear from everyone. We've heard about the state of financial freedom in Nigeria, in China, in Latin America. I find that really inspiring. And we've got a lot of people here, activists, educators, builders. So as you're leaving here, please find someone that you're not always connected to. Just brainstorm, talk about today, and think if there's anything that you can contribute to the space. So with that said, I just want to say a huge thank you to all the speakers. We appreciate your time. I appreciate all of you traveling all the way here and for sharing your insights and wisdom with all of us. And also to you all, thank you so much. And the 35,000 people watching live right now, now you may clap.
All right, and the best place to continue the conversation is going to be at the Financial Freedom Pizza Party at the Ruhr. So it's a 4-minute walk. You can see there's a little map over there, but it's just down the block. And we're going to have pizza and drink available for any of you here. So please feel free to attend. And with that being said, thank you again so much, and see you next year.